and sent him flying 800 meters. Waking up completely dazed, he charges forward like a bolt of lightning, straight at the colossal beast. Amid this life-and-death struggle. Without wasting a second, Xiaoliang grabs everything he can find, stuffing hamburgers and potato chips into his face like there is no tomorrow. Then he finds a bottle of soda, unable to contain his sheer joy. Finally, I get a drink. Taking a massive gulp of Coca-Cola, the fizzy rush feels like heaven. Outside, the octopus is absolutely furious after losing its prey. Roaring with glowing red eyes, it locks onto the guy eating inside the shop. But Xiaoliang is too busy enjoying his soda, completely unaware of the colossal shadow creeping up on him. A massive tentacle looms right behind him, ready to strike a fatal blow. But he just sighs happily with a smile, having zero regrets left. Right on cue, a second later, his vision is dyed blood red, but then, his eyes snap open once again. He is still lying inside the grocery store, exactly like before he blacked out. Looking around in shock, he mutters, "Why am I still here? Did I not return to the beginning?" Patting his body frantically, a cold, mechanical voice echoes from thin air. "No, you actually died, but now you are back." Xiaoliang gasps in shock. "Who is that?" The system replies, "Congratulations, host, on activating your unbound system. And trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride." Let's dive into this wild ride, as a glowing orb appears, making Xiaoliang stammer. "Is that my system?" Then he lunges forward to hug it, crying absolute rivers of tears. "Where have you been? I've waited forever for you. Do you have any idea how miserably I died?" he asks, rubbing his face against the orb while sobbing loudly. "Give me a solid explanation right now, or I am filing a complaint." Annoyed, the system floats out of reach and mutters, "Host, please calm down. The reason for my delay is, well, just a tiny technical instantly demands to know what happened." Evading his gaze, the system sheepishly mutters, "You probably won't believe this, but my roommate system stole my charging cable, so my alarm never went off." Xiaoliang's face twitches in sheer disbelief. Scratching his head, he sighs, "Actually, I believe you. No point arguing about it now." He quickly shifts gears. "Fine. Better late than never. Did you bring all my overpowered cheat abilities and gear?" The system proudly reassures him. "Of course I did." It presents a mysterious scroll, filled with complex maps and ancient-looking texts. It says, "But protocol first. Let me read your main quest. You are currently standing in a brutal post-apocalyptic wasteland. Your ultimate goal is to save this world and restore peace. Complete this, and you will get resurrected back in your original life. Fail, and you will be completely erased from existence." It rolls up the scroll, adding, "You had 10 total chances, but already wasted 9. This is your very last shot." Xiaoliang can't help but scream, "Wait, did I really waste those?" The system chuckles awkwardly, telling him to ignore those minor details. "Since time is running out, we must make every single second count. Watch closely, because this is where his trial begins." The surrounding space warps violently like paper, tearing open a shimmering portal of blinding light. Brave young hero, get ready to face your very first official mission. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoliang, "All right, you and I are starting today with the depressing ruins of a completely destroyed city." A young man with exhausted eyes stares blankly through the thick dust choking the sky. His name is Xiaoliang, and he was just a regular college student until his idiot roommate unplugged his phone charger, causing him the second time. Using his past memories, he successfully saved everyone from the zombie. He wonders, "Wait, did I somehow survive?" Suddenly, Xiaoliang is dropped onto a ruined, dusty street, surrounded by collapsed buildings and absolute post-apocalyptic desolation. Suddenly, the system's robotic voice rings out once more. "Today's first mission, sell street food snacks and earn 50 power crystals. Doing so will grant you points to upgrade your stats, expand your shop space, and unlock epic rewards." Looking at the desolate ruins, Xiaoliang grits his teeth in pure frustration. He jumps up and screams, "What kind of world savior has to become a street vendor?" But his loud shouting immediately draws the attention of nearby wandering zombies. They whip their heads around, fixing their cloudy, lifeless eyes directly on him. One zombie is even busy chewing on what looks like the bloody leftovers of a gruesome feast. Terrified as the horde prepares to charge, Xiaoliang stammers in panic, "Did you pick this awful spot just so these monsters could eat me as a snack?" His terrified scream rips through the sky. He completely forgets about starting a business, running like a madman just to keep his head attached to his shoulders. Xiaoliang dashes frantically to escape. The system watches, completely clueless, and asks, "Host, why are you running?" He yells back, "Are you stupid? If I don't run, I will get bitten." But wait, let's pause right here. Xiaoliang suddenly freezes as a brilliant realization hits him. His eyes light up with pure excitement. Why should I be scared of these undead losers when I literally have a system? Standing tall with hands on hips, he shouts, "Hey, number 2. The system snaps back in an annoyed tone, "Please call me number 2333. Hearing this, Xiaoliang flashes a dangerously smug grin, tightly clenching his fists. "Fine. Number 2. So what is my epic superpower? Agility of a cheetah? Speed of an eagle? Strength of a bear? Come on. Lay it all on me." Suddenly, a holographic status screen floats before his eyes. Name, Xiaoliang Cao. Strength, uncalculated. Speed, uncalculated. Perception, uncalculated. Intelligence score, a whopping 2. Storage space, locked. Shop area, 2 square meters. Almost all of his combat stats are marked as uncalculated. Xiaoliang scratches his head and mutters, "Wait, what does uncalculated mean?" The system casually replies, "It means your stats are too low to even meet our minimum measurable standard. Your physical body is completely weak and basic. If you want to power up, you must earn points to trade for stats." He frowns. So in other words, the only part of my body that actually works is my brain. Before he can even process this harsh reality, a zombie suddenly leaps forward, screaming in absolute terror. He starts running for his life again, yelling at his system as he flees. "You scammed me. Did you not say I got cheat tools?" Floating behind him, the system frowns. "I already gave them to you. A legendary market stall was once placed right before your eyes, but you did not cherish it, only to regret it too late." Xiaoliang freezes. "Wait, are you talking about that piece of trash rag?" The system snaps back. "Trash rag? That is your legendary starter shop cloth." Hearing this, he instantly pulls a U-turn and runs back. "Why did you not say so earlier?" He bends down, snatches a rusty metal pipe from the ground, and prepares to take on the oncoming horde head-on. Without hesitating, Xiaoliang swings the metal pipe, smashing it directly into the nearest zombie's head. He fights fiercely to reach that cloth, but suddenly, a fast monster lunges right at his leg. Tackled hard, he rolls across the dirt, landing directly on top of the cloth. Talk about a rough start, right? Let's dive in as a zombie horde rushes our hero, Cao Xiaoliang, who smiles bitterly at his ridiculously fast impending doom. Talk about a record-breaking speedrun to the grave. His hands tremble with grief, and seeing his favorite snacks does absolutely nothing to cheer him up. This time, it really is game over. But just as he braces for the agonizing pain of a zombie bite, a brilliant light suddenly explodes around him, forcing the horde to freeze in their tracks. To his utter shock, they actually turn around and walk away, leaving him completely invisible. Cao Xiaoliang can only scream in disbelief. Wait, are these zombies actually blind? The system sighs, completely done with his slow brain. This legendary cheat item is literally just a piece of cloth. He excitedly picks up the tablecloth, realizing this simple piece of fabric was what actually saved his life. He hugs it tightly, praising his new treasure as if it were the ultimate defense armor. Then he remembers something crucial and asks the system if this shield only works against zombies. What about mutated monsters? The system replies that this item blocks all attacks. As long as he stays within his stall, nothing can hurt him. Cao Xiaoliang's eyes go wide. He leaps up in absolute joy, singing and dancing around his magical stall. Closing his eyes, he imagines himself as the ultimate, invincible merchant. The system instantly kills his vibe, warning him that this defense only works 3 times a day. If he fails his mission within the time limit, the power shuts down. Don't blink, we've only got 30 minutes before the sun fully sets. It adds that once darkness falls, the zombies will go wild. Time is running out. Cao Xiaoliang sighs deeply. This place was just wiped out by zombies, so there is nobody left. Who is he supposed to sell to? Suddenly, a voice echoes. Talk about pure luck, looting so much valuable gear today. 3 shady guys, clearly from the same gang, stroll casually into view. The leader says they got an unexpected haul today, and the boss is going to love this surprise. His sidekick agrees, saying the boss will definitely reward them handsomely. Cao Xiaoliang rejoices in his heart, realizing his first customers have finally arrived. As the trio notices him, he quickly lays out his goods on the cloth, acting like a total professional merchant. Curious, they ask what he is selling as they look over his small stall. Wait, is that actually fruit candy? Why would something like this be out here? He smiles warmly, replying that his humble shop has fruit, candy, potato chips, shrimp crackers, and cold sodas. Do you guys want to buy some? The 3 cry out, as if finding actual treasure, spotting real potato chips, and even beef jerky. I haven't had soda in 3 years. I almost forgot what it even tastes like. Cao Xiaoliang quickly chimes in, saying today is his grand opening, and since they are destined to meet, it won't cost 998 or 98, but just 50 crystal cores to take all these snacks home. How about it? An absolute steal, right? I know what you're thinking, are these guys really going to pay? Instead, they laugh out loud, mocking this fool for actually demanding money from them. The masked thug picks up the soda bottle, while pointing a gun with his other hand, growling that since he is in a good mood, the kid should leave the goods and run before eating a hot bullet. Cao Xiaoliang frowns at them, then suddenly steps forward, snatches his cold soda back, and grumbles about wasting his precious time on people he thought were his savior customers. The masked man immediately raises his gun, pointing it straight at Cao Xiaoliang with cold, murderous intent, shouting at him to prepare to die. A massive gunshot suddenly rings out, but at that exact moment, Cao Xiaoliang's invisible protective barrier is instantly activated. Not only does the bullet fail to touch him, but the gun itself explodes violently right in the thug's hand, blasting him back several meters until he knocks out cold. His buddies panic, their eyes bulging as they scream, wondering why the gun just backfired like that. Could this kid be an awakened user with superpowers? The other guy shakes his head in absolute disbelief. He stammers that he has never once heard of such a bizarre power, but Cao Xiaoliang couldn't care less about their shocked, idle gossip. Instead, he happily leans down, rubbing his face against the tablecloth, completely amazed that his precious treasure can even easily deflect a high-speed bullet. The remaining two watch his silly behavior and whisper to each other that no matter how they look at him, he is just an idiot. One of them demands answers, asking who he really is and what kind of cheap trick he is playing on them. Cao Xiaoliang drawls in response, calling them fools and telling them that while this world has countless superpowered users, there is only one truly chosen hero. He rubs his hands together with a sly grin, saying that for only 50 crystal cores, they can take all these snacks home and even get a free photo and autograph. Are you really not going to consider it? You and I can see these thugs feel completely insulted. The two roar in anger, scoffing at his chosen hero claim. Are we 3-year-olds? That gun was just broken. Now watch me blow you away. Seeing their stubbornness, Cao Xiaoliang sighs helplessly. Some people just refuse to listen and insist on bringing misery upon themselves. One of them throws a blazing punch straight at his face, but as expected, the strike is completely blocked by the invisible barrier. Let's dive right into this crazy fight as a brutal punch sends him screaming. Seeing his two partners get absolutely destroyed, the remaining blonde thug hesitates, his feet frozen to the ground, glaring at his cowardice. The wounded thugs shriek, "What are you standing there for? Go kill him." Cao Xiaoliang stays silent, merely giving the blonde thug a cold, deadly glare. His eyes pierce like daggers, sending shivers down the thug's spine. Gao raises his hand, blue electricity crackling wildly across his palm, and lets out a loud shout. Terrified, the blonde guy stumbles back and bolts like the wind, screaming that this kid is a monster and he does not want to die. His two abandoned partners stare in absolute disbelief at his cowardice, screaming after him not to leave them behind. Realizing they are on their own, they waste no time and scramble away to save their skin. Cao Xiaoliang calls out, "Wait, do not run. I just want to ask if anyone else is around." But then, he notices something strange on the floor, a massive burlap sack left behind by those 3 fleeing thugs. Curious, he wonders what is inside. Suddenly, the top of the sack twitches, making him gasp in shock. Unable to resist his curiosity, he pokes the sack a few times, wondering if it is some wild animal. Now, watch closely, right here. As he unties the rope, a living creature bursts out, and it turns out to be an incredibly stunning young woman. She has glowing silver hair, flowing down like a majestic waterfall beneath the warm orange sunset. Her stunning curves and mesmerizing charm take his breath away. As she turns her head, their eyes lock, leaving Cao Xiaoliang completely dazed as he mumbles about how beautiful she is. But a split second later, her eyes snap open, glowing with a wild and terrifying madness. She lunges at him like an arrow shot from a bow. Terrified, Gao spins around and runs, realizing now is definitely not the time to admire a pretty face. He screams in terror that she is definitely a zombie. Her hand slams down where he stood, unleashing a devastating shockwave that cracks the solid ground. Luckily, he dodges just in the nick of time. Staring up at this monster, he wonders how on earth a zombie could move this fast. In a complete panic, his hand brushes against a mysterious black object lying on the dusty ground. Without thinking, he hurls it at her. The silver-haired woman easily blocks it, and the high-stakes chase continues. Using his past experience, Gao bolts straight toward his stall, desperately grabbing his highly valuable treasure blanket. He packs his things in a panic, cursing that he has already wasted all 3 of his precious lifelines. If only he had saved them, because getting caught now means instant death. He tries to escape, but looks up just as the silver-haired woman leaps over him, landing gracefully right in his path. Tripping backward, his food scatters everywhere. The silver-haired woman glares down at him, her hand glowing with destructive energy, as she prepares for a final, lethal blow. I know what you are thinking. Is he done for? Facing this insane power, Gao screams in total despair. Despite his terror, he grabs random food containers from the ground and hurls them, which only seems to make her even angrier. Refusing to give up, he grabs another package of food, throws it blindly, and closes his eyes, bracing for the absolute worst. But after a few tense moments, nothing happens. He slowly opens one eye, shocked to see the terrifying zombie happily chewing on some dried squid. She gulps it down, looking completely satisfied as if she just tasted a gourmet meal. Gao is stunned. Does this zombie actually love dried squid? Having finished her snack, she crawls toward him, eyes sparkling with drool dripping from her mouth, clearly begging for more. Panicking, he scrambles across the floor, screaming internally, because he has completely run out of dried squid. His mind races as he mutters, wondering if she will eat any of the other snacks. Fumbling around, he rips open a bag of cookies and tosses one. She instantly snaps it out of the air and chews with pure delight. He sighs in relief, glad it worked. Backing away slowly, while dropping treats, he suddenly bumps into a deep, dark canyon crack. Down below, a strange red glow radiates from a river of molten lava. Without hesitation, he hurls the cookie bag into the abyss. The silver-haired woman dives right after it without a second thought. Standing safely above, Gao wipes his sweaty forehead and exhales deeply. I am finally safe. Since you are full of snacks, you cannot. Just as he is about to leave, he spots a glowing object. Picking it up, he realizes this high-quality dagger is top-tier gear. Then he gasps in shock, noticing a strange golden gear symbol engraved right onto the dagger's hilt. He instantly recognizes the mark of the Thunder Legion, the most notorious band of raiders in this apocalyptic wasteland. He recalls that their boss is a highly evolved mutant with terrifying power. Their members are all reckless thugs who use sheer numbers to plunder, boldly ignoring even the military forces. Thinking of this, Gao breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if those 3 thugs earlier belonged to them. No wonder they were carrying so much ammo. He pockets the dagger and bends down to pick up the abandoned burlap sack. This bag is actually not bad, quite sturdy, so keeping it might come in handy later. While picking it up, he finds another mysterious pouch inside, and trust me, you and I are going to find out what is inside next time. You and I are diving right into this crazy moment, where he finds a bag of glittering crystal cores. Talk about a massive stroke of luck. There are 50 whole crystals here. He hugs the bag like his personal treasure, overjoyed by his sudden luck and how fast he finished the mission. But then, the system pops up to completely ruin his mood. Since these crystal cores were found and not earned by selling goods, they do not count toward your shop revenue. Cao Xiaoliang immediately snaps back, saying, "What do you mean they do not count? That female zombie just ate my dried squid and beef jerky. Are these crystals not her payment?" The system has never faced this kind of logic before and starts to stutter in confusion. Sure, she is a zombie, but Cao Xiaoliang does not care and argues back. You never said my customers had to be human. How can we grow this business with such a narrow mindset? Seeing the system stay silent, he flops onto the ground, faking a tantrum. Besides, it is already pitch black outside, and I cannot find any other customers. If you want to break your word and kill me, just do it. Defeated, the system curses silently, realizing it just got glitched. Then, it loudly announces, "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Now look at this." He gets his rewards. A new space opens up, and his basic stall upgrades into an incredibly epic cart. Everything on the cart is spotless and neatly organized. Cao Xiaoliang just stands there, completely mesmerized. Snapping out of it, he checks his system panel. It is the legendary storage space, but it only contains 4 basic items: rice, meat, and vegetables. He turns to the system and asks, "Is this really all? Other people get medicines, weapons, or even planes and tanks in their storage." The system snorts, "We are a vending shop system, not a military armory. You have not even left the starter village yet, so stop dreaming big." Cao Xiaoliang mutters in defeat, then asks what he can buy with his reward points. The system replies, "You can unlock product categories and enhance your stats. But since your points are still low, your access is limited, meaning you can only redeem these basic items for now. The screen displays 21 points. A toothbrush costs 300, bowls are 450, soap is 200, and scissors are 250. Cao Xiaoliang sighs in frustration at how cheap it all is. He grumbles, even though the cart can block attacks, I only get 3 uses per day, and I cannot just hide inside it 24 hours a day. Right now, my top priority has to be boosting my own self-defense skills. Without hesitation, he commands, Assistant, convert all of my points into stamina stats. The system happily responds, Order received. Host, stamina increased by 1. Exchange complete. The two of them just stare at each other, waiting for something big to happen. I know what you are thinking, but absolutely nothing happens. Cao Xiaoliang stares in total disappointment, as everything remains exactly the same. Ignoring him, the system issues a new 24-hour quest. Collect 100 crystal cores and hire an assistant. Cao Xiaoliang's face completely twists in horror. 100 is too much. And why do I need an assistant? Do I seriously have to share my tiny cart with someone? Just then, a sudden gust of wind blows a flyer straight onto his face. It shows a picture of a cute maid with the text, Welcome customer. He looks at the paper and mutters, This is from that bubble tea shop across the street. Memories rush back, as he remembers this girl used to hand out flyers at school, even offering him free drink samples. He wonders what happened to her, and if she is even still alive. But his serious mood does not last long, as his wild imagination starts taking over. He starts daydreaming about a beautiful blonde girl in a maid outfit, sweetly calling him boss. That thought gives him a massive surge of energy. He happily pushes his cart forward, shouting that he is suddenly fully motivated again. Cut to a dark volcanic crevice, where a shadow suddenly leaps high into the air. It is the silver-haired woman he tricked into falling earlier. She glances around and slowly stands up, her expression filled with deep, silent contemplation. Then, she dashes off in one direction for some unknown reason. By morning, Cao Xiaoliang has pushed his cart all night and stops at a ruined store. Peering inside carefully, he whispers, Is anyone there? Hearing the noise, 4 zombies slowly stiffen and turn their necks to stare right at him. Sensing immediate danger, he quickly slams the door shut, politely muttering, Sorry for the disturbance. Without another word, he spins around and runs for his life. Aren't these the same zombies from yesterday? Why are they still chasing me? The system deadpans, They actually got here first. So you are the one haunting them. Roaring with massive bloody jaws, the horde chases after him. One of them leaps with insane power, diving straight toward the vending cart. Sure enough, the defensive shield blasts it back several meters, but Cao Xiaoliang does not celebrate one bit. He panics, yelling that his daily shield has only 3 charges and cannot be wasted like this. He pushes his cart and runs even faster. Unbeknownst to him, the zombie that just got knocked back begins to undergo a bizarre, terrifying mutation. It shrieks horribly, bending its body unnaturally as it crawls toward him at terrifying speed. Stick with me to find out how he survives this wild nightmare. Stick with me, you're about to see Xiaoliang dodge a zombie bite, yelling, Damn it, a sneak attack, before landing a brutal kick right to its face. The zombie flies through the air, crashing straight into a vending machine. The loud noise instantly makes the other approaching monsters freeze in their tracks. The vending machine collapses with a heavy thud, crushing the slow zombies. Xiaoliang stands there utterly speechless, wondering if he really just did that. A single kick shattered its head. He cheers in pure excitement, realizing his physical upgrade is actually the real deal. The system chimes in. Congratulations, host, on slaying your first zombie. Your newbie gift reward is a single-use disposable raincoat. Xiaoliang inspects his new item, muttering in disappointment. Isn't this just a cheap piece of plastic? What good is this supposed to do? The system explains, Do not underestimate this raincoat. It is made of high-tech material that resists water, retains heat, and blocks all harmful toxins. Wear it, and you can swim through radioactive water without a worry, though it only works once. Xiaoliang wonders if it is truly that magical. Suddenly, a chaotic storm of heavy footsteps echoes nearby as a massive horde approaches. He looks around in shock, seeing monsters pouring out, gasping, How are there so many of them? We're looking at a dead end now. That loud crash definitely attracted them, and with despair setting in, he realizes there is absolutely no way out. Right at that critical moment, a soft voice calls out from behind. A girl dressed in a maid outfit peeks from behind a door, waving, Hey, hurry up and get in here. Xiaoliang looks back, seeing the crushed zombies squirming out from under the machine, while the massive horde ahead is ready to pounce. Without hesitation, he grabs his cart and dashes toward her. The door slams shut, locking the furious monsters outside. He pants heavily, gasping out, "Thank you so much. If you had not stepped in just now, I would have been in deep trouble." Looking closer, he gasps, "Wait, it is you, the bubble tea girl." Surprised, she asks, "Do you know me?" Meeting a familiar face brings him instant joy. "I went to school A. You used to promote bubble tea there and even treated me to a free cup once. Don't you remember?" The girl smiles warmly. "Of course I do. I remember you were great at basketball and loved peach bubble tea with boba." But in her head, she is thinking, he is no handsome prince, just an average-looking guy. College is packed with guys like him. How could I possibly remember? Oblivious to her lies, Xiaoliang innocently replies, "But I was in the soccer club, and I hate peach flavor." She quickly cuts him off, nudging his shoulder. "Oh, details do not matter. Anyway, I am just so glad to see you again." Xiaoliang instantly forgets the details, thinking, "Wow, she is so soft." After chatting for a bit, he finally remembers to ask her name. She sweetly replies, "I am Ai-Chin." He introduces himself as Xiaoliang. Ai-Chin smiles warmly, calling him Brother Liang. The sweet nickname touches him so deeply he turns away to sob. "This is the very first time a beautiful girl has ever called me brother. I am seriously too happy right now." Ai-Chin is totally speechless at his tears. Suddenly, a sharp noise echoes, and a highly alert Xiaoliang whips around, shouting, "Who is there?" He walks over and picks up a rolling soda can, but another sudden bang rattles from behind the closed door nearby, making him jump. Xiaoliang cautiously approaches the mysterious locked door and reaches for the handle when Ai-Chin suddenly screams in pure terror from behind him. "A mouse!" She throws herself into his arms to stop him from opening the door, whimpering, "Brother Liang, I saw a scary mouse over there." "Dragged away," he stammers. Where is it?" She quickly deflects to distract him, saying, "It ran over that way. I am so terrified." But here's the twist in a blind spot. A shadowy figure peeks from behind the door, eyes gleaming with sheer malice. Ai-Chin suddenly gasps, swooning backward to fake a faint. Xiaoliang catches her in a panic, asking, "Ai-Chin, what is wrong with you?" She whispers weakly, "Brother Liang, I am starving. I have been trapped here for 5 days with absolutely nothing to eat." He snaps his fingers. "Just hungry? Easy fix." He runs to his cart, saying, "Give me a minute. I will cook up something great." He kneels down, happily rummaging through his supplies, muttering, "What should we have? Ramen? Steamed buns? Chicken wings? And a cold Coke sound pretty good." Ai-Chin coldly watches his gullible behavior, thinking, "Look at all this food." Standing up, she spots eggs and cooking oil, absolute treasures in this apocalypse. She is secretly amazed, wondering where this guy found so much food. A dangerous grin spreads across her face. He is a total cash cow. This is a massive jackpot. Ai-Chin reaches for an egg, but the moment she touches it, it vanishes. She tries several more times, but the result remains identical. Under system rules, cart ingredients cannot be stolen and will automatically return to their spot without the owner's consent. Clueless about the rules, she grows suspicious. What is going on? Am I hallucinating? Shaking it off, she decides to switch plans. Forget the tricks. She needs to take this guy out first. Everything on this cart will belong to me. She reaches behind her back for her hidden knife but finds nothing. Panic sets in. "Wait, where is it? And trust me, you and I didn't see this coming." He casually holds up her knife, asking, "Looking for this?" Leaving her completely stunned. Stick with me, you're about to see how Xiaoliang easily snatched the knife right off her back while she was busy faking a faint. He grins slyly. "Well, you need a knife to cook, right? My new shop is short on tools, so I borrowed yours. You don't mind, do you?" Ai-Chin forces a smile. Of course not. But inside, she's terrified. How did he know she had a weapon on her? Was he always on guard against her? Sensing danger, she quickly tries to explain. "Xiaoliang, please don't misunderstand. You know how hard it is for a girl to survive this apocalypse. This knife is just for my own self-defense." Cao Xiaoliang shrugs casually. "How could I misunderstand? Of course I believe you." Ai-Chin timidly asks, "So, when you're done, can I have my knife back?" He nods. "Sure." He hands the blade back, warning her that it's too sharp and she shouldn't use it. She grabs the knife, her gentle voice masking a truly wicked smile. "Is that so?" Instantly, she lunges forward with zero weakness left, aiming straight for his chest while screaming that foolish, Gullible men like him deserve to die. But watch closely, everything flips here. A defensive barrier suddenly erupts, blasting Ai-Qin backward as she screams out in agonizing pain. Xiaoliang cleans his ear, sighing, I literally told you not to play with it. Why don't people listen? Ai-Qin glares at him from the dirt. He has special abilities. Even so, she refuses to back down, her rage boiling over as she yells, You tricked me, kid. Let's fight. She leaps up, kicking up a thick cloud of dust with sparks flying. Xiaoliang doesn't even blink, calmly pulling out defense spray and blasting her. Blinded and caught off guard, she squeezes her eyes shut, screaming, So spicy. She rolls on the ground, clutching her swollen eyes and sobbing about her vision. Xiaoliang chuckles mischievously, grabbing a jar of hot mustard. Why didn't you say you can't handle spice? I always cater to my customers' tastes. Smearing it on her face, he asks, How about some barbecue, with a little mustard on top? Ai-Qin desperately begs him through her tears to stop it immediately. Xiaoliang then shouts toward the closed door. Are you guys coming out yet? If not, your little leader here is going to get pickled. The door remains tightly shut, opening just a tiny crack before suddenly swinging wide open. Two kids, a boy and a girl clutching wooden clubs, rush out screaming together, Let our boss go. Xiaoliang is left completely stunned by this. The boy yells fiercely, Boss, don't worry, we're here to save you. While the teary-eyed girl bravely screams at him, calling him evil. Don't hurt our boss. But check this out, Xiaoliang easily snatches both of them with zero effort. He scolds them, pointing out that kids their age should be studying, not forming gangs to harm people. The children scream back, demanding to be freed. Ai-Qin struggles to get up, yelling, Don't touch them. Fight me if you've got the guts. Xiaoliang coldly responds, Hey, you said it, not me. He tosses the two kids right back to her, sending all three sprawling, before walking into their secret room packed with food and supplies. Scanning the stash, he notes, Nice, instant noodles, biscuits, and canned food. He strokes his chin, grinning at the bound trio in the corner. Looks like quite a few people fell for your tricks before me. Stunned by his calm attitude, Ai-Qin asks, We have never made a single mistake before. How did you catch on? He replies, Well, then those other victims were just incredibly stupid. He explains, You claimed you were trapped here for 5 days without eating a single bite, but that open can over there still has fresh soup in it. Plus, there is wet blood on the floor, yet you don't have any wounds. So, there is only one logical conclusion: someone else here was badly hurt. Or worse, killed. After finishing his breakdown, he mutters quietly to himself, Man, that was close. I almost became another one of their victims. The boy snarls back, They got what they deserved. If they weren't trying to take advantage of us, they wouldn't have been tricked. The girl chimes in, Exactly. We never target good people. Everyone we scammed was a terrible person, just like you, labeled as a villain. Xiaoliang thinks, Do I really look that bad? Ai-Qin sighs. In this chaotic world, everyone is just trying to survive. You can't blame me. Xiaoliang nods slowly. Yeah, that actually makes some sense. But then, his expression shifts into a terrifying grin. So, now that you've fallen into my hands, whatever I decide to do to you is completely fair game, right? Ai-Qin turns pale. What are you going to do? Xiaoliang glares at them, laughing. Well, I haven't had fresh meat in ages. Looks like a feast today. The two children completely panic and burst into tears. He is a cannibal. No, I don't want to be eaten. Despite his scary face, Xiaoliang is secretly laughing. How dare these kids judge his looks? Learned your lesson yet? Ai-Qin shields the kids, begging, If you want to eat someone, eat me instead. They are just kids, please let them go. The little girl sobs, No, don't eat our boss. The boy bravely steps up. Adult meat tastes bad. I'm just a kid, my meat is tender. Eat me instead. Xiaoliang only wanted to scare them, not expecting this. And that's where we leave it, trust me. These scammers being so loyal somehow made him look like the actual villain. Suddenly, all right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos, as this little girl coughs violently, and her brother begs to free her before she suffocates. Xiaoliang, thinking he is too smart to be tricked, wonders if they are lying just to get freed and stab him. But seeing Xiaoling cough non-stop, his tough resolve starts to waver. This little girl is acting even better than you are. The boy screams that they aren't lying, and Sister Qin was telling the truth. Seeing their desperation, Xiaoliang hesitates to untie her immediately, quietly asking his system to scan her first. A bright light from the system wraps around her, It scans her body and warns that she has a severe internal infection that has already begun to fester. If she does not receive immediate medical treatment, she only has 3 days left to live. While they are talking, Xiaoliang suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Shocked, Xiaoliang quickly cuts her ropes. As she falls forward, Sister Qin and the boy cry out her name in panic, desperately calling for Xiaoliang. Removing her outer coat, he spots a fresh bloodstain spreading across the bandage on her chest. Seeing this, Xiaoliang curses in anger, realizing it's a gunshot wound. Who could be ruthless enough to shoot a helpless child? Sister Qin angrily blames the Thunder Legion. Looking down with sorrow, she explains that their mother was a regular customer at her shop. Now, pay attention to how this started. When the apocalypse hit, they were just buying milk tea. Having watched survival movies, she knew the situation was bad when people began tearing each other apart, prompting her to lock up immediately. Soon, news broke about the zombie virus outbreak, warning everyone to stay indoors, so the customers remained trapped inside with her. At first, they united and waited for rescue. But as food ran out, their dark human nature slowly began to show. A greedy man snatches a loaf of bread right out of the mother's hands. She cries out in utter helplessness, asking what he's doing. She tells him he already had his share, but he sneers, asking why kids should get the same portion as full-grown adults. He claims one portion is enough for all 3 of them. The mother begs him to return it, pleading that her sick daughter needs food. Looking down coldly at the sick child, he mutters that she probably won't survive another 2 days anyway. He sneers that feeding her is a waste. Suddenly, the young boy leaps forward, biting the man's arm to protect his sister's food. Furious, the man lifts him high, shouting at the brat who dared to bite him, threatening to throw him to his death to save food. The mother panics, screaming for Luo. Sister Qin steps in, quickly tripping the distracted man and sending him crashing to the floor. Catching Xiao Luo, she snaps at the man, demanding to know why he thinks he can steal limited food from others. He rages, asking if a tiny piece of bread even counts as food. He accuses her of trying to starve everyone to death. You and I both know she's right. Sister Qin tells him off, saying she owes him nothing and he can find food outside. He glares at him like the coward he is, too scared to fight zombies, only capable of bullying defenseless women and children. He curses her for talking back. Then, a middle-aged woman chimes in, complaining to the owner that they have too many people, and this tiny amount of food is simply not enough. Can you share more? Another customer agrees, promising they will pay her back double once this whole apocalyptic chaos is over. Sister Qin explains that this is a milk tea shop, not a supermarket, and she has already given them everything. But a young girl points to a room, questioning if she really did. Then why is that room locked tight? What are you hiding inside? Sister Qin calmly replies, it is just her changing room with nothing inside. But the girl refuses to believe her. She demands she open the door to prove it. Sister Qin frowns, unable to stop the hungry crowd on her own. The crowd shouts that her refusal proves she is hoarding food inside, selfishly keeping it for herself while they starve. How can she be so selfish? The children's mother steps in to stop them. She begs them to stop, pointing out they would all be dead if the kind owner hadn't taken them in. But when extreme hunger overrules reason, such emotional pleas fall on deaf ears. Someone screams that if she hadn't meddled, they would have safely gone home long ago. Another person chimes in, claiming they could have met the rescue team and evacuated to the government's safe zone if they left earlier. Sister Qin sneers at the ungrateful crowd, telling them it is not too late to leave right now. The angry man barks, asking who she thinks she is to talk down to them. The mob rushes forward to pin her down, shouting to ignore her and smash the door. The man wastes no time and begins breaking it. He snarls, threatening to make her pay if he finds any food hidden inside. After a few heavy kicks, the door flies open, revealing absolutely nothing but women's dresses. And that's where we leave them today, with the man utterly confused to find nothing but female clothes in a milk tea shop. What are all these dresses for? A bitter, middle-aged woman sneers, claiming she always knew Sister Qin wasn't a proper woman. You and I are about to see how cruel this world is, starting with people judging A Qin's clothes. A Qin angrily yells at them to stop, but suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the shop from outside. An off-road vehicle breaks the main doors, crashing directly into the shop. Bearing a gear and lightning crest on the car, a thug steps out laughing, noticing everyone inside. The terrified crowd demands to know who they are. His brutal look makes it clear they are raiders. He shouts, declaring they are the Thunderclap Legion, demanding all food if they want to live. The customer who was insulting A Qin now trembles in fear. Begging for his life, the coward points directly at A Chin, claiming she has all the supplies and is the real boss here. The Thunderclap Raiders grin sinisterly at each other, realizing there are women inside. They eye them greedily, excited to find such gorgeous women. Realizing the danger, A Chin screams for everyone to run. She grabs the two kids and runs. While on the other side, the raiders corner a young couple as the boyfriend starts weeping. Watch closely right here. This coward literally gives his girlfriend to the bandits, leaving her screaming for help. A blonde bandit chases I Chin down, grabbing her shoulder and telling her to stop running so they can have some fun. A Chin swiftly flips her wrist, pulling a hidden dagger and slashing at him with a fierce shout of anger. Caught completely off guard, the furious bandit draws his pistol and fires a shot directly at her, yelling to die. The bullet was aimed at A Chin, but little Xiaoling heroically jumps in front of her, taking the shot in her shoulder. Horrified, everyone screams her name in panic. The bandit leader furiously beats his man for firing a gun and attracting nearby zombies. To quiet things down, he ruthlessly shoots the complaining girl who had criticized I Chin earlier in the head. Realizing the danger, the boss forgets about the women and orders his gang to quickly loot everything and escape. They shoot anyone trying to escape. In the end, I Chin and the two kids are cornered against a wall, completely out of options. Suddenly, the children's mother charges forward, wrapping her arms tightly around the leader to hold him back while shouting. She yells for them to run as Xiao Luo screams. The brutal leader violently beats her head, demanding she let go. Yet she refuses to let go, begging them to run without her, or else none of them will survive this apocalypse. She begs I Chin to protect her children. Choking back tears, I Chin grabs the dazed boy and leaps through the window. Now, let's pause. This brave mother pulls the pin on the thug's grenade to save her children. A devastating explosion completely blows the entire shop to ashes. Back in the present, I Chin sits on the ground in total despair, sobbing that she promised Sister Li she would protect them, but feels absolutely useless now. Waking up, sweet Xiaoling reaches out to wipe her tears, gently telling her boss not to cry because she isn't hurting. She asks if dying means she can see her mother again, prompting I Chin to quickly reassure her she won't die. Xiao Luo panics, begging his sister not to leave him too. Hearing this heartbreaking story, even the system starts crying. Cao Xiaoliang sighs, noting they seem pitiful now, though they certainly didn't show him any mercy when they first met. He privately realizes that in this harsh wasteland, traveling with two kids is an extreme burden that heavily increases their chances of dying. Still, he respects that A Chin cared enough to keep them alive. He asks his system assistant if there are any healing medicines inside the system inventory that can save this poor dying girl. The system explains that while they exist, his current low level prevents him from unlocking the necessary high-tier inventory. Cao Xiaoliang scoffs, calling out the system for crying earlier but refusing to help now, asking it to show some flexibility. Seeing right through his tricks, the system coldly asks if he is just trying to scam a free power upgrade. Cao Xiaoliang winces, realizing his digital assistant is actually a lot sharper than he originally gave it credit for. While the system cannot bend the rules directly, it reveals an alternative loophole that might actually work for him. A secondary function allows his handmade dishes to possess unique healing properties, instantly exciting him for not mentioning this sooner. He wonders what other hidden, overpowered secrets this magical food cart is hiding from him. The system warns that healing potency scales with his level, meaning his current low-tier dishes will have to rely purely on luck. Rolling up his sleeves, Cao Xiaoliang decides he must try anyway. Staring at the eggs, flour, and oil, he brainstorms what to create. Suddenly, an idea hits him. He cracks the eggs, kneads the dough, seasons the mix, and tosses it onto the hot pan. A mouth-watering aroma fills the room, drawing I Chin's attention as little Xiao Luo drools over the delicious scent. And that's where we leave them, hoping this food can actually save the dying little girl. Let's dive into this wild apocalypse. Xiaoliang hands a warm egg waffle to Xiaoling, hoping she will try his favorite childhood snack. Smiling brightly, the sweet girl takes a big bite. It is so warm, soft, and delicious that she cannot stop chewing and praising it. But suddenly, her eyes widen as she stands right up, making Chin panic because the girl is still too weak to move. Xiaoling looks confused. Her pain is completely gone. Dumbfounded, Chin quickly checks her forehead to see if this miracle is actually real. The fever is gone, and her wounds are already closing up. Xiao Luo cheers happily, asking if his little sister is finally safe from death. It is absolute magic. But Chin notices something strange. Staring at the waffle, and asking what exactly he put inside of it. No medicine heals a fever this fast. Could this be some kind of insane superpower? Xiaoliang smirked, saying his secrets are classified. But while Xiaoling is showing improvement, she will need to eat his special treats for a long time to fully recover. Watch closely. He slyly tells them the first bite was free, but next time, he is charging a fee. Qin points to their pile of food supplies. No problem. If he cures Xiaoling, he can have every single bit of it. Xiao Luo nods in agreement, but Xiaoliang simply waves them off. He already has plenty of food and does not need their supplies. Instead, he dramatically points right at Qin and says, "I need you." Xiao Luo screams, calling him a perverted scoundrel with bad intentions. Even Xiaoling begs him to stop the treatment so he won't hurt her boss. Xiaoliang sighs, wondering what these kids are thinking. Is there seriously nothing else in their heads? He quickly explains that he only wants her to work as his food stall assistant, offering full room and board as employee benefits. Qin hesitates, turning around to discuss this with the two children. Xiao Luo whispers that although they do not know his powers, the guy seems insanely strong. Qin agrees, noting that joining him means free food, so they never have to starve again. Little Xiaoling happily nods along. Finally, they agree. Qin accepts his offer, but on one condition: she must bring Xiao Luo and Xiaoling along. You and I both know he messed up. Looking at them, Xiaoliang instantly regrets making this crazy decision. Qin pulls out a physical contract with a sly grin, claiming that even in a chaotic apocalypse, professional working conditions must be clearly written down. Xiaoliang breaks into a cold sweat, reading it working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., with 5 types of insurance, a pension, holiday pay, overtime bonuses, and even a 13th month salary. He screams in disbelief, asking why she didn't just ask for paid vacation. Ignoring his sarcasm, Qin adds that they still need to discuss benefits for the child labor she is bringing. Suddenly, a loud voice outside remarks on the delicious smell, just before a massive metal axe swings straight through the glass, shattering it completely. 4 heavily muscled thugs walk right through the door. The biggest guy sneers, noting that they actually found survivors inside. The brute, Da Zhuang, immediately glares at the snack in Xiaoling's hand, boasting about how incredibly sharp his nose is. Xiao Luo bravely blocks him, shouting that it is his sister's food, while Xiaoliang steps forward, facing Da Zhuang, who threateningly reaches for his weapon. Ready for a fight? But instead of attacking, Xiaoliang rubs his hands together with a warm smile. He tells them the kid knows nothing, introducing himself as the food stall owner, ready to cook whatever they want. Da Zhuang looks back, begging his boss for food. Their leader, Lei Hong, silently considers this before stepping forward to ask about the price of the egg waffles. Xiaoliang quickly realizes these thugs are powerful, meaning they must have plenty of valuable crystal cores. Hoping to complete his system mission, he hands over the menu with a smile. But, looking at it, Lei Hong gasped in pure shock. 10 crystal cores for a single waffle? Xiaoliang explains that in this harsh apocalypse, food is bought with lives, so this price is actually a massive bargain. Surprisingly, Lei Hong nods in agreement and generously orders 10 of them on the spot. Xiaoliang happily gets to work, but Da Zhuang warns him that if it tastes bad, he will smash him and his truck. Xiaoliang mutters that quality isn't up to him, making Lei Hong glare, demanding to know what exactly he means by that. Are you saying we won't pay? Just in time, Qin swoops in, grabbing Lei Hong's arm coquettishly and begging them not to be mad at her clumsy boss. Stunned by her sudden touch, Lei Hong's face turns bright red. Seeing her trick working perfectly, she keeps flattering him, praising his massive chest muscles and calling him a genius zombie slayer. Completely flustered by her charm, the tough leader stutters out that of course he is strong. His 3 goons laugh, teasing their boss for completely losing his mind and stuttering the moment he sees a pretty girl. Qin gently pulls him inside, saying a large order takes time, and inviting the entire gang to wait comfortably out of the cold. Nodding stiffly like a programmed robot, Lei Hong agrees. As she leads them past, Qin quickly winks at Xiaoliang. He silently applauds her talent, realizing that hiring this clever lady was an absolute masterstroke. Xiaoliang goes behind the counter and fires up the stove. His 3 goons drool as the sweet scent fills the room. Trust me, you and I can practically smell these delicious waffles. All right, you and I are jumping right into the action. Everyone takes a bite. Leo and Ivy hold their breath until Ray gasps, "So delicious." Kong is shocked it tastes just like his childhood. The blue-haired girl is deeply moved by the pure nostalgia. Another guy sighs, saying his old classmate Penny loved this. Ray tosses over a huge bag of core crystals as promised, praising him, saying, Hey boss, you actually have some serious skills. Leo happily accepts them, thanking him. Ray then asks, I see quite a few items on your menu. What else do you have besides egg waffles? He replies, tons of stuff. He lists fried chicken, skewers, spicy soup, grilled squid, hot dogs, donuts, and beer, until Ray cuts him off right in the middle. Stop talking. Give me 10 of each. Leo feels uneasy, saying he only has flour, noodles, and eggs, making these needs a lot of raw ingredients, and in times like this, they are hard to find. Ray smiles confidently. That is simple. Just name what you need, and there is nothing I cannot find. Leo frowns, thinking this guy has a massive ego. Ivy leans in closer and whispers that these guys might be doomsday merchants. If they supply us, we will never have to risk our lives searching for ingredients again. He nods, agreeing with her completely. After a quick discussion, Leo flashes a very warm, friendly smile. Boss, what are your prices for these ingredients? Can we establish a long-term partnership with you? Ivy joins in cutely, saying, give us a discount, big bro. In return, you can eat at our shop completely free of charge. Ray and Kong stare at each other, totally caught off guard by the word boss. The lackeys burst out laughing, saying their leader is indeed a boss but of a thieving business. Pay attention here, because our heroes' faces instantly drop. Ray suddenly remembers something and turns to Kong, asking why Tiger and his boys are taking so long. Kong replies that he already sent men and left markers to guide them. Outside, an off-road truck pulls up, and a panicked goon rushes inside, shouting that things have gone terribly wrong. He says Tiger's crew got thrashed. Everyone turns to the door as four heavily beaten, ragged guys limp inside, supporting each other. Leo instantly recognizes exactly who they are. He gets a terrible, sinking feeling. These punks have finally dragged themselves back. Ray is stunned by their pathetic state, one limping, another bandaged, and all covered in filth. He demands to know who dared to beat his men into this miserable condition. Tiger looks at his boss like a savior, crying that they got completely crushed and humiliated like a beaten dog. Another guy painfully lifts his arm, describing a kid running a food stall who claimed to be some kind of chosen one. Ray snaps in anger, yelling that this isn't some novel, and there is no such thing as a chosen one. Kong cracks his knuckles, fired up. You and I know exactly what is coming. Even if they exist, our boss will crush them. The lackeys sigh, gesturing to their wounds. They admit they did not believe it at first either, but that kid is bizarre. All of their attacks reflected right back, causing severe internal injuries. Ray looks at Kong, utterly confused by this reflecting power. Is the kid an awakened ability user? Kong thinks it over and shakes his head, having never heard of such an ability. Meanwhile, Ivy, having witnessed Leo's skills earlier, is completely stunned, realizing just how bizarre his powers truly are. She recalls the shocking force from his cloth, a sound wave so powerful it almost blew her away. Hearing everything, Ivy glances nervously at Leo, then anxiously at Ray. She worries that they are about to get exposed now that the entire Thunder Legion has finally tracked them here. Leo starts tiptoeing away, trying to slip out quietly. He mutters, "Time to get out of here." Suddenly, Ivy points at him, screaming, "Is that you? The traitor, you jerk." Ray shakes with rage, eyes turning red as his fury ignites. He roars, declaring that no matter who the kid is, anyone who touches Ray's men is going to die. Ivy freezes as if struck by lightning, while Leo stands completely still, not daring to move. With tears in their eyes, Lily and Toby gasp, realizing they have heard of this guy. It is Ray. Ivy steps forward to ask if he is really Ray, leader of the Thunder Legion. Kong nods, and the beaten lackey smugly asks if they are actually that famous. Ray blushes, completely forgetting his mission upon seeing a pretty girl, laughing out loud to play it cool. Before he can finish telling her to call him for help, Lily and Toby charge forward, raising their fists to hit him. Lily screams, "You are the leader of that horrible group." Toby adds, "You jerk, your men hurt my sister and mother." Ray grabs both kids, lifting them as they struggle, and asks what on earth they are raving about. "Who killed your mother?" Kong and the blonde-haired guy look completely lost. Kong rubs his head, explaining it is a misunderstanding. Even though they are bandits, they never touch women or children, and the blonde guy nods in agreement. Exactly. A moment later, Ivy explodes with spiritual energy, lunging forward with a kick toward Ray, coldly telling him that only a fool would believe his lies. Ray dodges, tossing Lily and Toby aside. Let us see how this fight ends next. All right, you and I are jumping right into a crazy moment where two kids land, but Xiao Luo is crushed under Xiaoliang. Meanwhile, Lei Hong and Ai Qin clash fiercely, A flurry of her kicks graze him, but he easily dodges every single strike. Frustrated, Ai-chin unleashes her full energy to strike. The gang cheers wildly, and the blonde guy nods, admitting she actually has some serious skill. Da Zhuang laughs, enjoying the free show, but worries their boss has a habit of holding back against women. What should they do now? They all shout encouragement, but a red-faced Lei Hong mumbles to himself that this so-called habit is literally just being terrified of girls. He blocks Ai-chin's leg and glares at his spectators, furious that these punks are just enjoying the drama instead of actually helping him. The blue-haired girl happily pipes up, telling the boss it is a psychological issue he needs to overcome himself. The chase goes on as they dodge and burn energy. But all this noise ends up attracting a mysterious creature hovering above the roof. Its massive, squirming tentacles completely block the opening, dripping gross slime onto the floor below. Cao Xiaoliang watches with amusement at this classic rival showdown, but suddenly, he panics. Counting on his fingers, he realizes he only has one chance left today. Watch this part closely, terrified. He rushes to sneakily push his cart to safety, but Ahu and the bald guy spot him. That is him. He is the chosen one. Hearing this, Lei Hong whips around to look right where his men are pointing. He grabs Ai-chin's leg and ruthlessly throws her aside. She crashes down in pain, and Da Zhuang quickly steps in to pin her arms. She struggles, but he holds firm, sighing and telling her to behave because today is going to be her absolute downfall. Lei Hong blocks Cao Xiaoliang, cracking his knuckles. He spits out, "You beat up my guys and even stole my spirit course. Nobody has played me like this in ages. Prepare to die." But Cao Xiaoliang just plays dumb, smiling with his chin resting in his hand, calling it a misunderstanding. That confident smile makes Ahu and the bald guy lose their minds. They yell in frustration, "Boss, do not listen to him. This kid is a master at playing weak to trick people. We only ended up like this because we let our guard down." Xiao Ling and Xiao Luo rush over to defend him. They shout that their big brother is definitely not weak. He is actually super powerful. Xiao Ling adds, "That is right. He is 100 times stronger than your boss." Ai-chin chimes in, saying their boss is a real man, unlike some guys who look tough but are too weak to even hit a woman. Hearing all the gossip, Lei Hong's head literally smokes with rage. Meanwhile, an annoyed Cao Xiaoliang covers his ears and begs them all to please shut up. You and I both know what is next. Lei Hong unleashes his demonic aura and charges, ready to see what the kid is made of. Fierce energy explodes as he punches the ground, instantly shattering the concrete. A terrified Cao Xiaoliang scrambles backward as cracks rip through the floor. Raging magical energy surges from the deep cracks, unleashing a wave of blistering fire that heats up the entire room. True to his name, Lei Hong is surrounded by overwhelming fire and lightning pressure. Through the thick black smoke, his massive shadow looms large. Every single breath he takes fuels the roaring flames, keeping everyone, including his own gang, at a terrified distance. After a moment, as Lei Hong's fierce anger begins to cool down, the wild flames slowly die out. Ai-chin is completely speechless, staring at how a single punch shattered solid concrete. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling and Xiao Luo huddle together in sheer terror, wondering if this guy is actually some kind of monster. Da Zhuang laughs proudly, boasting that while all awakened ones are monster-like, their big boss is easily the absolute best of the best. Ahu smugly smirks, asking if they finally realize exactly who they messed with. Cao Xiaoliang silently watches Lei Hong, completely stunned by that attack. Is this the true power of an awakened user? A single hit like that would turn his bones to dust. Before he can even recover, Lei Hong charges back in, with a fist like iron. Cao Xiaoliang quickly dodges it. Lei Hong sneers, asking him why he is just standing there dazed like an idiot. Weren't you acting super cocky earlier? Show me what you've got instead of just running away like a useless coward. He channels his spiritual energy for a finishing blow, shouting to ask who the real coward is. He unleashes a barrage of fiery punches, forcing Cao Xiaoliang to block with both arms. The sheer, overwhelming power makes him tremble as shock waves echo outward with every heavy blow. Cao Xiaoliang coughs up blood, barely surviving, but suffering severe internal damage. Lei Hong is surprised that the kid did not turn into minced meat after taking those hits. He is definitely tougher than average, making Lei Hong even more determined to crush him. Throwing more punches, he mockingly tells him he is still too weak to face him. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling and Xiao Luo cower in fear. Xiao Ling bursts into tears, pulling his shirt, crying that big brother cannot take any more. Xiao Luo asks sadly if they will ever get to eat those delicious egg snacks again. Ai-chin watches silently, scheming to steal all the food once he is beaten. Cao Xiaoliang angrily dodges Lei Hong's steel fist. He did not want to fight, but trust me, we are about to see him finally lose his temper. He yells that they are the real trash here. Lei Hong just laughs, completely unimpressed by his sudden outburst. What chosen one? You are clearly just a crazy lunatic who has read way too many web novels. You and I are diving straight into one brutal showdown. An iron fist slams into Cao Xiaoliang, pinning him against the wall, grimacing in pain. He struggles to look at Lei Hong as blood from his stomach soaks his clothes, forcing him to collapse. Clutching his bleeding wound, he slowly drags himself back up, his tattered clothes revealing a body covered in deep gashes. Struggling to walk, he knows running away is simply not an option. Going toe-to-toe with that monster is suicide. Even with a power boost, he cannot breach his defense, leaving zero chance of winning. Suddenly, he spots his vending cart. If he can just use that specific tool, the stronger the enemy attacks, the harder the recoil hits back. Without a shred of fear, Cao Xiaoliang bolts toward the cart, leaving Lei Hong completely stunned. He knows deep down there is only one shot at this. Lei Hong sneers, muttering to himself. So you finally stopped running? Now that is a real man. Now, go ahead and die. He unleashes a flurry of punches, but Xiaoliang has zero intention of fighting. He suddenly ducks, sliding right between Lei Hong's legs while shouting, "Holy crap!" Looking incredibly smooth, Xiaoliang grabs Lei Hong's pants and yanks them all the way down to his ankles. Watch closely now, this next part is absolutely hilarious. Lei Hong freezes, feeling a sudden breeze below as his pants drop, leaving the silent boss completely paralyzed in shock. Zhao Ling and Xiao Luo stand frozen, their legs shaking. Meanwhile, Lei Hong's lackeys, witnessing their boss get publicly humiliated, try desperately to hold in their laughter. A Hu and Da Zhuang quickly look away, but the blonde guy and green-haired girl burst out laughing, shouting how embarrassing it is. Xiaoliang yells in excitement. Success. Face red with pure fury, Lei Hong releases a wave of murderous intent, roaring as he charges, "I am going to destroy you." Seeing an opening, Xiao Luo spots a dagger on Da Zhuang's waist. As if possessed, the kid lunges forward and delivers a brutal strike right to Da Zhuang's crotch. Howling in agony, he shoves the silent guy aside. Xiao Luo snatches the dagger, running toward Lei Hong while screaming, "You evil monster, I will avenge my mother." Seeing this reckless move, both the silent guy and Xiao Ling panic in absolute terror. Xiao Ling screams in panic, "My God, Xiao Luo has lost his mind." Instantly, Da Zhuang raises his gun, aiming straight at the kid. "Boss, watch out," as both sides clash. Witnessing Da Zhuang target a child, Cao Xiaoliang boils with absolute rage. "You hypocrites, didn't you say you never hurt women and children?" Summoning every ounce of strength, he shoves his heavy cart toward Xiao Luo. Just as the bullet flies inches away, the heavy cart slides in to block the shot, shielding the boy. The bullet sparks off the metal with a deafening screech. Xiao Luo screams in terror, but the one in actual mortal danger now is Cao Xiaoliang. Lei Hong charges, covered in blazing fire that burns like molten lava, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Just die." You and I both know how annoying side characters can be. Defeated, Xiaoliang curses his fate, finally getting to be the main character, only for it to end like this. He bitterly thinks about those kids, proving troublemakers are the worst. Squeezing his eyes shut, he prepares for the end, but just as the fiery fist grazes his face, it suddenly halts. A massive explosion rips through the area, blowing the building to pieces. Out of the thick black smoke, Bai Feifei emerges. She steps forward, her icy glare radiating pure death as she surveys the room. Without saying a single word, she charges straight at a Hu and Da Zhuang, but her primary target is Lei Hong. With blinding speed, Bai Feifei unleashes a devastating kick directly at him. Lei Hong watches in absolute terror as her pale leg sweeps toward his face, her deathly gaze sending a clear warning to never lay a finger on Cao Xiaoliang. Staring at her chest, Lei Hong dizzily mutters, "I am hit, boys." Blushing deeply with embarrassment, his head spins as rage and confusion take over. Stuttering in shock, Cao Xiaoliang realizes she is indeed that mysterious woman. To his surprise, Bai Feifei channels her spiritual energy, sending Lei Hong flying with a kick so powerful it unleashes a torrent of force, making him gasp. That strike blasts Lei Hong straight through the wall, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire building and fills the air with thick black smoke. Bai Feifei stands tall and proud, her icy gaze fixed on the burning wreckage. Realizing the tide has turned, the green-haired girl frantically screams to her comrades, Where on earth did this woman come from? Her partner stammers in disbelief. The boss got wrecked? No way. Suddenly, the blonde guy points at Bai Fei, shouting, "Wait, isn't she the one we captured earlier? She is a zombie." Instantly, they form a battle line, loading heavy artillery and aiming straight at Bai Fei. Gunfire erupts as the blonde guy screams out his orders. "Get ready to fight, boys. Watch out and do not let her bite you." Instantly, hundreds of bullets rain down on Bai Fei like a violent storm, but with unbelievable agility. She glides through the air, dodging every single bullet without taking a scratch. Terror-stricken, the blonde guy drops his weapon, stammering, "She is too fast. This is no ordinary zombie. She must be a mutant." Leaping high, Bai Fei lands right on top of Cao Xiaoliang's cart. Da Zhuang rushes forward, brandishing a massive iron blade, as he prepares to take her on in a duel. Seeing this, Xiaoliang panics not for the girl, but for his precious cart. He screams at the top of his lungs, "If you want to fight, do it elsewhere. Do not ruin my stand." Summoning his remaining strength, he lunges forward to push his cart away, which actually helps Bai Fei easily dodge Da Zhuang's downward slash. Midst the chaos, a sniper aims at her, shouting to clear out. "You and I must wait to see what happens next. Eat lead, you monster." Leo yells as he runs over, desperately trying to stop it. "No, wait, don't." But it's too late. The gunshot rings out, and we watch the bullet fly straight at Faye on the roof. She looks at the bullet like it's a toy, easily dodging it with a sudden leap. It looks like the shot will blow up Leo's ride, but Faye actually shows some mercy. She grabs the handlebar and pulls the vehicle back just in time, saving it from the explosion. Leo almost faints from relief, happily giving her a thumbs up. The bullet hits a wall and explodes. Ray struggles to sit up from the smoking rubble, his body aching as he curses, asking who dared to sneak attack him. Before he can finish, a wooden plank flies out of nowhere and whacks his head. Ray collapses in agony, totally knocked out. Seeing this, the green-haired girl and the masked guy panic, desperately calling out for their boss. Ray, sporting a huge bump on his head, glares at his blonde lackey and yells, "Where were you aiming?" The blonde guy just scratches his head, playing dumb. Furious, Ray jumps back up to save face and orders an all-out attack on their targets. Fire. The bald thug quickly reloads, unleashing a barrage of bullets right at Leo. "Think you are the chosen one? I will turn you into Swiss cheese." Ray's entire gang opens fire, raining down hundreds of bullets. Faye is forced to seek cover, while Harrison, Leo, Luke, and Lily are absolutely scared out of their wits. Watch closely as the four of them cling together, running for their lives. Even under this heavy rain of bullets, Leo refuses to abandon his beloved vehicle, dragging it along like his life depends on it. He actually asks if his car is still fine, making Harrison yell back in frustration without even looking. "Why on earth are you worrying about that piece of junk right now?" The group is completely cornered, with absolutely no idea what to do next. Leo complains back, "They are busy fighting that zombie, so we need to run. Are we supposed to stay here and get shot?" Even though Luke is shaking with fear, he still curses out the bandits. Those scumbags deserve to get eaten alive by zombies. Meanwhile, Faye suddenly looks back at Leo's group, running away in total panic. She pouts in annoyance, thinking to herself that they sure run pretty fast. "I know what you're thinking, but wait." She grabs an iron bar, using it to deflect the incoming bullets before throwing it into the air with insane force. Spinning like a giant propeller, the iron bar cuts right through the hail of bullets, flying straight toward the enemy gang. The enemy leader gets smacked hard by the iron bar, dropping his weapon in sheer pain. Their weapons are sent spinning into the air, throwing off their aim and sending a chaotic rain of bullets all over the area. Leo, Harrison, Luke, and Lily can only huddle together behind the cart, letting out a massive sigh of relief that they are finally safe. Tyson and his men turn tail and run, not even daring to look back. At this rate, they'll get beaten up badly. One of them screams in panic to shut that stupid gun down. Getting killed by friendly fire is the absolute worst. Don't fear a strong enemy, fear a dumb ally. After a frantic exchange of fire, the gun finally lies silent on the floor. As the smoke clears, Ray's crew slowly pokes their heads out to check the area. Scattered everywhere, they try to strike all kinds of cool poses. The blonde guy cheers that the shooting stopped, while the green-haired girl wonders where she went. Their biggest question right now is, where did that zombie girl disappear to? Meanwhile, Leo's group, along with Harrison and the two kids, Luke and Lily, slowly crawl up, carefully spying on the enemy to see what they are up to. Luke and Lily cautiously report that there is no movement, letting everyone finally breathe a small sigh of relief. Leo turns to the others, urgently telling them to run while they can, but he has no idea that Faye is already standing right in front of them, her hair fluttering in the wind like a ghost. Swinging down from the cart's roof, she playfully throws a punch at Leo's face. Just wanted to scare you a bit. It is only a little joke after all. The four of them freeze in terror, thinking she is about to eat them. Moments later, they bolt away faster than a speeding train. Lily and Luke cry out, begging her not to eat kids. Instinctively, Harrison tightly grabs their hands in absolute terror. They do not even know if she is chasing them, but they yell anyway, begging her not to bite. Leo leads the escape, looking back in panic and wondering how she caught up so fast. But Faye does not actually want to eat them. She is a vegetarian zombie. Watching Leo's group run for their lives makes her laugh. It is funny, but the real danger is about to show up. A terrifying monster secretly watches their every single move, using its tangled tentacles to creep along the ceiling, staring down at Leo. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch Bai Feifei instantly sense a deadly danger creeping on the rooftop. Without a word, she darts like lightning toward Cao Xiaoliang, who is already running for his life like a madman. Cao Xiaoliang looks back over his shoulder. He screams in pure terror. Good Lord, my legs are running on autopilot here. I am crying my eyes out. We do not even have a grudge, so why are you only chasing me? Just then, massive tentacles burst through the ceiling like lightning. Thick, sticky slime rains down everywhere as the beast uses its slimy limbs to attack Cao Xiaoliang. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Someone save me." Bai Feifei stares at the hundreds of octopus tentacles in shock, but instantly snaps to, realizing her precious Cao Xiaoliang is in deep trouble. With a sharp click, Feifei accelerates, moving faster than the beast. Spared no thought for her own safety, she blocks the monster right as those tentacles are about to strike. The fearless beast simply whips out more giant tentacles, tightly wrapping around Bai Feifei and hoisting her high into the air. She struggles in pain, but it is useless. Cao Xiaoliang rushes over to help, but he cannot pull her out of the monster's tight grip. In absolute despair, Bai Feifei reaches out with helpless eyes. Cao Xiaoliang's heart completely stops. Watch closely here, because he is frozen in fear of what comes next. This giant octopus monster is seriously a major pain. Having had its fun, it pulls back its tentacles, cruelly letting Bai Feifei freefall from up high onto the freezing tile floor. Slime from the tentacles oozes through a hole in the wall, dripping onto the floor with a putrid stench. Finally, the monster decides to show itself. Swooping down like a bird, it lands majestically. Its massive, chubby body slams down with a heavy impact, nearly squashing Cao Xiaoliang flat right then and there. The giant octopus blocks out the light, emitting a strange, thick, black smoke all around them. Its glowing red eyes stare intensely at Cao Xiaoliang, burning with pure rage like two fiery orbs. Lei Hong suddenly leaps out, roaring to warn his teammates that it is a mutant beast. The team instantly takes their positions for an ambush. Rows of sniper rifles are fully loaded, ready to open fire the second Lei Hong gives the command. As soon as the command drops, heavy artillery shells explode, targeting the beast. The furious giant octopus whips its long, iron-like tentacles to form a solid, impenetrable defensive shield. In a split second, it effortlessly catches hundreds of flying bullets. Its thick skin puffs up like an armored life vest, completely blocking every single incoming attack. Bai Feifei lies motionless in a pool of blood by the wall, knocked unconscious by her severe wounds. Cao Xiaoliang and Qin rush to her side, filled with deep worry. Bai Feifei winces, gasping for air as blood completely drenches her body, draining away the last of her strength. Qin stammers, turning to Cao Xiaoliang. "It really looked like she was trying to protect you just now." Cao Xiaoliang kneels down and gently cradles Bai Feifei. Seeing her in this terrible state just to save him, his heart aches with an indescribable pain. Why would you do this? Even in her weak state, Bai Feifei recognizes his voice. Forcing her eyes open, her blood-stained, trembling hand reaches out to offer him something. In her small, blood-covered hand, she holds out an old, crumpled candy wrapper. You and I both know what that is. It is that familiar candy wrapper. And suddenly, memories flood back. He remembers their very first meeting, back when he had casually tossed that exact piece of candy to her. Taking the wrinkled wrapper, a deeply moved Cao Xiaoliang asks, "Did she come all this way just to give me this?" Bai Feifei nods weakly, only able to let out a faint grunt. Completely drained of energy, she cannot say another word as her eyes slowly close from sheer exhaustion. Xiao Luo stands nearby, eyes wide in absolute shock. Wait, can she actually understand what we are saying? Cao Xiaoliang quickly contacts his system, His voice urgent. Second brother, she is a zombie. How is she acting so much like a human? The system rapidly analyzes the biological data from Bai Feifei's body. As a stream of spiritual energy surges through her, the system runs continuous diagnostics. It then responds to Cao Xiaoliang in surprise, confirming that the target's body definitely contains the active zombie virus. Our analysis shows that certain rare evolutionary mutations can actually restore partial brain functions. This leads to intelligent behaviors on par with smart animals or a young human child of about 4 years old. Bai Feifei groans in agonizing pain, coughing violently as tears stream down her face. Filled with pity, Qin speaks up with deep concern. It looks like she is in immense pain. Xiao Luo asks innocently, "Do zombies even feel pain like we do?" Xiao Ling is equally confused, wondering, wait, is she not supposed to be dead? Countless questions swirl inside the minds of the two children. Xiao Luo scratches his head. Do zombies only die when their heads are smashed? Xiao Ling shrinks back, instantly speaking up to defend her. She is a good zombie. She does not bite, and she even saved the boss. I do not want her to die. Qin checks her wounds and sadly shakes his head. Her spine seems broken. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right. You and I are diving right into the pain as Cao Xiaoliang grips a candy wrapper, crying out because his girl became a zombie just to protect him. Running over to cradle Bai Feifei in his arms, he desperately wonders how to save her. Would a healing pill actually work on a zombie? But the system instantly delivers some bad news. This feature only works on humans. To cure other species, the host must complete quests for special items. Without a single second of hesitation, Cao Xiaoliang snaps. Fine, give me the quest. The system complies, issuing a new trial. He must retrieve a level 2 core within 24 hours. A look of fierce determination burns in his eyes. A level 2 core is worth 100 normal ones, only found inside highly evolved zombies or giant mutated beasts. Staring back at the colossal octopus towering behind them, he mutters, in other words, I just have to kill that thing. Meanwhile, Lei Hong rushes over to back up his crew as they unleash a relentless hail of gunfire at the monster. But with its massive size and skin as thick as armor, the giant beast seems completely immune to their attacks. Dozens of massive tentacles shield its front, swatting away incoming shells. Hu Dazhuang groans in frustration, yelling that the creature is too big for bullets to even dent. A bald thug steps up carrying a massive cannon, shouting, "Let me handle this." He fires an absolutely massive rocket that streaks through the air, heading straight for the beast's giant head. Sensing the incoming danger, the giant monster wraps dozens of tentacles around itself, creating an impenetrable fortress of flesh to block the blast. Through a tiny gap, its blood-red eyes gleam with pure, sinister cunning. The tension in the air instantly spikes to a suffocating level. Now, watch closely. Everyone holds their breath, fully expecting the massive shell to blow the beast to pieces. But instead, those thrashing tentacles coil tightly around the missile, trapping it. The giant octopus stands completely still, as if mockingly daring them to try harder. The thug who fired the shot assumes the dumb beast is done for, smugly bragging that if this blast doesn't blow it to pieces, he'll quit being a human. Standing behind them, Lei Hong feels a sudden jolt of worry. With his years of battle experience, he knows things are never this easy. Panic sets in. Why is there no explosion? Up front, the two lackeys stare down at their weapons in absolute, mind-numbing confusion. Is it possible the weapon jammed? But suddenly, the massive monster begins to twitch. It glares down at the tiny humans with glowing, hellish red eyes, oozing pure arrogance. As its tentacles slowly unfurl, a massive wave of pitch-black smoke billows out like ink, completely engulfing the entire battlefield. The beast slowly stands up, using its massive tentacles like legs to tower over them like a massive, mobile fortress of death. What is it planning? Now pay attention here. The smoke clears, revealing the shell sitting harmlessly inside its giant maw, completely neutralized. The Dash's Galers is now being held in its mouth like a harmless toy. Horrified by the sight, Hu Dazhuang screams to reload the weapon, but his terrified teammate just stammers, completely paralyzed by sheer panic. Staggering forward, Lei Hong stares with a wide-open mouth, gasping in disbelief that the creature literally swallowed the entire shell. Talk about a plot twist. The beast almost seems to mock them as it clamps down. Suddenly, multiple giant tentacles lash out like massive hydraulic whips. One after another, the heavy limbs slam into the squad, brutally blasting everyone into the dirt. Swept away like dry leaves in a hurricane, Lei Hong and his crew are thrown into absolute chaos. The massive beast then spews a flood of foul, green slime that burns like boiling lava. The acidic goop spreads rapidly, gluing down anyone it touches. Lei Hong's men scream in agony as the burning substance eats through them. A blonde fighter gets sprayed right on his arm. His flesh instantly starts blistering and sizzling, rapidly rotting away before his eyes. The bald thug gets hit too. The toxic slime coats his back, melting right through his clothes as he screams in agony. Watching his men get brutally melted, Lei Hong boils with rage, roaring a warning that the green liquid is highly corrosive. Thinking fast, Lei Hong grabs a massive stone slab and slams it down as a makeshift shield, desperately protecting his team from the monster's relentless spit. The heavy stone barrier becomes their only cover. Lei Hong holds the line with sheer grit, waiting for the others to regroup behind him. Soon, Hu Dazhuang and another survivor scramble behind the slab for cover, but the monster keeps pouring endless toxic acid right onto their crumbling hiding spot. Using his inhuman strength, Lei Hong bears the weight of the massive slab on his back, slowly moving forward. Hu Dazhuang curls up and covers his head in pure terror. Suddenly, a massive tentacle whips forward, slamming violently against their stone barrier. The beast repeatedly smashes the barrier with brute force, trying to shatter their defense. Corrosive slime seeps through the cracks as the pressure grows. A foul stench fills the air, and thick smoke rises from the melting stone. Hu Dazhuang breaks into cold sweat. He panics and screams that the stone is already starting to melt, while Lei Hong, though his entire body is trembling violently, desperately holds the slab up to protect them. He roars in fury at both the beast and his useless men, screaming for them to help support him, leaving us wondering if they'll survive this nightmare. All right, you and I are about to watch a total beast of a monster completely overwhelm our veteran warrior, Lei Hong. No matter how strong he is, survival is looking downright impossible. Shaking violently, his hands losing control and his legs giving out, Lei Hong suddenly collapses under the monster's crushing pressure. The massive boulder can't even hold up, getting instantly pierced clean through by the beast's giant tentacle. A deafening blast echoes from above as a colossal tentacle, towering like a pillar of heaven, slams violently into the ground. One of Lei Hong's men gets caught by the tentacle and dragged high up into the air. Constricting its prey, the beast heads toward the gaping hole in the ceiling to finish him off, while the panicked lackey screams for his boss to save him. Unable to let go of the boulder, Lei Hong's heart fills with dread. Watching the monster retreat, he sighs in sheer helplessness and curses. Left with no choice, Lei Hong resolves to save his comrade, gathering his remaining strength as a surge of fiery aura erupts around him. Facing the terrifying pressure radiating from the beast, Lei Hong roars, channeling his energy to lift the giant boulder and hurl it at the enemy, forcing it to drop his ally. As the rock flies like a meteor, Lei Hong moves like lightning, instantly appearing right before the octopus monster for a direct clash. Looking tiny against the beast, he slips through its defense, grabs a tentacle, and yells that he is going to rip it apart. Lei Hong presses his hands onto its body, unleashing his divine energy, but after struggling wildly, he cannot even scratch a single inch of its skin. He curses inwardly, "Damn it, this slimy fluid is too slippery to grip properly." Annoyed by his antics, the beast smacks Lei Hong away with a massive tentacle. He screams in pain and watch closely, because things are about to get much worse. Without stopping, the monster sprays toxic fluid from its tentacles like giant fire hoses. Shocked and completely paralyzed inside his energy shield, Lei Hong reaches his absolute limit, passes out, and slowly falls straight down toward the hard ground. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears. Cao Xiaoliang, wrapped in a protective suit, charges toward the octopus beast with a cold, focused look. Taking advantage of its distraction, he runs along a tentacle to flank it from behind. Cao Xiaoliang's eyes glow a deep, brilliant blue as a wave of immense power surges through his entire body. Despite the endless barrage of toxic spray, he dodges gracefully. Lei Hong's men slowly get up, watching with their jaws dropped in shock. They whisper in disbelief, asking how that kid is completely unharmed, and if it is an awakening. Having landed safely, even Lei Hong cannot believe his eyes. It is impossible. There are absolutely no traces of power radiating from him. Suddenly, he remembers something, shouting, "Could he really be a monster?" The beast treats Cao Xiaoliang like easy prey, constantly swinging its massive tentacles, but he dodges every strike in a flawless, fluid dance. The beast cannot touch him. Now, pay attention to this pivot. Cao Xiaoliang leaps high, targeting the tentacle right ahead, unleashing his divine strength. He moves faster than light, pulling off an action movie stealth move and vanishing without a trace in a split second. A chilling aura suddenly fills the room. Clenching a knife, fueled by burning rage, Cao Xiaoliang dives right under the beast, aiming for the artillery shell stuck in its mouth, shouting that this is it. He stabs his blade into the shell in a do-or-die gamble, making everyone realize he is truly the chosen one. Triggered by his sharp blade, the heavy artillery shell instantly sparks with intense energy and successfully detonates. A deafening blast rings out as raging flames wrap around the beast, completely tearing it apart in an earth-shattering explosion. The inferno grows, filling the sky with thick black smoke as bloody chunks of the monster rain down everywhere. The remaining roasted carcass of the giant octopus lies motionless in pools of blood, releasing a horribly pungent stench into the air. As the smoke clears, Cao Xiaoliang removes his suit with a satisfied smile, noting that this raincoat-like gear worked pretty well. He is extremely pleased with his handy gadget, which perfectly shielded him from the shockwave of the blast. High-tech gear is truly amazing. Calling out to his system, he asks if he can get a few more next time. The system chuckles at the silly request, replying that rewards are random, but good performance always brings plenty of chances. Remembering his main quest now that the beast is dead, Cao Xiaoliang begins digging through the pile of rotting flesh. Underneath the slime, he pulls out a warm, glowing golden object, cheering happily that he finally found exactly what he needed. A level 2 core, the system announces, congratulating the host on completing the quest. For securing the level 2 core, he receives an unlimited use instant healing candy, along with a bonus guidebook on post-apocalyptic cooking. Staring at the book, Cao Xiaoliang asks in confusion what a cookbook is even useful for. The system explains that many mutated creatures and plants in the wasteland can actually be eaten once the virus is removed. But normal people do not know this, and we wouldn't dare either. Let's dive in. This book details their anatomy and how to cook them. A must-have for anyone wanting to run a food stall in the apocalypse. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang calms down and gladly takes the reward, putting it away. But first, he has to save a life. He rushes over to the weak Bai Fei, gently lifts her head, and feeds her the crystal core he just earned. Bai Fei frowns as she struggles to swallow it, but just a few seconds later, her eyes suddenly snap wide open. Her weakened body is fully healed. She happily stands up, stretching and showing off her moves with total confidence. Xiaoling beside them cheers excitedly, crying out that she is alive again. Watching this, Yin Hong gets an uneasy feeling, gulping as she realizes this guy defeated a mutated octopus all on his own. The more she thinks, the more confused she gets. One minute he is terrified, the next he is a totally different person. Is he hiding his strength? After dancing around, Bai Fei looks up at Cao Xiaoliang, pointing to her mouth with a cute squeak, like she is waiting for something. Seeing her silly antics, Cao Xiaoliang snaps at her in total frustration, asking if she is really that obsessed with playing this game. Hearing this, Xiaoling runs over with sparkling eyes, asking what game they are playing. As Xiaoling begs to join, Yin Hong watches Cao Xiaoliang, secretly thinking this guy looks totally unreliable. Now pay attention here, because this is hilarious. Cao Xiaoliang pulls out his old trick, tossing candy behind Bai Fei to make her play fetch like a puppy. Xiaoling beams with joy, clapping along like she is watching a hilarious comedy show. Watching them fool around, Yin Hong can't help but smile, thinking this guy Long Ye might actually be trustworthy. But Xiao Luo remains on guard, sneaking up behind Xiaoling to whisper a warning to stay away. He glares at Bai Fei with deep suspicion. She is a zombie. Is she really safe? Suddenly, Bai Fei turns around and locks eyes with them, staring warmly, especially at the adorable and chubby Xiaoling. She flashes a friendly smile to show she is harmless, but Xiaoling just freezes in fear, some snack crumbs still stuck to her cheek. Suddenly, Bai Fei pounces and licks the crumbs right off Xiaoling's cheek. The little girl giggles from the tickling, but check this out. Bai Fei then licks her lips, staring hungrily at Xiao Luo, scaring him half to death. She lunges forward with open arms. Pale as a ghost, Xiao Luo bolts, screaming at the top of his lungs. His soul practically leaves his body as he yells, asking if she has any shame since he is a boy. Xiaoling just giggles from behind, teasing her brother for blushing. Suddenly, Lei Hong shouts and storms over to Cao Xiaoliang, desperately asking if he can use those incredible healing powers to save his dying brothers. Cao Xiaoliang looks down at Hu Dazhuang and the bald guy groaning on the floor, clutching their bloody arms burned by the octopus venom. Another henchman is already out cold. Looking closely at Hu Dazhuang's wound, it looks absolutely horrific. The flesh is rotting away, exposing the bone like acid damage. His internal organs are likely heavily damaged too. A massive hole in his arm exposes the bone, showing a truly horrific infection. Lei Hong nods urgently, begging him to heal them. But Cao Xiaoliang just glares back, asking if he seriously thinks he can order him around. He stands up, crossing his arms, reminding them of how badly they beat him up earlier and questioning why he should help. Understanding his hint, Lei Hong doesn't play games, straight up asking how many crystal cores he wants. Hearing about crystal cores, Cao Xiaoliang's eyes instantly light up, his attitude shifting into a very sly, greedy smile. But just as he prepares to name his price, a heavy hand suddenly slaps onto his shoulder. Yin Hong coldly tosses him aside, his dramatic screams echoing loudly through the empty ruins. Yin Hong barks at Lei Hong that no amount of payment will buy his help. The kids immediately back her up, shouting that these bandits are nothing but evil, heartless killers. Lei Hong sighs heavily, explaining that they have rules, and they never kill innocent people who cannot even defend themselves. He squints and shakes his head, claiming that if their mother really died by his gang's hands, she probably was not innocent either, instantly enraging the siblings. Holding the crying kids, Yin Hong snaps at Lei Hong, telling him to stop making pathetic excuses for his crimes. She accuses him of lying just to get his men healed before turning on them. But as she yells, Cao Xiaoliang steps between them, casually mentioning that the bandit leader might actually be telling the truth. Yin Hong and the kids freeze in utter disbelief, shouting out in anger at his words. After catching his breath, Cao Xiaoliang pulls out a torn, old red headband, asking Xiao Luo if this fell out of his pocket. Xiao Luo's eyes widen as he gasps that this is indeed the killer's mark. Trust me, things are about to get wild. He always carried it to remember their faces. By the way, you and I are tracking the one-eyed killer of his mother, a middle-aged man in a red headband who looks just like Lei Hong. Cao Xiaoliang handed over a recovered dagger, asking if this was the weapon they used. Comparing the evidence, the symbols on the headband and dagger were similar, but pointed in opposite directions. Qin held the knife and examined it closely, noticing key differences. Xiao Luo sighed in disappointment, seeing this one looked way flashier. Xiaoling inspected the emblem on the headband, mocking that it looked like a drawing by an elementary schooler. Standing nearby, Lei Hong overheard them dissing his group's logo and turned red with fury. What? Simple drawing? This is called a bold and unrestrained style. If you guys do not understand it, then keep quiet. Cao Xiaoliang sighed, trying to keep the peace. He explained that many bandit gangs often steal other people's identities to commit crimes. Looking at Qin, he claimed the gang they met was definitely fake. Hearing this, Qin, Xiao Luo, and Xiao Ling gasped in shock, finally seeing the truth. He expressed deep sympathy, though his frustration was still very clear. No wonder we were randomly ambushed back then, as if we had some ancient blood feud. A third party was playing us all along. Xiao Luo fumed, realizing how easily they were played. Let's pay attention here. It turns out those imposters weren't the real Thunderbolt Legion after all. Those dirty scammers. Xiao Ling looked up at her brother with teary, resentful eyes. So who do we target for our revenge now? The poor kids were drowning in the grief of losing their mother. Qin knelt down, looking at them gently to comfort their aching hearts. Revenge is not a burden you two should carry. More than anything, your mother would want you to live healthy and happy lives. Xiao Luo and Xiao Ling stared at Qin in silence, their eyes still filled with sadness. Just then, Hu Dazhuang, covered head to toe in white bandages, marched forward in a rage. How dare those bastards ruin our reputation like that? If I find them, I will chop them into 100 pieces. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, his anger worsening his severe injuries. Lei Hong's eyes widened in sheer panic as he watched his beloved subordinate collapse. Supporting him, he turned to Cao Xiaoliang, begging him, "Now that everything is cleared up, can you please heal my brothers? They cannot wait. They will die if we wait." Cao Xiaoliang nodded, but demanded his pay first. Sure, 10 beast cores per person is a steal, Lei Hong instantly agreed, tossing over a bag of cores. No problem, cash on delivery. Cao Xiaoliang happily ordered him to step aside, promising it would be quick. But looking at his cart, several eggs were smashed, leaking golden yolks everywhere. Cao Xiaoliang stared at the mess, absolutely heartbroken over his ruined eggs, as if he had lost a priceless treasure. And yes, we both remember his crazy fight with the Thunderbolt Legion. Glancing shyly at Lei Hong, he gave a goofy smile. Well, since things went sideways, how about I return your cores? Lei Hong went red with rage, roaring, "Are you mocking me?" Cao Xiaoliang scratched his head, quickly pushing his cart away. "Come on, of course not. I just wanted to break the ice with a quick joke." Inside, he cried, thinking, with all my eggs gone, how can I make egg rolls now? Being a good guy really brings bad luck. Shaking off his grief, Cao Xiaoliang took out his newly unlocked recipe book and flipped through the pages. His eyes lit up as if he had struck gold when he found the perfect recipe. Playtime is over. Time to save some lives. He laughed triumphantly and shut the book. Perfect. All he had was flour, oil, and basic seasonings. After racking his brain, he cheered. Got it. He rushed to the mutant octopus carcass, sliced off the best chunk, and hauled it away. He carefully peeled off the slimy skin and suckers, leaving only the clean meat. He then marinated it with spices to remove the fishy odor and rinsed it. The snowy white meat was revealed, diced up, and mixed with flour to create a smooth, thick batter. He stirred and stirred until a pot of highly fragrant octopus batter was finally ready. He poured the batter onto a sizzling grill, flipping them to a perfect golden brown before adding fresh tomato sauce and creamy salad dressing. It looked like a masterpiece. As for the soul of the dish, he used finely mashed potatoes instead. Tada! The steaming hot, mouth-watering takoyaki was fresh off the grill. Cao Xiaoliang proudly declared, "It is done." He brought the dish to Lei Hong's crew, promising it would heal them instantly. But the bald and blonde henchman screamed in terror, realizing he cooked a mutated octopus. "What on earth are you doing? Making us eat this monstrosity? You must want us to die even faster." But Lei Hong was completely captivated by the delicious aroma, taking deep sniffs. "Can we actually eat this thing?" Cao Xiaoliang shook his head with a sigh. "Have you ever read martial arts novels? Wherever there is a venomous snake, the antidote is nearby. I already took the course, so no refunds. Eat it or don't." Desperate and in pain, Hu Dazhuang sniffed it and decided to risk it. He popped the food into his mouth, thinking that even if he dies, he should enjoy his last meal. Suddenly, Hu Dazhuang froze and transformed. "Trust me. You and I are going to want to see why." He clutched his stomach, coughing violently. "You and I are jumping right into a panic as the lackeys scream, with Lei Hong furiously warning Cao Xiaoliang, "If anything happens to my brother, you will pay." Before he can act, Bai Feifei suddenly leaps in to block Lei Hong. He backs away in terror, stammering, "Do not come near me." Meanwhile, Hu Dazhuang covers his mouth, groans, and suddenly explodes with excitement. This is delicious. He feels like he is floating, describing the soft, cloud-like batter and the chewy, fresh octopus. Every bite feels like spirits dancing on his tongue, a wave of ocean flavor washing over his very soul. He smacks his lips, praising, "This is absolutely out of this world." His reaction leaves the bald guy and the blonde guy completely bewildered, asking, "Is it really that good? Can this thing be so delicious?" Instantly, Lei Hong and his men rush over to Cao Xiaoliang's food cart, fighting to order. "Forget it, I want some too. Give me a portion." Xiaoliang tells them to stay calm as they eat, crying tears of pure joy. Crying out that it is too good, they feel incredibly blessed. Quickly, the blonde guy brings a piece of takoyaki over to Ahu. "Ahu, you have to try this too." Ahu snatches it, chewing greedily as if swallowing the very stars from the sky. He screams with sparkling eyes, "My wounds are healing, and the pain is totally gone. This is a miracle." Pay close attention to this. He lifts his shirt to show his six-pack, revealing even his old scars are gone before asking if the octopus did this. Cao Xiaoliang stands there speechless, not knowing how to answer. "Ahu." He forces a laugh. "Well, I added a little extra seasoning to yours as a special gift." But inside, he is panicking. "Oh no, this is a massive system bug. My current strength is nowhere near it. If these guys find out about the system, they might kidnap me and exploit me until I die." Lost deep in his anxious thoughts, Cao Xiaoliang does not even hear someone calling his name. Suddenly, he flinches away, bracing himself and wondering if he is busted. But it is just Lei Hong, patting his shoulder with eyes full of gratitude. "I did not realize you were actually such a decent guy." Cao Xiaoliang silently thanks the heavens that this big guy is simple-minded and easily fooled. Laughing, he says, "So, about that partnership we discussed earlier?" Lei Hong nods. "I will think about it." But his lackeys immediately object, shouting, "Boss, do not listen to this guy." "Exactly. We got hurt because of him, so he is the one who should take responsibility for this." Cao Xiaoliang fires back. "You guys tried to rob my food cart. Am I not allowed to fight back?" Lei Hong's gang bursts out laughing, as if hearing a joke. The blonde guy offers a logic that is both ridiculous and absurd, saying, "We are bandits. Seeing you with so much food, of course, we had to rob you. Everyone must show dedication to their job, you know?" Ahu chimes in, "We call this professional ethics. Unbelievable, right?" Lei Hong just laughs and nods, saying, "Exactly." Cao Xiaoliang points at Bai Feifei, questioning them, Then what about her? Didn't you guys say you never rob women and children? He runs over to Bai Feifei's side to lecture them. Even if she turned into a zombie, she is still a girl. You shoved her in a sack. What were you planning? Lei Hong's men look around nervously, in every direction, shouting in unison that they did absolutely nothing to her. We haven't even touched her. The bald guy blushes. Who told her to be so beautiful? We only did it for our boss. Cao Xiaoliang smirks triumphantly. The truth is finally out. Wait, what kind of weird fetish is this anyway? Ni Qin covers her mouth in shock, crying out that they won't even spare a zombie. How disgusting. Xiao Luo covers Xiao Ling's ears, telling her not to listen. Hu Dazhuang looks at Lei Hong shyly. Oh, boss? And the other lackeys burst into laughter. I saw our boss talking privately to someone earlier, turns out. Lei Hong turns red, screaming in frustration. This is slander. I am totally innocent. He shakes his head violently, denying everything. Angrily glaring at the three smart Alex, Lei Hong barks. What is going on here? Tell me now. The blonde guy hesitates before confessing. You guys are getting it all wrong. We planned and did this whole thing ourselves. Ah Hu looks sorrowful with teary eyes. Our boss gets so shy around pretty girls, he has never even had a girlfriend before. We wanted to find a beautiful zombie for you to interact with, hoping it might cure your fear of women. Boss, the bald guy chimes in. We really had good intentions. Furious, Lei Hong rushes over and starts throwing punches at them, yelling, good intentions, my foot. How could you even come up with such a crazy idea? Do you think I am some kind of creep? The blonde guy cries. I told you boss was not like that. We almost died for nothing, boss. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, warning him that the quest time limit has officially run out. It urges the host to quickly hire an employee to complete the quest. Cao Xiaoliang looks at the notification in panic. So fast? Has it really been 24 hours? He wonders. Since he already hired the landlady as an employee, shouldn't the quest be completed by now? The system calmly drops a bombshell. It does not count yet. Hiring an employee requires a signed contract between both parties, and they must wear a special uniform to be valid. Cao Xiaoliang leaps up in shock. An employee uniform? He imagines endless sexy maid, doctor, and bunny outfits. Trust me, you do not want to miss this. Get ready, because this is about to get wild. He gets excited, hoping for a system, but as if reading his mind, the system side-eyes him, warning, please do not get any funny ideas. Host, we are a respectable system, and we do not provide those outfits. Cao Xiaoliang grins mischievously, but when he sees the extremely conservative maid outfit that is nothing like his imagination, a flock of crows flies over his head. He mutters, is this really just a basic uniform? All that excitement for nothing. Handing the uniform to Lord Qin with a pitiful look, he explains that he forgot to mention it earlier. Working at this shop requires a clean, neat, and highly recognizable look, so customers can easily spot them. These three outfits are for you guys. Lord Qin and Xiao Luo look at the clothes, their faces twisting in dread. Xiao Luo whines in frustration, asking if even kids like them have to wear this. What a drag. But Xiao Ling happily admires her new dress, getting totally excited just because it is a brand new outfit. Cao Xiaoliang speaks up to remind them, since everyone has their new clothes now, they should change right away. Right there in broad daylight, Lord Qin carelessly lifts his shirt to change. Cao Xiaoliang quickly stops him, pointing toward a hidden corner, and says seriously, no need to rush. There are too many people here. Change inside. Watch closely as they shake their heads, swallowing hard, telling him not to worry about minor details. Lord Qin completely ignores him and puts on the tight white shirt. But because of that oversized chest, Lord Qin struggles and complains. This outfit is too tight. It is practically suffocating me. Is there a larger size? Witnessing this stunning view, Lei Hong cannot handle the heat. His nose erupts, and he passes straight out, leaving his panic-stricken minions screaming. Boss, the boss fainted. Cao Xiaoliang furiously rushes over, shielding Lord Qin while yelling at him to have some decency. Closing his eyes, suddenly a soft object lands right on his head. He looks up and catches something that feels like a soft bun or a potato, muttering in curiosity, what is this? Before looking at Lord Qin in utter shock. Oh my god, that is a muscular body with a solid six-pack. He screams, are you playing with me? Surprise, surprise. It turns out they are actually the exact same gender. Lord Qin strips off the rest of his gear, smiling calmly at Cao Xiaoliang. Scared out of his mind and weak in the knees, he stares at the guy in heartbreak, stammering, you, as if falling from heaven. He screams, "You are a grown man. Why wear this and confuse everyone?" Lord Qin laughs out loud, cheerfully replying, "I never once said I was a girl, so why are you so incredibly shocked?" The blonde guy drops his jaw in disbelief, asking, "Is it to act weak and lure the enemy in?" Ahu enthusiastically praises, "That is absolutely brilliant." Lord Qin shyly rubs his head, proud, saying, "No, it is just a personal hobby." Xiao Luo is not even surprised, whispering to Xiao Ling, "Boss says this is called cross-dressing as a master." Xiao Ling nods, adding, "Boss loves beautiful dresses the most. He has tons, but too bad he could not bring them." We all feel his pain here. He blames him, calling Lord Qin a total scammer. His dreams of a beautiful female employee, sexy uniforms, and office romance have completely vanished into thin air. Hearing this, Lord Qin instantly gets it and snaps back, calling him a total pervert. But before he can grieve, the system suddenly starts a countdown. "Please complete the quest quickly. Host, do you confirm hiring this candidate?" Cao Xiaoliang cheers up, excitedly asking, "Do I even have another choice here?" After a moment, he looks at the pre-drafted employment contract for Lord Qin. Reluctantly, he signs the confirmation with a grimace. Bai Feifei stands happily nearby as he hands the contract to Lord Qin, asking him to sign right here. Cao Xiaoliang almost drops the paper, caught in a dilemma as he looks away. Lord Qin glares at him with resentment, asking, "What is with that face? If not for the food, who would ever want to work for you?" Cao Xiaoliang looks at the contract, sighing internally at the system's forced choice. Other guys get a beautiful harem and rise to the peak. But here he is, raising kids with another man. Lord Qin quickly grabs the pen to sign the contract, thinking nothing could be more tragic than this. But suddenly, Bai Feifei flies in out of nowhere, snatches the contract in her mouth before Lord Qin can finish signing, and bolts. Cao Xiaoliang and Lord Qin watch in total daze as he screams, "You have got to be kidding me." Despite their shock, Bai Feifei tightly holds the paper and runs off. Cao Xiaoliang desperately tries to pry the contract out of Bai Feifei's small mouth, screaming, "You cannot eat this." The contract is now covered in tiny bite marks. Bai Feifei stands there blankly as the system suddenly announces that the signing is complete. A massive surge of divine energy wraps around Bai Feifei. Her eyes glow brightly, radiating a strange and powerful aura. In a flash, she transforms into a stunning maid, looking as gorgeous as a painting. Cao Xiaoliang stands there, completely helpless, crying out to the heavens. He screams at the top of his lungs, "I do not want to work with a zombie." Sometime later, Lord Qin still holds a grudge, complaining that Cao Xiaoliang has zero taste for choosing a zombie worker over a beauty like him. He proudly states his terms, but because of the contract compensation fee, "I will let it slide this time." Cao Xiaoliang smiles on the outside, but inside his soul is shattered. Since the contract was never signed, where is the money coming from? "You guys are forcing me. If I do not pay up, you will destroy my car." He looks at the ruins and sighs, "This place is unlivable. What will you do next?" Lord Qin happily replies that he already talked to the Thunder Corps. "Trust me, we are in for one hell of a ride. Let's dive into this wild journey." As the kids hug their pillows, ready to go, Xiao Luo grinned, boasting that Lei Hong would teach him how to fight so he could protect his boss and sister. Cao Xiaoliang chuckled, thinking that even though they were bandits, they were decent people who would keep the kids safe. Xiao Ling ran over, tugged his shirt, and handed him Bai Feifei's lost ID card. She found it when her sister changed clothes. Looking at the name, Xiaoliang realized her name was Bai Feifei, and this was her staff badge. He simply could not look away. Lei Hong handed Xiaoliang a map, sincerely offering him a safe haven if they ever got into trouble at their temporary base. Xiaoliang looked at the map in total shock. It was the Linyu Qingshan prison, a place built to trap criminals. He shook his head in respect, while Lei Hong laughed and slapped his shoulder. "Trust me, this former prison is now the absolute safest place around." Master Qin eagerly ran over and hugged Lei Hong, praising his brilliance and asking for a private room. His fear of women instantly triggered. Lei Hong bolted away from the crossdresser, screaming for someone to find the man some male clothes. Master Qin chased after him, shouting that fashion was all about freedom, and he simply preferred wearing women's clothing. As the group finally drove off, Xiao Ling and Xiao Luo waved back at Xiao Liang with sweet, clear voices. The Thunderclap Legion waved warmly, yelling for him not to get eaten by zombies before they visited again. Feeling a warm rush in his chest, Xiao Liang smiled and waved them goodbye. He stared at Bai Feifei's staff ID and sighed. He had no idea what the future held, but he had to try. Turning to ask her to look out for him, he suddenly froze in shock. Wait, where on earth did she go? He looked around, only to find her climbing onto his beloved supply cart, gnawing on something. He shrieked in absolute panic. Her chewing sounds and his desperate screams echoed loudly through the deserted, empty city. Fei was biting down hard on the cart's wooden beam. Furious, Xiaoliang rushed over, trying to pull her away, yelling that it was not food, but she stubbornly growled, refusing to let go. He yanked so hard that the handlebar snapped off, causing the entire cart to collapse. He stared at the wreckage in sheer horror. I know what you're thinking, but look at how innocently she's sitting there. Xiaoliang realized the cart's durability feature had not even been activated yet, so he quickly contacted the system, complaining it was defective, demanding a replacement. The system urged him to stay calm while it checked with the higher-ups, but then it sadly announced the request was rejected, leaving a frustrated Xiaoliang to scream why. The system explained the protection feature only guards against external threats, meaning it does not work against internal staff. Since Fei is an employee, the host must take full responsibility for any damage she causes. Xiaoliang roared in anger, asking why it did not tell him sooner, wishing he had chosen a crossdresser over this human husky. Heartbroken, he sat by the wrecked cart, crying out, wondering how on earth he was supposed to fix it. The system cheerfully appeared, saying a shop upgrade was just 100 points away, which would easily fix his broken items. Too impatient to let it finish, Xiaoliang urged, asking what they were waiting for. A loud chime rang, as the system gave him 24 hours to gather 500 pounds of edible meat. Deep in thought, he realized finding 500 pounds of meat in an apocalypse was borderline impossible. Suddenly, his eyes lit up in excitement as he remembered a massive nearby chicken farm. Flipping through his cookbook, he learned mutated chickens actually had very low combat power. The virus only gathers in the brain and organs, meaning the breast and thigh meat are totally safe and high in protein. He pumped himself up, but a giant mutated rooster suddenly went red-eyed, letting out a deafening battle screech. Hiding behind a rock, Xiaoliang figured they were just bigger chickens, but he needed to lure them out and defeat them one by one. He glanced at Fei, knowing it was finally time to use her. Xiaoliang carefully acted out his master plan, asking if she fully understood the complex strategy. Fei nodded happily, so he rushed into the flock and shouted for Xiao Bai to take action. Gripping a wooden plank, she leaped forward but completely forgot the plan, charging straight back toward him instead. And that's where we leave him, screaming that this is definitely not a game. Let's dive into this crazy scene where a flock of chickens suddenly detects something off. They glare with murderous intent and charge right at Bai Fei, who scrambles up to the attic in sheer terror. Cao Xiaoliang backs away in pure panic. It is over for him as he runs for his life with a giant mutated rooster, hot on his heels, relentlessly pecking at him, while he screams for someone to save him. A sharp beak bites his butt as he runs, screaming about those deadly claws. One swipe shatters the floor, and the giant rooster quickly catches up. A solid fence blocks his way ahead with no escape. Cao Xiaoliang pushes his limits, sprinting toward the barrier, only to find a hole someone previously dug out. I am saved, he thinks, diving through the hole to escape safely. Cao Xiaoliang catches his breath in the pit, his heart pounding as the roosters swarm the metal fence like a pack of rabid zombies, furiously scratching at it. They glare at him with absolute hatred and dig frantically. Holding his breath, he leans back exhausted, thinking he would have been pecked to death without this hole. Suddenly, a slimy liquid drips onto his hand. He panics, wondering what on earth this gross stuff is. It is so sticky and disgusting. Looking up, he is shocked to see broken eggshells scattered everywhere. Why are there so many eggshells? He trembles as the terrifying truth hits him. This is a mother hen's nesting ground. Now pay attention, because a massive shadow suddenly blocks out the light. Cao Xiaoliang looks up to see a monstrous mother hen, with blood-red eyes diving straight at him like a missile. Terrified out of his mind, he desperately scrambles out of the nest. That mutated mother hen is not playing, and the wild chase is back on. Cao Xiaoliang runs like wind, screaming about his terrible luck of landing in her nest. Praying for mercy, he runs for his life, desperately wondering why his elasticity ability had to fail him at a crucial moment like this. The hen pecks at him relentlessly while he clutches his bruised behind and screams in agony. The hen struts around, gloating with a smug look that basically says, "Do you finally fear my power now?" Backed against the fence with nowhere left to run, Cao Xiaoliang gasps for air, terrified that those baby chicks will soon come for revenge. The hen steps closer, aiming its razor-sharp beak straight at his crotch. Biting his lip, he yells, You dirty bird. Just as it strikes, Cao Xiaoliang pulls off a masterclass yoga dodge, frantically praying his precious family jewels stay safe. I have not even used them yet, he yells, leaping up to wrap his legs around the hen's neck. Take my leg spin, he yells. You and I are watching a literal man versus chicken deathmatch. As he wraps his flexible body around its neck, he grins proudly, thinking he has won, but the hen suddenly glares with furious eyes. Cao Xiaoliang gasps. It is still alive. It hurls him into the air as he screams for his life, but miraculously lands right on its back. It runs wildly, making him dizzy enough to throw up. After 77-49 wild spins, the hen snaps its neck and flings him off. Cao Xiaoliang quickly grabs its tail, screaming in terror for someone to fix its broken neck, because it looks absolutely horrific. The scene shifts to a forest, where a military vehicle slowly rolls forward. A voice crackles over the radio asking Team 3 for an update, since Teams 1 and 2 have made it back. It turns out a squad is contacting command. An anxious soldier on the radio replies that they are on their way and should arrive today if nothing goes wrong. The crew cheers, hearing the other squads returned empty-handed, while they secured plenty of supplies, which will surely make the others incredibly jealous. Another soldier scoffs, blaming their captain's cowardice for refusing to travel to such a distant area. It is all thanks to Captain Huo Jiji's smart idea of storing food in the basement. A young soldier sighs, noting the entire village turned into zombies, but returning safely with supplies is still worth celebrating. Suddenly, a wooden plank blocks the path, forcing the truck to a halt. The driver shouts about trouble, and they step out to find a flat tire. The bearded soldier anxiously confirms that the tire has completely blown out. The blonde subordinate laughs it off, saying the captain worries too much since they would have seen zombies on this familiar road by now. A young man warns them to stay cautious, since mutations are spreading rapidly, especially in wide-open areas like this, making it absolutely vital to stay alert. Guo Ming and Gu Zhen quickly change the tire while the others keep watch with Uncle Joe. Guo Ming mutters while mounting the tire, claiming zombies would never show up on a main road like this. The blonde guy nods in agreement, bragging that he could easily take down any monster with a single bullet. Suddenly, a loud smack echoes as Uncle Joe chops both of them on the head, telling them to stop talking nonsense. He asks if rookies like them really think zombies are that easy to handle, leaving them smiling awkwardly. They apologize in unison, begging Uncle Joe not to be mad, since they are just beginners who still have a lot to learn. Uncle Joe sighs, takes a drag of his cigarette, and sternly notes that their Team 3 has the highest success rate and lowest casualties. Do you know why? Stick with me, because we are about to find out. Stick with me because today we are watching a crazy monster survival story. Old Joe boasts about Captain Huo Jiji's caution, calling the rookies lucky to even be alive. He claims their ancestors blessed them to join this squad, while Guo Ming and Gu Zhen pat each other's backs, swallowing their pride to flatter him. Wow, Captain Huo Jiji is actually that amazing. We are so lucky. We will definitely learn a lot from him. The blonde rookie scratches his head, feeling awkward. Hey, Uncle Joe, I need to go grab some water. Uncle Joe sighs, finding this kid incredibly annoying. Hurry up, do not keep everyone waiting. The blonde boy quickly runs off. Suddenly, the nearby bushes shake violently, as if something just dived through. Sensing danger, Huo Jizi instantly grips his rifle on high alert, turning to the others. Did you guys hear that sound just now? The two shake their heads in confusion. Meanwhile, the blonde rookie finishes peeing, happily muttering to himself about how good that felt. But behind the bushes, a massive python lies in wait, staring hungrily at him. Now, pay attention here. He senses the danger and looks around a million times, but finding nothing, he heads back. Suddenly, from the high treetops, the fierce python lunges straight down. The blonde boy looks up in horror as the giant monster gapes its massive jaws at him. Gu Zhen collapses in fear, but luckily, a sudden bullet strikes the python's eye. Writhing in intense pain, the beast slithers away. Huo Jizi fires repeatedly, shouting that a mutated creature has arrived. Get back to the car. He barks at Gu Zhen, asking if the tire is fixed. Uncle Joe anxiously reports, it is done. Everyone wonders why there is a mutant snake here. That thing made zero sound, making it impossible to spot. Gu Zhen lowers his head, apologizing to the captain for his careless mistake. Huo Jiji cuts him off urgently. No time to talk. That shot barely scratched it, and it will definitely be back in a second. Get in the car. The vehicle instantly speeds away, racing down the road. But the relentless python emerges again, chasing close behind. Slithering right underneath, it effortlessly flips the heavy car into the air like a toy. As it falls, the snake coils tightly around it, trying to crush them. Inside the vehicle, Uncle Zhou, Gu Zhen, and the crew are thrown around, helplessly suspended, as everything violently shakes. Guo Jizzy commands them to get out before it crushes the cabin. Guo Ming and the others desperately kick the emergency exit, but it is completely jammed. They panic, screaming for the captain to help. Assessing the situation, Guo Jizhi shouts back to find a way to break the windows instead. He prepares to shoot the beast, but Uncle Zhou frantically stops him. "No, Captain. The fuel tank is leaking. Shooting will blow us up. I know what you are thinking. This looks like a total dead end for them." Suddenly, a bizarre silhouette flies toward them. Gu Zhen quickly points out, "Look over there. What is that thing?" A massive bird spreads its wings in midair. Terrified and dazed, Guoming pounds on the glass, crying out that this must be the absolute end for them. "I am even seeing an angel." Uncle Zhou snaps, "Stop talking nonsense. That is clearly a giant chicken." Guo Jiji frowns, wondering how a chicken could be this massive. Staring closer, he gasps in shock. "No, wait. There is a guy, Cao Xiaoliang, clinging to the giant hen with tears streaming down his face, screaming, 'How do I stop this stupid thing?'" Inside, the two men stare in awe. The pink-haired guy presses against the glass, wondering who he is to control a mutated beast. Is it some kind of superpower? The scarred-eyed blonde shakes his head, saying that does not look right. He seems to be the prey instead. Meanwhile, Cao Xiaoliang is still holding on for dear life. Suddenly, another massive beast appears, with glowing red eyes, razor-sharp teeth, and a long tongue trailing on the ground, looking incredibly dangerous. It charges right at the mutated chicken, which is thrashing wildly to shake him off. The chicken snaps its head back, growling in frustration at Cao Xiaoliang. It gapes its beak to peck him, but he screams back, "I only sat on a few of your eggs. What is the big deal? Do you really think I would not slaughter a chicken?" With that, he leaps up and wraps his arms tightly around its neck, declaring, "Let me show you the professional skills of a real chef." With a powerful squeeze, the chicken's neck snaps loudly and it collapses. But right then, the scaly, snake-like creature lunges, biting the bird as blood splatters everywhere. Oblivious to the danger, Cao Xiaoliang sighs in relief, thinking it is finally over. Sitting on the hen, he looks around, wondering why he is still floating up in the air. Realizing he is actually on the giant snake's back, he mistakes it for a utility pole, muttering, "Great, now I am stuck on a pole." He slides down, squeezing the creature and wondering why it is squirming. The massive python slowly looks down, glaring at him with hungry eyes. Cao Xiaoliang freezes as if struck by lightning. Realizing it is a mutant snake, he leaps back, screaming, "Mr. Snake, you just ate a whole giant chicken, so you are full, right? Please do not eat me." Ignoring his pleas, the python creeps closer. Speechless, Cao Xiaoliang turns around and runs for his life, complaining with every single step. "Why does bad luck keep finding me today? Seriously, what kind of cursed day is this anyway?" The snake whips its tail, launching Huo Jizi's vehicle into the air. The heavy car crashes back down to earth with a deafening thud. Inside, the squad rejoices. The guy with the backward cap cheers, "We are saved." The middle-aged man nods in relief, saying heaven must be protecting them. The driver happily announces the engine is still running. "Great, let us get out of here." But the scarred-eyed blonde rookie quickly objects, "No way." The others shout that if they stay, the car won't survive another attack. "Well, you and I will have to find out what happens next time. Let's jump right in." The pink-haired guy warns, "Captain, we have too much food on board. Losing it means court-martial." But Huo Jiji snaps back. "That guy risked his life and lured the mutant snake away for us. If we leave him behind, we are no soldiers." Everyone in the vehicle falls silent, deeply reflecting on Huo Jiji's powerful words. One of them speaks up, "The captain is right. Food is nothing compared to a human life. We can always find more." Another adds, "We may be recruits, but we went through professional training. Are we really going to run away when things get tough?" The driver slams on the gas, spins the wheel, and yells, "Hang in there, kid. We are coming right now." The truck whips around as the entire squad decides to risk their lives. Back at the chicken farm, Bai Feifei drops down from above, landing as softly as a falling leaf. While looking around for something, 3 massive, vicious chickens suddenly charge right at her. She immediately thinks that defeating them will make Cao Xiaoliang super happy. Clapping her hands in excitement, she grabs a fence, lifts it effortlessly, leaps high, and traps all the chickens in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, deep in the dense forest, that massive mutant snake is still relentlessly chasing after Cao Xiaoliang. Running for his absolute life, He screams, "Lao Air, get out here and save me." The floating system replies. The system replies, "Host, I really want to help, but my functions are locked and items are disabled." Now, pay attention here. The snake bares its fangs and wraps its tail tightly around Cao Xiaoliang. It opens its mouth, blasting a foul, nauseating breath. His head spins from the stench as he mutters, "That is rank. Passing out might hurt less." As the massive jaws get closer, the intense odor makes him nearly collapse. Suddenly, a loud, piercing cluck rings out. He screams in anger. "Why is that damn chicken back again? This racket is about to rupture my eardrums." Bai Feifei arrives, carrying the massive chickens trapped in the fence. She leaps high, slamming the entire cage right onto the mutant snake's head. The snake loses control, flips over, and the chickens crash to the side. It collapses completely motionless, its eyes spinning in dazed circles. Cao Xiaoliang is absolutely overjoyed, feeling like spring has bloomed, as he grabs her shoulders and yells, "Xiao Bai, your timing is perfect. That horrible stench almost knocked me completely unconscious." He then says seriously, "But we really need to teach you to separate work from games. This cannot happen again." The system screen blinks, congratulating the host on completing his mission. The snack stall officially upgrades. A blinding flash of golden light forces them to shield their eyes as a massive, fully equipped luxury motorhome appears right before them. You and I would react the exact same way. They are stunned, and he is thrilled to get a mobile motorhome. He inspects it in sheer awe. Perfect neat layout, advanced appliances, and even a sparkling, high-end toilet. Grabbing Bai Feifei's hand, he leaps high in celebration, screaming, "Lao Air, you are finally generous for once. We just upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. No more sleeping rough in the wilderness." The system replies, "I have always been generous." The system continues. For successfully completing the helper recruitment mission, you also receive a special bonus reward. A flashy skill card appears, dramatically boosting his combat power for 3. Curious, Cao Xiaoliang taps on the armory option to see what's inside. The system displays 3 chef utensils, a chopper, a spatula, and a slotted spoon. He reacts in shock. "How am I supposed to use these? Am I supposed to stir-fry zombies with this?" The system explains, "Do not underestimate them. They possess special skills that scale with your power. Everyone loves them." Cracking his knuckles in excitement, he mutters, "Really? Can't wait to try them." Back in the woods, he flashes a creepy grin at the mutant snake. "You ate my chickens, now you'll clean my blade." The system warns, "Host, stop smiling so perverted." He snaps back, "Shut up." Then he turns to Bai Feifei. "Xiao Bai, want to play a game?" Swinging his knife at the snake with a shout. "This time, play all you want. Taste my blade." Sharp slashes carve through the snake's meat as he shouts, "Ultimate butcher style, bone detaching skill. Ultimate move, flesh and bone separation." The perfectly sliced snake meat falls neatly, and Bai Feifei catches them with a blank expression. He looks at the blade in awe. "So easy to use." The system replies, "Told you so, didn't I?" The system issues a new mission. Use existing ingredients to create 3 new snacks, find customers to test them, and gather 100 5-star reviews. There is no time limit, but if there is even one bad review, all of your points will be completely wiped out. Cao Xiaoliang screams, Hey, what? Wiped out? Doesn't that mean all my hard work these past few days was completely for nothing?" He argues with the system, "You are way too petty. Everyone has completely different tastes. Even the world's best chef cannot please absolutely everyone." The system chuckles, "Don't worry, host, bigger challenges mean better rewards." It then whispers a secret trick to help him finish the mission. Besides standard rewards, there's a huge surprise. Cao Xiaoliang squinted with suspicion. "I suspect you are just making empty promises, though I have no proof." Resting his chin on his hand, he thinks, "No time limit? That's actually great. Since there are survivors everywhere, finding them will take some time anyway. Let's take this chance to rest up." Shocked, the system screams, "Host, you must work hard. Giving up gets you nowhere." He replies, "What do you know? A great master named Lu once said, taking a break is only to work better later, and that's where we leave them." With the system muttering, "I definitely never said that." All right, you and I are about to watch Xiaoliang stand with his hands on hips, admiring his fancy new RV, wondering if its performance actually matches its looks. Looking helplessly at Bai Feifei, he adds, "My main worry is its durability. If it falls apart from a light hit like the last one, I am done. Even so, he hops right in and calls out, "Let's go, Fei-Fei. I will take you for a spin." Bai Fei-Fei happily hops aboard, her eyes sparkling, as the scene cuts to a military vehicle speeding down the road. The blonde guy asks where the giant snake went, and the driver replies they are on the right track, since there is only one road. The guy with the backward cap points, shouting for everyone to look as the heavily armed squad steps out. They raise their weapons, spotting a massive pile of bloody bones. One guy kneels, noticing the fresh blood, realizing someone was just eaten. Another wonders if it was that guy, while a pink-haired team member sighs that they arrived too late. Huo Geji inspects the pile, shaking his head, noting human thigh bones are thick, but these are way too huge to be human. Another guy spots more remains and yells, "Captain, look here." The crew panics as someone identifies these as mutant snake bones, and those over there as giant bird bones. Those clean, fleshless white bones send a cold shiver down everyone's spine. One soldier trembles, wondering what kind of terrifying monster could devour a giant mutant snake so quickly. Stroking his chin, another man reasons that since these are not human bones, the target might still be alive. Now, pay attention here. Huo Gezi looks at the carnage, wondering if the kid escaped this brutal battlefield alive, or if he actually caused it. Cut to Xiaoliang driving his RV, while Bai Fei-Fei hangs her head out the passenger window, cheering with absolute joy. He laughs, boasting that he achieved every college student's dream life 20 years ahead of schedule. If there was signal, he would post this online. He asks Fei-Fei, "Pretty awesome, right?" And she nods with glowing eyes. Suddenly, he spots a horde of zombies ahead, surprised to find they look familiar. Turns out they are old acquaintances. Smirking, he says, "Since we ran into each other, why not help me test this vehicle? You guys won't mind, right?" Slamming the gas, he plows straight into the horde, sending zombies flying like autumn leaves. Angered, they get up and chase him down. Xiaoliang commands his system, Number 2, disable the bounce function. "Let's test this RV's blast resistance." The system cheerfully agrees, as the vehicle speeds forward. Bai Fei-Fei looks back, utterly thrilled to see zombies getting tossed around. As the undead swarm and scratch at the RV, Xiaoliang yells, "Time for some real driving." He drifts, sending zombies flying everywhere. Fei-Fei laughs, enjoying the ride. Inside, the lights are bright and the bathroom is steamy, filled with fresh soap scent. Happily shampooing, Xiaoliang sighs in relief, noting it has been a long time since he enjoyed such a relaxing bath in this apocalypse. Hot water, shampoo, body wash, pure luxury. Suddenly, a dark shadow appears behind the curtain. Peeking out, he sees no one. "Who's there?" With no response, he closes the curtain to continue. "But I know you'd also feel uneasy sensing someone staring right at you." The shadow returns, and he yells, "Stop sneaking around." He yanks the curtain open to find Bai Fei-Fei. Panicking, he covers himself with a towel, stammering, "Fei-Fei, when did you get in here?" Fei-Fei steps closer, mumbling some gibberish. "3. Xiaoliang screams in terror. "What are you doing?" "I am showering. Stay back." Out of nowhere, the system chimes in to tease him. "Can't you tell? She's lusting after your body." Startled, he snaps back. "Number 2. Are you a pervert? Why are you watching?" The system gets angry. "Who's peeping? I'm only working overtime out of responsibility for your health. Instead of thanking me, you're falsely accusing me." Fei-Fei creeps closer, making Xiaoliang blush. He thinks, even though Fei-Fei is a zombie, she is actually pretty cute. Closing his eyes, he almost gives in, but immediately shakes his head violently. No way. Messing around with a zombie is just completely out of line. Fei-Fei suddenly bares her white teeth and bites down. He jumps back in panic, expecting to be infected, but is surprised to find no blood. Looking closely, he sees a clump of soap suds. Thanks to the thick lather, she missed. Fei-Fei spits out bubbles, flashing a creepy smile. He bolts instantly with Fei-Fei in hot pursuit. He calls out, "Number 2. What's going on? Why did she suddenly lose control?" The system responds, "Didn't I tell you? She's hungry. A zombie's stomach is never truly full. They always need to eat. Has she eaten today? With a fresh piece of meat like you standing right there, of course she'd snap." He screams back that the system should have specified literal hunger. Running, he yells, "Stop chasing me. I'll get you food." A table packed with meat appears, and Fei-Fei happily digs in, devouring everything. Xiaoliang sighs, glad he has mutant snake meat left, or else he couldn't feed her. Resting his chin, he worries she is a ticking time bomb. What if he falls asleep one night and gets eaten alive? He asks the system for protection, but its useless advice is just to feed her first. "Trust me, We all felt that sigh. Let's dive into a wild apocalypse where our hero suddenly snaps his fingers. That is it. He grabs a pair of dentures, smiling mischievously. The next day, the RV is fully prepped for a new journey. Cao Xiaoliang puts on a sharp outfit, looking handsome, confident, and absolutely charming. The vehicle speeds off. Bai Feifei happily looks in the mirror while wearing her braces. Even the system is impressed by the dentures. Host, you are a genius. He replies that as long as his brain works, there are always ways to solve problems. He chuckles, knowing teeth are the ultimate solution for zombies. The system nods, calling it a major discovery to report. Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang spots a military vehicle, stops, and gets out to investigate. Opening the door, it is empty. Looking underneath, he gasps in shock at all the sharp spikes. Dusting off his hands, he watches Bai Feifei copy him. He realizes someone must have deliberately set a trap to stop this vehicle. Deep in the forest, a loud noise sends birds scattering in panic. Cao Xiaoliang quickly turns around. That was a gunshot. Bai Feifei unleashes her power behind him, growling, but he raises a hand to calm her down. Xiao Bai, easy now. Now pay attention here. He deduces the sniper shots are all coming from one rifle. Through his binoculars, Cao Xiaoliang spots a gorgeous woman fighting for her life. Bai Feifei looks confused, not getting it. Meanwhile, the woman with cold purple eyes snipes the oncoming zombies with absolute precision. He admires her skills and her beauty, but notes that she cannot hold them off for much longer. He explains that her rifle only holds 10 rounds, and reloading takes up precious time. Long range is fine, but up close, her weakness is exposed. He remembers getting eaten by zombies in his past life for this exact mistake. As she keeps firing, her ammo runs low while the horde keeps rushing. Cao Xiaoliang hesitates. Should he help her? He smacks his own head, cursing his weakness for beautiful women. Seeing this, Bai Feifei instantly mimics him and smacks her head too. Fierce zombies close in, mouths open and tongues out. She confidently pulls the trigger, but her gun clicks empty. Startled by the empty clip, she barely dodges a lunging monster. Without hesitating, she drops the gun and draws a dagger. Cao Xiaoliang is stunned. Wow, her melee skills are insane. She leaps up, slashes one zombie, and spins to drop two more. With bodies piling up around her, she stands tall like an unstoppable goddess of war. She walks to a river, closes her eyes, and strips to her black underwear. Seeing her stunning body, Cao Xiaoliang gets a massive nosebleed, covering his eyes while chanting, "Do not look, do not look." He worries that since she slaughters zombies so easily, she would probably rip him to shreds if she caught him peeping. He packs up his binoculars. Xiao Bai, let's go. But Bai Feifei is totally distracted by a purple butterfly. She accidentally elbows him hard, making him lose balance and tumble down the cliff while she innocently chases the insects. Cao Xiaoliang rolls down the steep slope like a ball, landing face first. His body flips over in agonizing pain. Furious, he leaps up and roars, "Xiao Bai." Suddenly, he feels something incredibly strange sitting right on top of his head. What is this? Pulling it off, he freezes upon seeing a cute pair of white panties with a purple bow, triggering another massive nosebleed. Glancing aside, he spots familiar clothes scattered on the grass. They clearly belong to that fierce woman. Flustered, Cao Xiaoliang looks around. I know what you are thinking. He needs to run before she gets back. And that is his exact plan. But before he can move, a cold blade presses against his neck with intense killing intent. The woman looms over him, eyes icy. Looks like I missed a fish. Turning pale, Cao Xiaoliang slowly raises his hands in surrender, desperately trying to explain that he is human. He offers to let her verify, completely forgetting that his hand is still clutching her white panties. The girl shakes with pure rage, her eyes blazing. Realizing his blunder, he tosses them away, frantically explaining that he is not a bad guy, just a passerby who saw absolutely nothing. But his clumsy words only make her angrier. When a guy says he saw nothing, he saw everything. Without hesitation, she swings her blade, shouting for him to die. Cao Xiaoliang covers his head, screaming for Xiao Bai. Up on the cliff, Xiao Bai flips over the edge and swoops down like lightning. She kicks the girl's back, but her opponent blocks it. Grabbing a dragon scale, the girl looks up, shocked to find another fighter has joined. The two clash furiously in an intense, evenly matched melee. She grows incredibly curious about Xiao Bai. Where did this powerful girl come from? While her strikes are extremely precise and deadly, Xiao Bai dodges effortlessly with a bright smile on her face, treating this intense life or death battle like a fun game. Watching them sway back and forth during the duel, Cao Xiaoliang cannot stop his nose from bleeding uncontrollably. Noticing his gaze, the girl yells at him. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I will gouge your eyes out. Wiping the blood, he backs away. Trust me, you and I should definitely stay clear when girls fight this brutally. All right. Stick with me because Xiaobai's wild post-apocalyptic story starts right now as our guy runs away. To Xiaobai, her opponent's massive chest looked like giant melons, making her instantly jealous and sparking some highly inappropriate thoughts. Like a curious kid with a new toy, she lunges forward, making the other girl scream in total panic at the sudden touch. Wait, aren't you a girl too? Why are you acting like a creep? Right then, a sudden bullet slices through the air. They dodge apart just in time. A weirdly dressed guy with spiked hair steps forward, casually retreating right in front of the zombie horde. No wonder she's Gu Yue, one thug mutters, staring greedily. Boss, he's taste in women is definitely spot on. Man, that body is absolutely smoking. Gu Yue glares at the creep with sheer disgust and immediately calls him out. He Jian, what are you doing here? I was wondering who was messing with me on the road. So it was you guys all along. And you led that zombie horde right to me, didn't you? He Jian scoffs without denying a thing. You probably didn't expect this day to come when you rejected me, did you? His eyes flash with a cold red gleam. If you had just listened and handed the base over to me back then, I would have let you live in luxury by my side. But since you insulted me, watch closely, because things are about to get incredibly ugly for her. At He Jian's command, his goons draw dozens of guns and aim straight at her. Shoot her down, he roars like a maniac. Gu Yue gasps in horror as a hail of bullets cuts through the air. Barely clothed, she has to scramble desperately to defend herself. They keep firing non-stop, but she flips through the air with insane agility, running barefoot as she escapes into the dense, dark forest. A heavily made-up girl screams out. She is getting away. He, Jian, isn't worried at all, smirking evilly. There is no path out over there. She cannot escape. He sneers, completely confident in his trap. But dying like that is too easy for her. He barks loudly, his voice echoing. Capture her alive. His goons scatter immediately to hunt her down. But suddenly, one stops and calls out, Boss, we found another woman hiding over here. I know what you're thinking. Xiaobai is totally lost, cluelessly looking around without a single care. She doesn't look very smart. Is she brain dead? A masked thug whispers to his buddy. What should we do now? Should we grab her? He Jian glares coldly, saying, since we have so many brothers here, we should share the prize. Of course, once I have had my fun with her, she will be your reward. The thugs burst into cheers, yelling out, thank you, boss. Long live the boss. Three creeps surround Xiaobai, staring greedily at her beautiful, innocent face as she remains clueless. Two of them grin nastily, saying she looks so pure, exactly their type. One of them sneaks up behind her, whispering in a creepy voice, hey gorgeous, don't worry, let me show you some love. But the moment he touches her, Xiaobai spins around and snaps his wrist like a dry twig. The poor idiot screams in agony, my hand, as he crashes backward onto the ground. The other two quickly draw their guns, shouting, you crazy bitch, how dare you fight back? Do you want to die? Suddenly, tires screech loudly as a truck charges in, ramming straight into both of them with a lethal hit that sends them and their guns flying into the distance. Cao Xiaoliang leans out of the window, flipping them off and screaming, you absolute garbage. Trying to touch Xiaobai means you want to die. Seeing him, Xiaobai beams with a huge smile. She leaps onto the truck roof, holding something extremely bizarre in her hand. Clueless about what she is holding, Cao Xiaoliang looks up and asks, Xiaobai, are you okay? She hangs upside down, proudly showing it off, making him scream. Where on earth did you get a human hand? Throw it away. Deep in the forest, rustling leaves signal someone is on the move. Covered in cold sweat, Gu Yue is still desperately sprinting down the path. But just as He Jian predicted, the end of the trail leads to a massive, bottomless cliff. Gu Yue whispers in terror, it's a dead end. Right then, He Jian and his gang catch up, trapping her. He roars triumphantly, give up your useless struggle. There is absolutely no escape for you now. A girl swings her weapon at Gu Yue, forcing her to block, but with only one hand. She gets tripped and crashes to the ground. And trust me, with that cold gun barrel pointing at her face, you and I know things look hopeless. He Jian grins mockingly. Look at you. Women are truly so useless, hesitating and shaking with fear just to keep a tiny scrap of clothing on. Gu Yue grits her teeth in anger, yelling, you are absolutely pathetic. He Jian smirks, laughing even louder with pure arrogance. I have been trash for a long time now. Did you only just realize that? He violently grabs her hair, pulling it back. I absolutely hate that high and mighty, untouchable goddess act of yours. He whispers into her ear in a sickening, creepy voice. Today, I will show you what true cruelty feels like. All right, you and I are diving into a very wild story as this scumbag grips her tight, boasting about enjoying her first before tying her up to show everyone their fallen goddess. The girl grimaces, her eyes burning with pure rage at this absolute bastard. Right then, Cao Xiaoliang's massive truck suddenly charges forward, blocking their path out of nowhere. Xiaobai leaps off the roof like a hurricane, slamming directly into He Jian and sending him crashing to the ground. By habit, she grabs him, shredding his clothes without mercy, while He Jian screams in panic. Where did this crazy woman come from? Help me. His two lackeys stare in shock, yelling for their boss as the giant truck slides in, cutting off their escape. Cao Xiaoliang masterfully drifts the heavy truck, turning on a dime to pull up right beside the girl. The door slides open. Seeing her standing there completely dazed, he points inside and barks a quick order, "Get in." Startled, she acts on pure instinct, stammering, "Wait, okay." Before jumping inside, she quickly snatches a dropped gun. He Jian is still pinned flat by Xiaobai, leaving him completely helpless before her. She looks down, her voice freezing. "You wanted to have fun, right? Let me help you out. Now pay attention," because she aims right between his legs and fires. The bullet barely misses, hitting the dirt, but it's enough to make He Jian wet his pants in absolute terror. Clutching her torn clothes, she looks down at him with sheer disgust. "All right, you and I are about to watch a crazy ride." She scoffed at how useless men are, then climbed into the truck. Cao Xiaoliang yelled, "Xiaobai, hurry up and get in." In one quick leap, Xiaobai landed gracefully on the truck's wooden floor. Instantly, the engine roared as the truck shot forward like an arrow, leaving He Jian behind screaming in absolute rage. "How dare they mess with me? Shoot them down." His lackeys opened fire, raining bullets that tore up the trees around the vehicle. But despite their perfect aim, the bullets just smashed against the truck's high-tech energy shield, ricocheting right back. Blinding light flashed from the defense system, sending the thugs into a panic as they wondered why their own bullets were returning. Now pay attention, because amidst the chaos, the truck successfully slips away onto a quiet, peaceful road. From the driver's seat, Cao Xiaoliang called to the back, "No women's clothes here, but there are spare ones in the drawer. They are slightly torn, if you do not mind." Glancing at the wooden cabinet nearby, the girl replied, "Then, I will not be polite." Pulling out a dark-colored shirt, she muttered, "This should do." But looking at the bizarre rips on the fabric, she added, "These tears are really strange." Without hesitation, she ripped a piece of fabric to patch it up, buttoning the shirt to cover her body. Fully dressed, she pulled back the curtain and stepped out, looking absolutely stunning and drop-dead gorgeous. Cao Xiaoliang turned around and gasped, thinking that seeing her wearing a shirt like that was practically tempting him to sin. "You saw that coming, right?" She smiles, pretending to thank him for the clothes, but suddenly presses a cold blade directly against Cao Xiaoliang's neck. The girl whispered menacingly, "If you do not want to die, do exactly as I say. Pull over by the roadside." She had already checked beforehand, realizing Xiaobai was too busy playing with the fabric to pay attention to them. Wearing a sinister smile, she sneered, asking if his companion could act faster than her blade. Cao Xiaoliang opened his mouth, wanting to scream. Why does this keep happening? Is there seriously nobody left in this godforsaken world with an ounce of moral decency? He desperately called his system, begging it to eject her. But the system replied helplessly, "Host, that is impossible. Since you actively invited her inside this vehicle, the system defense automatically registered her as a VIP guest, and defensive protocols cannot harm a VIP." He screamed in absolute despair, questioning why on earth such a ridiculous rule even existed. "So what do you and I think? Is he doomed?" She asks who he is talking to, and he stutters, saying, "Nobody. You and I are starting this wild story right now. Easy, beautiful, relax. I will do whatever you say." The truck quickly swerves and pulls over. While driving, Cao Xiaoliang cries inside, cursing his own bad luck. "If I ever try to play the hero and meddle in other people's business again, I am a dog." Now, sitting comfortably in the passenger seat, the girl still presses her freezing blade against his neck, asking coldly, "Why did you rescue me?" Tears welling up in his eyes, Cao Xiaoliang replies, "If I said I am just a good guy, would you actually let me go?" Pushing the sharp blade closer, she glares at him. "You must have heard of this rule before. In the apocalypse, you always eliminate the do-gooders first." Terrified, he quickly denies it, shouting, "A good guy? No way. That is definitely not me. Cao Xiaoliang coughs a few times to regain his composure, then explains seriously. All right. Truth is, I am actually an apocalyptic chef. Seeing how well you fight, you must have plenty of core crystals. I just wanted you to become one of my loyal customers. The girl freezes. She mutters, an apocalyptic chef? Then, glancing at the back, she realizes. No wonder the truck is set up like a mobile kitchen, fully loaded with all this cooking equipment. She nods. The timing is perfect since all the previous chefs have already died. In fact, the cook at our base just ate poisonous mushrooms and kicked the bucket. Stroking her chin, she considers his offer. Stick with me. We are about to see if our main character can survive this tough girl's test. Hearing exactly what he wanted, Cao Xiaoliang's eyes lit up as he rushed forward to ask how many people are in her base. Is it maybe 100 people? The girl flashes a proud smile, her voice filled with absolute confidence. Who are you looking down on? Our steel factory is the biggest base around, with at least 300 people. He clenches his fists, absolutely thrilled inside. It is amazing to find 100 potential customers so incredibly fast. Even if only a third of them leave a good review, completing the system task is guaranteed. He starts daydreaming of greatness with a massive grin. Now, watch closely, her face suddenly turns serious, and she starts questioning how this vehicle could even protect him. Maybe you just stole this truck. Why on earth should I trust a guy like you? Right then, her stomach growls loudly from hunger, making her blush as she quickly demands that he cook a delicious meal to prove he is a real chef. Cao Xiaoliang looks at her, instantly seeing through her act. This woman is clearly starving but still trying to save face. He nods, confidently rolling up his sleeves. Fine then, it is time to show her a taste of my real cooking skills. While the girl is sent to wait in the lounge, he steps into the kitchen, fully prepared to show off. Cao Xiaoliang quickly swipes through his screen, looking for recipes to reference. But he suddenly scratches his head in confusion, realizing he needs to develop a brand new dish. None of his usual menu items will work. Worried, he mutters that he has already made egg tarts and struggling with his menu plan. Cao Xiaoliang sighs to himself, noting that he is just a regular student who only knows a few basic dishes, not some legendary culinary master. Suddenly, a shadow darts right behind his back, fast as lightning. Startled, he jumps back, swinging his kitchen knife and shouting in terror about a mutated snake getting inside. But then, Xiaobai pops out from the snakeskin, intentionally trying to scare him with a loud boo. Cao Xiaoliang stares in shock, but looking at the skin, he remembers that when he saw Xiaobai's pants were torn earlier, he just used a piece of cloth to wrap her up. Turns out, it was the skin of that giant snake. She seems incredibly amused, happily playing around with it. He sits down, gently patting her head and speaking softly, apologizing because he forgot, and offering to patch her pants with needle and thread from the drawer. Outside, the girl is quickly losing her patience, muttering angrily about how a chef could take this long to cook a single dish. Her stomach is practically empty. Suspecting he is just a con artist, she storms down the steps, determined to confront Cao Xiaoliang. Meanwhile, he is meticulously threading the needle, sewing with surprising skill, as the thin thread passes back and forth through his nimble fingers. Before long, he finishes making a pair of boots for Xiaobai. All right, he gently puts them onto her feet. Xiaobai looks down at her feet with pure excitement, kicking her legs to test them out, and cheering that they fit perfectly. The girl's voice suddenly echoes in surprise, saying she never expected him to sew. Cao Xiaoliang smiles warmly, waving his hand modestly, claiming it is nothing. When I was a kid, my dad had no time to look after me, and my mom was always working, so my grandmother raised me in the countryside, and I just watched her and learned. Remembering those days, he smiles happily. If his grandma were still alive, she would be over 100 years old by now. With her fierce temper, anyone crossing her would be in big trouble. The girl chuckles, nodding along. You and I both know that kids raised by their grandparents are usually the luckiest. To have so many people loving you, it really makes others jealous. Cao Xiaoliang pouts, saying every time he caused trouble, he got a double serving of bamboo cane spankings. Do you want some of this luck? But the girl answers honestly, her tone suddenly growing incredibly sad. My brother and I are orphans. We grew up in an orphanage and never met our parents. If I could, I would want that so badly. Cao Xiaoliang freezes in shock, his face blank with surprise, before awkwardly looking away. The girl quickly pulls them back to reality, saying, let's not get too emotional. When is the food going to be ready? Cao Xiaoliang quickly replies, sounding a bit flustered, but you were the one who asked. Suddenly, The girl lets out a cold sneeze. Quickly, he wraps a warm snake skin around her shoulders, telling her to wear it. Standing up, he adds sincerely that wearing so little after running around outside will definitely get her sick. After chatting for a bit, a brilliant cooking idea suddenly flashes in his mind. I got it. I will make this. Soon, a pot of food is placed on the table, and she curiously stares at the golden, glowing dish. Strange, is this porridge? It does not really look like it. Cao Xiaoliang smiles warmly, explaining that this bowl is actually snake soup. The girl flinches, gasping in horror at the word snake. Glancing down at the snake skin draped over her shoulders, she looks up with deep suspicion. Is he trying to poison her? She asks warily if the meat of a mutated snake is infected with the virus. Can people even eat this? He proudly beats his chest, assuring her to trust him, as the infected parts of the mutated snake have been completely removed. Still, she is skeptical. Can you and I honestly blame her for doubting this strange dish? Stick with me, we're starting with Leo leaning in close with a smug look. What's wrong? Scared? He grabs the soup, pretending to take it away. My cooking skills are already proven, so if you are too chicken to eat, that's entirely on you. He calls out, Snow, come eat. Snow, who was nearby, spots the food, lets out a goofy smile, and rushes right over. But the girl suddenly snatches the bowl back, snapping stubbornly. Who said I was too scared to try it? Trembling, she scoops up a spoonful, and the second it touches her lips, her tense face instantly melts into pure bliss. The hot, tender meat melts in her mouth, sparking a sudden mental debate. Wait, is this really just mutant snake meat? If she isn't afraid of live snakes, she definitely won't fear a dead one. Gathering her courage, she gulps down another spoonful. A sudden, electric shock-like sensation jolts her mind. The tender, smooth, and sweet flavors explode across her taste buds like crazy. It's so soft, almost like jelly. Blushing deeply, she murmurs in absolute awe at how tender, smooth, and incredibly sweet it is. With just one gentle bite, the rich flavors completely wrap around her tongue, making her feel as if she is relaxing in a warm, incredibly soothing milk bath. A glowing, blissful smile lights up her face. This is pure heaven. Now here's where it gets crazy. Pay attention to what she suddenly discovers, lurking deep down below. That imaginary milk bath in her mind begins to swirl, surging with a wild, intense energy that stimulates her entire body. As mysterious white steam rises, the water suddenly grows hotter, and out of nowhere, an unknown, mysterious egg cracks wide open. Countless tiny snake tails bearing Leo's face suddenly burst out from within, wriggling with wild, intense energy. Panicking, she tries to cover herself, but Leo suddenly charges forward, doing something completely unexpected that leaves her frozen. All those tiny snakes with his face bite her at once. Her face turns bright red as a strange, euphoric sensation washes over her. What is this magic? A tingling, burning ache opens up every pore. The bitter cold vanishes, and her entire body feels like it's about to completely melt away. Leaning back, she gasps, "Please, don't come any closer. I can't take this anymore." Back in reality, her legs are shaking, and her snake skin cloak accidentally slips off. She struggles to stand up, breathing heavily after that intense rush. Leo stands nearby, asking with worry, "Hey, are you okay? Do you feel warmer now?" The girl looks down at her hands, stunned to realize that her freezing chills have completely vanished. Even though she is covered in sweat, she isn't tired at all. In fact, she feels absolutely revitalized. Springing to her feet, she asks in disbelief, "Is this really just snake meat? How can it be this magical?" Leo smiles and explains, "Snake meat is incredibly nutritious. It doesn't just boost your blood flow and strengthen bones, but also drives out cold and quickly restores your energy. All right, look closely at this secret weapon." He brings out a small glass jar, revealing the real soul of this entire dish. She watches curiously as he sprinkles a few grains over Snow, causing the poor girl to let out a loud sneeze. Without hiding anything, he reveals it's fresh ginger and black pepper, leaving a massive question mark floating over her head. "Black pepper," he explains. "Whenever I caught a cold as a kid, my grandma made me drink a bowl of spicy hot soup. It worked better than medicine, all thanks to this pepper." The girl smiles softly, quite pleased. Who would have thought this seemingly simple-minded kid actually knows a thing or two? Leo pulls out a tablet, asking, "So, what do you think? Do you believe I'm a real chef now? If you're happy, leave a good review." The screen immediately pops up, showing 5 different star rating levels. Without hesitating, the girl taps the screen, giving him his very first 5-star rating. She warms up to him but warns, "I acknowledge your skills. However, Being a chef at our base is not going to be that simple. You don't just cook, you have to feed hundreds of people at once. For now, you've only passed the preliminary round. Whether you get hired depends on the final test back home." Hearing this, Leo's frustration instantly flares up inside. "Unbelievable," he mutters. "Hiring a simple chef but treating it like a corporate interview at a major company. An entire interview process just to cook a single meal? This is even worse than corporate exploitation." Leo takes a deep breath, telling himself to just endure it for the sake of his quest. He keeps driving toward a massive base where metallic structures and complex pipelines twist and connect with each other. Luna looks out the window, pointing ahead. "That right there is my base." Leo drives while marveling at how incredibly tall the walls are. They cruise along a highway that used to be a massive steel plant. With towering reinforced concrete walls and a perfect location, it's easy to defend but extremely hard to attack. Luna stares outside, reflecting softly. "Our group of survivors wandered through so many dangerous places before we finally found this haven to settle down." Her words spark Leo's curiosity. It really is a perfect sanctuary, which explains why those other thugs are so desperate to seize her territory. At the mention of that, Luna's eyes flare with anger. That absolute scumbag of a leader. "And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to love seeing how they handle this ungrateful scumbag. All right? You and I are jumping right into the drama," as she grits her teeth, recalling how He Jian shamelessly harassed her and spread rumors. On top of that, he sneaked his gang inside, planning to seize our entire base. Luckily, the patrol caught them in time. Holding her head, she sighed, admitting she deeply regretted just banishing him instead of ending his life. Suddenly, she drew her dagger, pressing it against Cao Xiaoliang's neck. Her voice went cold, saying every mistake serves as a lesson. "If you dare act like him," pale with fear, he quickly protested, claiming Su Qie would rather love a zombie than her. Meanwhile, the base gates remained tightly shut and silent. Two girls on the wall aimed their rifles down, shouting for the vehicle to stop. Then, Gu Yue stepped out of the cab and waved at them. Both girls immediately cheered with joy. "It is Sister Yue. Quick, open the gates. Sister Yue is finally back." The heavy base gates slowly creaked open, revealing the secure entrance. Cao Xiaoliang's truck slowly rolled inside. As Gu Yue stepped down, a crowd rushed over, asking why she changed vehicles, which was why they did not recognize her at first. One guy frowned at her torn clothes, pointing his gun at Cao Xiaoliang with pure hostility. "What happened to your outfit, sister? Did this guy do this to you?" Raising his hands in defense, he argued that while food can be eaten, wild accusations should not be thrown around. "If not for me, she would not even have these clothes left." Gu Yue quickly pinched Cao Xiaoliang's mouth shut, snapping at him to shut up. Regaining her composure, she turned to the two girls to clarify that it had nothing to do with him. "Now, pay attention here." She explains that He Jian's crew ambushed her, forcing her to lose her vehicle and supplies to escape. Hearing this, the girls cried out in rage, cursing He Jian. If Sister Yue had not saved his life back then, the zombies would have eaten him alive long ago. One of them gritted her teeth, calling him an ungrateful bastard and swearing to blow his head off if she ever saw him again. Their attention then shifted to Cao Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai. "Sister Yue, who exactly are these two?" Gu Yue smiled warmly, introducing them as her newly recruited chefs, apologizing to her crew for making them eat dry biscuits lately. "Today, we are upgrading our meal to enjoy some hot food," she excitedly continued, remembering they captured a wild boar before, but since their last chef died, nobody knew how to cook it, so it is still in storage. "Tell old Lu to bring that meat out." She waved Cao Xiaoliang over, ordering him to cook up some dishes to test his culinary skills. He pouted and mumbled, complaining that she was black-hearted for making him work before he could even grab a sip of water. The two girls hesitated with uneasy looks, explaining that old Lu was called away by Brother Cheng. Gu Yue froze, startled by that name. Gu Cheng? The scene shifts to the warehouse. In a quiet corner of the base, a slab of meat is carelessly thrown onto the ground as a disgusted girl screams, demanding to know what this dirty, smelly trash is. Gu Cheng quickly stepped in to comfort her, telling Hong Hong not to worry, because he would never let her eat such garbage. Two other young men turned around to bark at a middle-aged man, asking old Lu if he was completely deaf. Brother Cheng demanded the most nutritious food. "Yet you brought us this absolute trash." Old Lu quickly explained that this was premium wild boar meat. He claims it is highly nutritious. "But you and I know this spoiled brat is just going to complain. This block of meat is pitch black. How is it nutritious?" He turned and walked straight toward the warehouse, asking if the old man spoke human. Fine, I will search for food myself. Old Lu reached out to stop him, anxiously begging Mr. Gu not to make things difficult. The warehouse is a restricted zone, and unless Miss Gu gives the order, absolutely no one is allowed to enter. The two lackeys immediately lunged forward to hold him back, arguing that Brother Cheng is Sister Yue's biological brother, not some outsider, and you are just a simple keykeeper, so stop acting like you own the place. Gu Cheng roared in anger, declaring his word is law here, demanding entry, or else he would make the old man suffer terribly. Just then, a cold, furious voice echoed through the hallway. Gu Cheng, what on earth do you think you are doing? Gu Yue marched over with the two girls, her expression dead serious. Spotting his sister, Gu Cheng froze before instantly faking absolute joy. Sister, you are back. But Gu Yu was not letting him off, demanding that he answer her question immediately. Aren't you supposed to be out scavenging for supplies right now? Why are you back? And what do you want with the warehouse? Gu Cheng scratched his chin, avoiding her eyes, claiming some unexpected issues forced him to return early. He pointed at old Lu, accusingly whining that he only asked for some food, but the old man brought him garbage, utterly disrespecting her authority. Old Lu quickly tried to defend himself, but Gu Yue raised her hand high, signaling for him to stop talking immediately. Staring down at the discarded, cold piece of wild boar meat, her eyes flashed with absolute authority as she ordered him to pick it up. Her voice was sharp. Gu Cheng stood there dazed, not understanding, but Gu Yue glared and repeated her command to pick it up. Seeing him hesitate, she snapped that 3 men were severely injured capturing this boar. Trust me, you and I can see he is about to learn some respect. Stick with me. These sharp words make everyone bow their heads in pure fear. Every single grain of food and drop of water in this survival base cost lives. Who allowed you to waste it like this? Gu Cheng clenched his fists, looking miserable as he quietly picked up the piece of meat. Standing nearby, Cao Xiaoliang quietly observed, realizing that this woman, when serious, radiates the absolute authority of a true leader, completely different from her earlier. Glancing at Gu Cheng, he muttered to himself that the gap between these two siblings was just way too massive. Hong Hong peeked out from behind Gu Cheng, pleading, Sister Gu Yue, it is my fault. Please do not blame Ah Cheng. Gu Yue's icy glare immediately locked onto Hong Hong, who quickly shrank behind Gu Cheng to use him as a human shield. Gu Yue frowned, asking, Who are you? Then she, annoyed, turned to her brother and barked, Who on earth is she? The girl standing behind Gu Cheng timidly spoke up in a quiet voice. Gu Cheng heroically shielded the girl, saying, Sister, Hong Hong is easily frightened. Do not scare her. Gu Yue was left completely baffled, wondering what she had even done to terrify her like that. Watch closely here. Seeing her foolish brother, Gu Yue crosses her arms, realizing this girl is the reason they returned early. Gu Cheng turned to look at Yin Hong and explained, Her name is Yin Hong. We found her while out searching for supplies. An image flash of Yin Hong kneeling in a corner, covering her face in terror. Back then, she was hiding all alone inside an empty mini-market, surrounded by hordes of zombies outside. Gu Cheng glanced back at the sobbing Yin Hong and continued, When we rescued her, she had not eaten for several days. She was so pitiful. That is why I brought her back. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang was completely taken aback. Starving for several days? He practically jumped with joy, recalling the old saying that to a starving person, even plain rice tastes like a feast. A 5-star review with zero effort, his absolute favorite kind of customer. But Gu Yue suddenly roared, Do you not know our base rules? How can you just bring back someone with a completely unknown background? Gu Cheng refused to back down, firing back that Hong Hong was definitely not some mysterious stranger, before quickly explaining her entire high society background. Her father is the richest man in the city. Her mother is a famous pianist. She is a genuine pampered princess. Gu Cheng yelled emotionally at Gu Yue, Sister, I know you are traumatized by what He Jian did, but Hong Hong is different. She is the most innocent, kind girl I have ever met. I could not just leave her out there to die. Gu Yue clicked her tongue in annoyance, while the 2 guards who opened the door earlier scoffed in frustration. Brother Cheng, how can you say something like that? Let's pause for a second here. Taking in He Jian back then was not Sister Yue's fault alone. That bastard was just an expert actor who fooled everyone. But is this new girl actually good? Innocence and kindness are not exactly written on her face. Gu Cheng's men stood up in anger, snapping back. Stop judging others by your own petty standards. She is a wealthy heiress who lost everything in this harsh apocalypse. Can you not show a single shred of compassion? The 2 girls did not hold back either, firing right back. Since when does having money automatically make you a good person? Have you never heard of the heartless wealthy before? I think you guys are just completely blinded by her pretty face, ignoring Sister Yue's warning entirely. Cao Xiaoliang watched with a head full of question marks, wondering why they were suddenly fighting. But then he realized something and cheered happily. The harder they fight, the quicker they get hungry, meaning his quest was almost complete. Seeing them argue with such passion, Cao Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai stood on the sidelines cheering, whispering for them to keep going and never stop. Gu Cheng snapped in frustration at the noise, finally noticing the duo. Wait, who even are these two? How come I have never seen them before? Gu Yue massaged her temples, sighing. They are the new chefs I recruited from outside. Gu Cheng was instantly triggered by her response and roared. So you forbid me from saving Hong Hong, yet you can just bring back random strangers whenever you want? Sister, how can you have such double standards? He spun around, furiously pointing directly at Cao Xiaoliang's duo. Besides, just look at how these two are dressed. Do they look like actual chefs? They must be scammers, just like He Jian. Without waiting, Gu Cheng barked an order to his men, commanding them to kick these imposters out immediately. The lackeys immediately closed in on Cao Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai, sneering. You heard him. Pack up and get lost. Annoyed by their aggressive shouting, Xiao Bai leaped forward, knocking them flat to the ground with a single punch and kick as they groaned in agony. Ah, my arm is broken. Seeing Xiao Bai defend him, Cao Xiaoliang smiled and said, Xiao Bai, let them go. We cannot be so disrespectful to our potential customers. And trust me, you and I can agree next time. Aim for their legs. If their arms are broken, how will they eat our food? All right, stick with me here. As Cao Xiaoliang calmly approaches Gu Cheng's two guards and says, I'm sorry, my employee is just a bit hot-tempered. If you two dine at our restaurant today, you'll get a free side dish, so please, leave us a positive review. Holding their sore shoulders, the guards snap back. What? You beat us up and still want a good review? Are you completely out of your mind? While Yin Hong smirks behind them, Gu Cheng cluelessly pulls out his gun and threatens. You still dare to make a move? You two are definitely up to no good. Sensing disaster, Gu Yue rushes over and aims her gun at Cao Xiaoliang, screaming, Gu Cheng, stop this right now. A loud gunshot rings out, killing Cao Xiaoliang. Everyone panics at the sight as Cao Xiaoliang collapses, lying completely lifeless in the middle of the courtyard. Seeing him dead, Xiao Bai goes absolutely wild, roaring as she charges toward Gu Cheng and kicks the gun right out of his hand like lightning. Terrified by her insane speed, Gu Cheng shrieks in sheer panic. Damn it! What the hell is this? Then a brutal barrage of punches rains down on him, forcing him back in agony as he begs, Mercy, stop, please stop hitting me. Watch closely. Xiao Bai lunges and bites down hard on his arm, making him scream in absolute agony. Unable to break free, Gu Cheng desperately yells to the two girls for help. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm getting beaten up? Shoot her. Kill her now. But remembering his previous awful attitude, the two girls just stand there and completely ignore his cries. Realizing things are turning bad, Yin Hong rushes over to the two guys who got thrashed earlier and begs, You two, please go help him. They shake their heads in terror. No way, that girl is a monster. We are no match for her. Our arms are already broken. Yin Hong clicks her tongue in sheer disappointment, muttering to herself, Ugh, absolutely useless. Meanwhile, with glowing red eyes, Xiao Bai is still savagely gnawing on Gu Cheng's arm like a wild beast. Pushed past his limit, Gu Cheng reaches out to his sister, pleading, Save me, sis. This crazy woman is going to bite me to death. But Gu Yue cold shoulders his pleas and turns away, making him scream in a total panic, Sister, please don't leave me here. Gu Yue solemnly walks over to Cao Xiaoliang's motionless body. She gently closes his eyes and says sorrowfully, I am so sorry. If I had known, I would never have brought you here and got you killed. Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang snaps his eyes open and sits right up, making her scream in shock as he casually stretches his back. I know what you are thinking, but check this out. Everyone is completely stunned while Xiao Bai just grins, already used to his antics. Laughing happily, she leaps up and charges straight into Cao Xiaoliang's arms as he opens them wide to catch her. Silly girl, don't worry. Did you really think your boss would die that easily? Then, he glares at Gu Cheng with sharp, terrifying eyes. Gu Cheng stammers with his jaw dropped. No, this is impossible. How are you still alive? Ignoring his confusion, Cao Xiaoliang angrily grabs his collar, raising a fist. You bastard. You shot at me, without even saying a word. Then, he delivers a heavy punch straight to Gu Cheng's face. If my reflexes weren't fast, my handsome face would be ruined. Just a minute before the shot, he had quickly summoned his system. Damn it! Activating his special skill card. A massive beam of light completely envelops Cao Xiaoliang, granting him an insane boost of godlike speed, and in that split second of life or death, he miraculously dodges the bullet. Is this what insane speed actually feels like? Everything around him slows to an absolute crawl, letting him easily predict everyone's next moves. It is like an Olympic runner racing old people. So satisfying. As Cao Xiaoliang gloats over his incredibly broken new power, the system dryly announces, Vanity skill card completed. Time used, 3.38 seconds. Time remaining, 2 minutes and 56.62 seconds. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang groans in disappointment, even counting the decimals. Talk about being incredibly cheap. Staring at him in utter disbelief, Gu Yue asks, "Are you really okay?" Cao Xiaoliang folds his arms and replies, "My body is fine, but my mental health took a massive hit. I haven't even got my salary yet, and I'm already taking bullets. Looks like I need to reconsider staying here." Watching this, Gu Cheng roars in anger, "Sister, we can't let them stay. Can't you see what is happening? These two are hiding something huge. That gunshot earlier, I am positive I hit him dead on. How on earth is he standing here completely unharmed? And look at that woman. She is completely freaky. Her face is pale like a corpse, she doesn't speak, and she bites. There is no way they are just normal people." Gu Yue turns suspiciously to Cao Xiaoliang, while he panics internally. "Oh no, those two girls are standing right behind us. And trust me, you and I are about to find out if they discover Xiaobai's real secret. Alright, let's dive into this crazy scene where Gu Yue and the others gasp in unison, an awakened user." Cao Xiaoliang expected them to say zombie, leaving him utterly speechless. Wait, really? The high ponytails, blue-haired girl steps closer to Cao Xiaoliang, asking if he is absolutely sure that he is an awakened ability user. Otherwise, how could he take a direct bullet to the chest and not have a single scratch on him? The other girl eagerly turns to Gu Yue, saying how amazing it is that their base finally has an awakened user of their own now. Gu Yue can barely hide her excitement as she pats Cao Xiaoliang on the shoulder, remarking that he sure knows how to hide his cards. Cao Xiaoliang lets out a massive sigh of relief, realizing his secret is safe. He thought he was busted, but thankfully, they jump to their own conclusions. Seeing him stay quiet, the two girls crowd him excitedly, asking what his exact power is. Is it fire, water, or maybe a metal type ability? Since he can dodge bullets like that, now pay attention, because he is sweating bullets and struggling to answer. But before he can blow his cover, Gu Yue steps in to save him. She says it is fine if he wants to keep it secret, since they have plenty of time to figure it out anyway. Yin Hong watches silently from a distance, calculating. Meanwhile, seeing everyone fuss over a complete stranger makes Gu Cheng furious as he shouts that there is no way this guy is an awakened user. Is he not just a cook? Since when does anyone see an elite awakened user working as a simple chef? Cao Xiaoliang proudly flips his hair, replying that being chosen by destiny was unavoidable, but he just happens to love cooking. Is that a crime? Gu Cheng is completely left speechless. His two henchmen whisper in confusion, whispering that they knew a regular girl could never pull off those insane combat moves anyway. With Gu Cheng included, that makes 3 awakened users at the base. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang is stunned and asks if Gu Cheng is one too. He struts over to Gu Cheng, circling him mockingly, wondering what kind of useless power gets beaten up so easily, getting completely wrecked by Xiaobai. Annoyed by the endless teasing, Gu Cheng snaps back, telling him to mind his own business. Gu Yue steps in to clarify, explaining that Gu Cheng is only a potential seed who has not actually awakened yet. Cao Xiaoliang is utterly baffled, saying, "What?" Gu Yue crosses her arms to explain further, stating that before awakening, candidates usually experience high fevers, vivid hallucinations, and develop a special mark on their body. Those people are known as ability seeds. Desperate to save face, Gu Cheng turns to Yin Hong, promising her that his fevers are getting more frequent, meaning his awakening is right around the corner. He then throws a smug glare at Cao Xiaoliang, boasting that once he awakens, those who are too scared to name their power will not be acting so tough anymore. Yin Hong acts like a total pick-me girl, nodding and saying she always believed he was the strongest of them all. And let's pause for a second. Xiaobai is so sick of his barking that she almost charges him, sending him into a panic. He screams for her to stay back. Seeing another fight brewing, Gu Yue quickly steps in between them. She declares that the drama ends right now. Turning to Yin Hong, She explains that while she can stay, their base operates on fair rules. No work means no food, no exceptions. Furthermore, warehouse supplies are public property and cannot be taken without permission. If anyone breaks these rules, they will be kicked out immediately. Do you understand? Yin Hong fearfully grabs Gu Cheng's shirt, whispering that she understands. Gu Cheng immediately snaps back, claiming he was the one who wanted the food, so she should stop targeting Yin Hong. Seeing her stubborn brother refuse to listen and dare to yell back, Gu Yue gives him a chilling glare that instantly shuts him up. Ignoring her foolish brother, Gu Yue cheerfully orders old Lu to check the warehouse and harvest some fresh vegetables to welcome their new members with a special feast tonight. Old Lu sighs and nods in agreement. Gu Yue then pats Cao Xiaoliang's shoulder, smilingly telling him to perform well and not make her look bad since she brought him in. Cao Xiaoliang can only sigh inwardly, questioning if this can even be called a welcome. They just want him to cook for them. Sensing the shifting mood, Gu Cheng tries to make amends. He approaches his sister, admitting he caused trouble for old Lu earlier, and offers to help prepare the food instead. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, survivors gather to gossip about the rumor of a new chef who is also an awakened user. Aren't awakened users usually high and mighty? They are treated like gods in any base they join. So why would one voluntarily cook for others? This must mean he is down to earth and kind. Ever since their last chef died, everyone is sick of eating dry biscuits and cannot wait for a real hot meal. A meal prepared by an awakened user is bound to be legendary, leaving everyone excited. But when Cao Xiaoliang enters the kitchen, he finds expired ingredients, withered greens, rotten eggs, and sprouted potatoes. Looking at the heap of trash, Cao Xiaoliang complains, asking how on earth he is supposed to make 8 dishes and 3 soups with this. Seeing the spoiled food, Gu Yue's face drops as she demands to know what happened here. Gu Cheng shrugs, claiming the recent rain flooded their fields, leaving only flour in stock, while those rotten eggs were hard to find. Trust me, we are in for a wild ride. His 2 lackeys immediately chimed in, and to make matters worse, the kitchen was completely out of spices. Let's see if Sister Yue can survive this. After she went out searching for salt, but returned completely empty-handed, Gu Cheng didn't believe Cao Xiaoliang could cook a decent meal with such terrible ingredients, so he arrogantly sneered. But the simpler the ingredients, the more they test a chef's true skill. I am absolutely sure you can turn these cheap scraps into a masterpiece, making a dish that will have everyone drooling, right? Hearing that, Cao Xiaoliang helplessly gave him a thumbs up. Well then, I truly appreciate your trust, Cao Xiaoliang said, before silently realizing that this brat's sudden attitude shift was actually a cheap trap designed to humiliate him right from the start. Is this a joke? I have a system, so I can get any ingredient I want. Did you really think you could corner me? Suddenly, the system popped up with a warning, stating that the spatial storage could only be used for items inside the food cart, and nothing could be taken out. Cao Xiaoliang went pale hearing this, asking, wait, that rule actually exists? Right behind Cao Xiaoliang and Gu Yue, Gu Cheng's group was whispering excitedly, don't worry, Brother Cheng, I hid all the base's good ingredients. Let's see what kind of garbage food he makes with those rotten scraps. Thanks to my rumors, the crowd outside has massive expectations. Pay attention here, because if he fails to cook anything decent, both he and Sister Yue will lose face completely. Hearing how efficient his lackeys were, Gu Cheng turned back and praised. Great job. Suddenly, Yin Hong timidly spoke up from behind. Cheng, Gu Ye is your biological older sister after all. Aren't we taking this a bit too far? The 2 lackeys immediately spoke up to defend their boss. They targeted you earlier, so why are you still worrying about her? Hong Hong, you are way too kind, Gu Cheng muttered, turning back to explain with a sinister grin. Those 2 are bad news. Only by kicking them out can our base truly be safe. This base only needs 1 superpower user, and I will never let anyone threaten my position. Outside, the starving crowd began to complain. Why is the food still not served? How much longer do we have to wait? I am absolutely starving. Suddenly, 2 of Sister Yue's men burst through the door, shouting, Sister Yue, what is going on? Everyone outside is getting really impatient. Cao Xiaoliang scratched his head in frustration. The eggs were totally ruined, and the vegetables were rotten, leaving only the rice completely intact. Turning to Gu Yue, he said, if there is really no other way, we can only make porridge. Hearing this, Gu Cheng gleefully thought, oh, porridge, is it? He quickly flung open the door, leading to the dining area and yelled, everyone calm down. The chef says he is making plain white porridge for us today. Everyone was shocked and furious upon hearing his announcement. What? You and I both know they expected a massive feast, right? So, hearing it's just plain porridge, they'd rather eat instant noodles. Seeing the crowd break out in anger, Gu Cheng's two lackeys chimed in. Sister Yue went through so much trouble to bring this power user here. So of course, he is keeping the good stuff for himself. You should be glad you even get porridge. Keep complaining, and he might just get angry and leave for another base. The crowd grew even more enraged, shouting, I knew it. Why would a power user become a chef, if not to hoard all the food for himself? Everyone is equal in this base, so why does he get special privileges and steal our food? We do not want someone like him staying here. He should just leave immediately. Hearing everyone mocking Cao Xiaoliang, Xiaobai grit her teeth in absolute fury. Watching this, Cao Xiaoliang calmly thought that this brat was a real master at stirring up hate, while Gu Cheng smirked, thinking there was no way the chef could survive this mess. Seeing things spiral out of control, Gu Yue quickly shouted to explain, Everyone, listen to me. Today's situation is entirely my fault. I ran into trouble on the road and couldn't bring ingredients back, which is why Chef Cao couldn't prepare a proper meal. I promise to find enough ingredients very soon, and I definitely won't let you down next time. The crowd's anger immediately softened as they reassured her. Yue, how could we possibly blame you for this? Finding supplies is incredibly dangerous, so your safe return is all that matters. If it weren't for Sister Yue, our base wouldn't even exist today. Anyone complaining is just ungrateful, especially compared to the poor souls barely surviving out in the wasteland. If we can have plain porridge every day, that is already a massive blessing. What right do we have to complain? Hearing that, Gu Yue happily exclaimed, Thank you all so much for understanding. Seeing Gu Yue completely turn the situation around, Yin Hong sneered, noting how everyone's attitude instantly shifted the moment she spoke up, proving her incredibly high status in the base. Gu Cheng watched in frustration, annoyed that she had actually taken the blame for him. Yin Hong shot a sly glance at Gu Cheng, smiling sinisterly. Then, an elderly resident peered inside and said, You must be Chef Cao, right? My old teeth aren't great, so I actually love plain porridge. The others also apologized, asking him not to take their harsh words to heart. Trust me, you and I are going to love what comes next. Come along with me, as we see some pickled veggies brought out for everyone to share. Cao Xiaoliang rubs his chin, thinking that since this young woman is already so incredibly popular, she will definitely become a major power player in the near future. His face turns pale considering the sheer scale of this base, which, under her leadership, should have been thriving perfectly by now. But why did he have absolutely no memory of this influential woman in any of his past 9 lives? One of Sister Yue's loyal followers screams out, defending that today's issue is not Chef Cao's fault, nor is it Sister Yue's. If someone had not completely ruined the pork stash in the warehouse, we would not be stuck drinking plain water porridge. Hearing this, the crowd immediately protests in anger, demanding to know if she is talking about that wild boar. That was something we risked our lives to catch. Who did this? Hearing the uproar, another girl points directly at Yin Hong and sneers that they should ask this fine lady. She thought the pork was dirty, refused to eat, and threw it out. Yin Hong rolls her eyes in annoyance. Outraged, the crowd starts cursing her, pointing out that she is just some stray girl Gu Cheng brought back. Why is she wasting our precious food? Seeing Yin Hong under attack, Gu Cheng immediately steps in to defend her. Yin Hong did not mean any harm. She grew up eating only luxury delicacies, so she has never seen food like this before. It is normal that she cannot stomach it. His 2 sidekicks join in, telling the women to stop being so ridiculously petty. Sister Yue's furious follower snaps back, mocking them by saying they are petty, while the men are so incredibly generous. By our rules, wasting food means getting your rations cut. Since you all are so generous, we will just deduct it from your meals. Now, pay attention here. Those 2 start stuttering as Yin Hong quickly plays the victim card, crying fake tears. I am so sorry. I did not mean to waste food. I only wanted to protect you all. Sister Yue asks in deep confusion what she means, right before a group brings out a massive chunk of wild boar meat, shocking everyone. An angry Sister Yue confronts Gu Cheng, demanding to know why he claimed all this meat had already been thrown away. Confused by the sudden turn of events, Gu Cheng turns to Yin Hong and whispers, asking her what is really going on. Seeing this unfold, Sister Yue's 2 followers immediately jump in to demand answers as well. So, the one trying to hoard the food was someone else, pretending to be a noble lady while stealing behind our backs. Some people want to act high and mighty but will stoop to any dirty trick. Hearing the insults grow worse, Gu Cheng shields her. Stop speaking nonsense. Weren't you all just crying over losing this meat a moment ago? Now that we found it, returning it to you should be enough, right? Suddenly, Yin Hong screams in absolute panic, claiming the meat is infected. The crowd gasps in sheer terror, asking if she means the deadly zombie virus. Yin Hong covers her nose with both hands, sobbing that the meat has turned dark black and smells extremely strange. This smell is very familiar to me. It is the exact stench of a zombie. Yin Hong covers her mouth and points at the pile, declaring that the meat has turned entirely black and smells highly unusual, bearing the exact putrid stench of the zombies she knows too well. She then firmly asserts she only feared someone might eat it by mistake, which is why she had Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei hide it to burn later. You saw that coming, right? The survivors start whispering anxiously. Looking at this color, it is definitely not fresh meat, but that does not prove it is infected. Could it just be spoiled due to improper storage? As the crowd begins to doubt, Old Mo quickly steps up to defend his own reputation. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. The meat already looked like this when the chef handed it over. Yin Hong maintains her panicked expression, arguing that if it were just spoiled, it should be covered in thick mold by now. Instead, the surface is completely smooth and dry, with absolutely no signs of rotting, leaving the survivors deeply puzzled. This wrinkled skin looks exactly like zombie flesh. Was that wild boar a mutated monster? Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei instantly back up her claim. Thank goodness, Yin Hong noticed in time. Otherwise, if we had eaten this today, the entire base would be infected. The crowd relievedly agrees, calling her their great savior, and realizing how close they all came to a horrifying end. We truly owe you our lives. Blushing, Yin Hong humbly replies that they do not need to thank her. She is just glad everyone is safe. Seeing that the crowd is now firmly on their side, Gu Cheng turns to Sister Yue and speaks up. All right, the truth is out. Sister, I believe you owe both Yin Hong and everyone else here a sincere apology. Furious, Sister Yue snaps back, demanding to know if he is blaming her for not checking carefully and bringing a virus to camp. Gu Cheng smugly shrugs. And trust me, you and I can see how quickly a spoiled sibling will turn on their own family. I know you love being praised and highly idolized by others, sister, but you cannot put everyone's survival on the line just to show off your skills, all right? Let's jump right in, as Gu Yue's sisters defend her, yelling, Cheng, how can you say that? Sister Gu Yue would never do that. Hearing her brother's disrespectful words, Gu Yue steps forward to defend herself. Gu Cheng, you are my own brother, and you know my character well. Do you honestly believe I'd do this? Gu Cheng falls silent in thought, but Yin Hong quickly chimes in. Cheng, let it go. I'm sure she didn't mean to do it. Finding food is exhausting, so making a quick mistake like this is totally understandable. Gu Cheng softens, replying gently, Hong Hong, you are just too kind, and that is why people always take advantage of you. Hearing this, Gu Yue's sisters get furious. What exactly is this girl trying to say here? Isn't she basically accusing her indirectly? The surrounding crowd starts whispering in agreement, making Gu Yue's close friends extremely anxious. Oh no. It looks like everyone is actually starting to believe them. The crowd sighs in relief, whispering thanks. Luckily, nobody ate any, and they caught it just in time. Now, watch closely before they can destroy the infected meat. Cao Xiaoliang suddenly walks over and sniffs it, shocking everyone. What on earth is he doing? Then, Cao Xiaoliang excitedly picks up a piece, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Put it down. That meat is infected. But Cao Xiaoliang just shoves a piece into his mouth and starts chewing happily. Oh, that is the taste. As the crowd panics, he calmly asks, isn't our food right here? Cao Xiaoliang eagerly calls out, Xiao Bai, bring that meat over here. Xiao Bai immediately obeys, grabbing the meat bucket and heading straight to the kitchen where a hot pan is already sizzling. Cao Xiaoliang grins. Good thing I started steaming the rice earlier. The timing is absolutely perfect. With expert knife skills, he quickly slices the meat and prepares an absolutely mouth-watering bowl of meat and rice. Seeing this, Gu Cheng's group yells in anger. Are you insane? You know it is infected, yet you want us to eat it? He is definitely evil. Is he trying to kill us? The crowd whispers nervously, peering into the kitchen. Hey chef, are you out of your mind? I definitely do not want to turn into a zombie. Cao Xiaoliang calmly sets them straight. Who says mutant meat is completely inedible? If you prep it right and remove the infected parts, it becomes a rare delicacy. Besides, this meat does not even come from a mutant pig. I know what you're thinking, is he crazy? But Gu Yue just asks if he is absolutely sure. Of course. Yin Hong sneers, Chef Cao. Even if you want to protect Gu Yue, You can't gamble with our lives. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei also lose their tempers, shifting the blame. Don't believe a word he says. If it's not a mutant pig, why is the meat black and smelly? It's clearly infected. Cao Xiaoliang just sighs. You idiots. Have you never heard of wind-cured meat? Everyone stares in complete confusion. Wind-cured meat? He explains. If I am not mistaken, the previous chef was a man, right? Gu Yue gasps. How did you know? Gu Yue's sister realizes something, adding, exactly. That chef spoke with a southern accent. Everyone is stunned as she continues. He told me he came from Guishan to work here. Cao Xiaoliang holds up the meat, explaining. This wind-cured style is a famous specialty from southern Guishan. Touching the meat, he says, that region is extremely humid, so food spoils fast. To preserve it, locals slice the meat, rub it with salt, soy sauce, and sugar, then hang it in a cool place to dry. As he speaks, we see images of strips of meat hanging up to dry. Once the outside turns black, this genius method keeps the meat fresh inside, lasting for months without ever spoiling. Showing them the meat, he explains that the strong smell comes from a protective layer that forms on the outside during the curing process. It might smell bad raw, but once you heat it up, a miracle happens, bringing back its incredible, unique flavor. He starts cooking with excitement, explaining that since the meat is already seasoned, cooking it is incredibly simple. Steaming rice and golden meat appear. Just use the hot steam to cook it. This lets the delicious oils and flavors soak into the rice. Add some green onions, and boom, a perfect clay pot meal is ready. Everyone's mouths water at the sight of the beautiful, pink, tender meat. It looks absolutely delicious. It smells amazing. Seeing everyone completely ignore his earlier warnings, Gu Cheng panics and screams. Don't listen to him. He's dead anyway. So who can prove this is cured meat? Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. All right, let's jump right into this crazy drama. Yin Hong looks devastated, while Thao Mai complains. Gu Yue, we forgave you, so why make Chef Cao fabricate lies to make things worse? Chef Cao holds up a plate of rice that makes even Xiao Bai drool. Is it cured meat or virus-infected flesh? Chef Cao quickly shoves a spoonful of rice into Yin Hong's mouth before she can react. One bite will tell the truth. Seeing Chef Cao force-feed the girl he secretly loves, Gu Cheng panics and screams out her name, Yin Hong. With her mouth completely stuffed, Yin Hong starts to tremble. Seeing this reaction, the entire crowd instantly gasps. Tears well up in Yin Hong's eyes as she slowly chews. Her only thought right now is to spit it out. Chef Cao smirks excitedly, waving his hand. He warns her, a good customer should never waste delicious food. Seeing Yin Hong about to spit, Xiao Bai charges forward like the wind, tightly clamping her cheeks shut. No escape. But as the juices mix with the tender meat, Yin Hong is shocked. The meat is incredibly firm, chewy, and bursting with rich flavor. The coarse salt grains intensely stimulate her taste buds, bringing a sharp pain mixed with an unbelievably exquisite, euphoric pleasure. Pay attention here, because this is where it gets crazy. The soft rice absorbs the savory gravy, sliding down effortlessly. Every bite creates an explosive collision of flavors, sending her mind into absolute culinary bliss. She literally hallucinates riding a massive wild boar, charging through a primal forest. The raw, untamed rush of flavor delivers an unbelievable wave of pure ecstasy. This dish is after finally swallowing, she collapses to the floor, exhausted. Seeing his beloved on her knees, Gu Cheng rushes over, deeply worried. Yin Hong, are you okay? Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei also chime in, asking, is it that bad? Are you in pain? Stay with us. Yin Hong's face blushes deep red. Damn it, this meat is mind-blowingly delicious. Seeing her dramatic reaction, Chef Cao lets out a smug, amused chuckle. The crowd starts whispering. Her complexion looks way better than before. Aside from her flushed cheeks, she seems completely fine and healthy. She is definitely not mutating. An elderly woman steps forward toward Gu Yue and apologizes. Gu Yue, I was so foolish earlier. I almost believed there was something wrong with the meat. Please do not hold it against me. Gu Yue responds warmly. Please don't say that, Grandma. I'm just glad we cleared up the misunderstanding. The crowd quickly agrees, shouting, see? I told you Gu Yue would never bring back bad meat. My brother got hurt catching the pig, so any virus would have kicked in by now. Chef Cao turns to the crowd, asking, since it's safe, are you all ready to eat? With that, Chef Cao heads back to the kitchen to keep cooking. He tells them to leave a 5-star review. Now, let us watch their hesitation vanish as they finally take that first nervous bite. Suddenly, someone screams, This is incredible. The rich, savory meat flavor explodes in my mouth. It is an absolute feast. Others quickly follow, crying out in pure joy. The rice is incredibly soft and fragrant, perfectly coated in the delicious, savory gravy. This is absolute heaven. Every single bite is pure satisfaction. Humans definitely need to eat meat to survive. Gu Yue's short-haired friend scoffs. Our wealthy young lady doesn't even know what cured meat is? Is your rich dad actually just a total fraud? The crowd joins in, mocking her lack of basic knowledge. What a joke. She is totally clueless, so young, yet she speaks so carelessly. If Chef Cao hadn't stepped up, Gu Yue would have been wrongly accused. Gu Yue's ponytailed friend sternly points out that they are the ones who owe an apology. Soon, everyone demands Gu Cheng's group apologize. You need to apologize. 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 Apologize right now. Yin Hong looks up in shock to see Gu Yue and Chef Cao standing triumphantly in front of the crowd. Overwhelmed with bitter humiliation like a classic drama queen, she bursts into, "You guys are all so horrible." Yin Hong covers her face, sobbing hysterically as she runs off, crying out in despair. Gu Cheng frantically calls out after her, "Yin Hong." He turns his blazing anger toward Chef Cao, pointing a finger and accusing him, "You complete bastard. You definitely rigged that meat, didn't you?" Chef Cao casually waves his hands in defense, saying, "Hey, I only cook the food. I don't take the blame." Gu Cheng boils with rage and roars, "Cut the crap. I want a one-on-one duel with you. No outside help, especially from her." Xiao Bai looks utterly confused. Chef Cao glances at her and thinks, a one-on-one duel? He is clearly just terrified of Xiao Bai and wants to pick on the weaker opponent. What an absolute coward. Right on cue, the system notification chimes loudly. Congratulations, you have acquired a rare ingredient. New skill rewarded. Culinary Mage. Chef Cao stares at the pop-up in pure excitement, thinking, wow, talk about a sweet bonus. He rubs his chin thoughtfully, wondering, but wait, what on earth is a culinary mage? Suddenly, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei grab Chef Cao's arms, mockingly calling him a fake ability user who hides behind women. That's where we leave it. You and I know he's about to wreck them. Let's see what happens to this arrogant punk now that he's fighting without any backup. Disgusted by their underhanded tactics, Cao Xiaoliang yells out in absolute frustration, "Damn it. We agreed on a fair fight, but this brat clearly has zero martial honor." Gu Cheng charges forward, screaming, "Why would I need honor to deal with a fraud like you?" Pointing a sharp knife directly at Cao Xiaoliang, he screams, "Die, you idiot." Seeing this madness unfold, Gu Yue yells at the top of her lungs, "Gu Cheng, stop right now." The two sisters also scream out in a panic, "Chef Cao, watch out." Xiao Bai gets into a fighting stance, ready to pounce, but Cao Xiaoliang suddenly orders him to stay back. Xiao Bai freezes on the spot, immediately stopping his charge. Cao Xiaoliang leaps up with a confident grin and says, "Since you came right to me, don't blame me for getting rough." It is the perfect moment to test his new skill. Leaping high, he breaks free from the henchman and kicks the knife right out of Gu Cheng's hand. Cao Xiaoliang lands, unleashing his ultimate culinary massage. He strikes Gu Cheng's pressure points, causing intense pain before sending him flying with a final kick. Still arrogant, Gu Cheng groans, "Damn you, how dare you?" But his body suddenly begins to shake, and he collapses. How is this even possible? His paralyzed limbs refuse to move. Realizing he's completely helpless, Gu Cheng lies on the ground and cries out, "Sister, help me. Please save me." Don't blink, because this is where his sister rushes over, asking him why he had to act so incredibly reckless. Gu Cheng plays the victim, whimpering, "Sister, I can't feel my entire body at all. Am I going to die?" Gu Yue looks down gloomily and sighs, "You won't die. The heavy impact just temporarily paralyzed your muscles, but you should recover after resting for a while." Watching this unfold, Cao Xiaoliang finally realizes what is happening. When prepping meat, chefs use a mallet to tenderize it first, forcing the muscles and nerves to completely tighten up. This makes the meat tender and lets the seasoning penetrate deep inside. So that is what the legendary culinary massage technique actually means. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei panic, shouting, "Wait, is this guy really that strong? He is way more terrifying than that woman." Smirking at their sheer terror, Cao Xiaoliang taunts them, "All right, which one of you is next?" Terrified, the two of them instantly turn tail and run, screaming, "We made a mistake. Please spare us." Seeing her brother in pain, Gu Yue stands up, pleading, "Let's make peace. This was Gu Cheng's fault, and I apologize for him. Can you please let this go?" Cao Xiaoliang decides not to push any further. It is fine, as long as he does not cross me again. Soon, medical staff arrive with a stretcher and carry Gu Cheng away. Glaring from the stretcher, Gu Cheng swears to himself, "You just wait, Cao. I am absolutely going to make you pay for this." While the guests enjoy their food, Cao Xiaoliang quietly checks his tablet. Great reviews, great reviews, great reviews. Another great review. Watching his review progress bar climb, Cao Xiaoliang's eyes light up with pure excitement. This is amazing. 30 positive reviews from just one meal. At this rate, he will finish the system quest in no time. But wait, look at this. The progress bar suddenly freezes and starts shrinking, leaving us just as confused as he is. Seeing Cao Xiaoliang about to lose his mind, the system panics and quickly pops up to help. Calm down, host. Let me look into this. The system confidently announces, "Found it. Someone gave you a 0-star rating. According to system rules, receiving a bad review will slash your positive reviews for the day in half. And if you collect 3 bad reviews, you face a penalty, where your score gets wiped back to 0. Cao Xiaoliang screams. What? Gritting his teeth, he realizes how brutal this rule is. If someone intentionally leaves bad reviews, won't it be impossible to ever complete the quest? Cao Xiaoliang pulls his hair out in absolute frustration, yelling, "Just who on earth did this?" Meanwhile, in a dark room, Yin Hong grits her teeth while repeatedly smashing the screen, leaving bad review after bad review after bad review. She mutters, shaking with anger, "I have spent my whole life playing men. No one has ever dared to play me like this." Yin Hong remembers the overwhelming pleasure of tasting that incredible meat, and even now, her body shivers and goes completely weak at the thought. Furious, she throws her pen across the room, muttering, "How disgusting." Suddenly, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei crawl out like hypnotized dogs, slowly making their way toward her on all fours. Master, we love you so much. Please show us some affection." Seeing them like this, Yin Hong gets an idea and smiles seductively. "I only love obedient dogs who get the job done properly if they want to be rewarded by their master." She unleashes an enchanting wave from her eyes, trapping Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei even deeper under her hypnotic spell. You and I just watched her completely brainwash them, and she sits back like a victor, letting them kiss her feet before wickedly muttering, "Let's dive in with this bitter girl," claiming all men only think with their lower half. And Cao Xiaoliang is no exception. She craftily squeezes a crumpled note in her hand, proudly whispering that anyone who dares ruin her plans will pay a painful price. Meanwhile, we find Cao Xiaoliang happily fishing by a quiet lake. Spotting a massive catch on his line, he shouts in pure, wild excitement. Should he grill this massive beast or steam it? Suddenly, the mutant fish spits the hook, reveals razor-sharp fangs, and flies through the air to hunt him down. Panicking, Cao Xiaoliang runs for his life, screaming about how this miserable apocalypse is actively trying to kill him at every turn. It is fine to mutate, but why are you crossing species boundaries to fly? He bolts to his car, desperate to jump inside, but the door is completely locked. Panicking, he bangs on the window, screaming for Xiao Bai to open up. Then, a system alert leaves him pale. The host has received 3 negative reviews. His score is reset to 0, and his punishment is total erasure. Cao Xiaoliang completely loses his mind, trapped outside, with a deadly monster closing in fast. Now, watch closely, because the system repeats its brutal warning: 3 strikes, status revoked, and preparation for absolute erasure begins. Pointing at a glowing light in the sky, Cao Xiaoliang screams at the system, protesting that this makes absolutely no sense. Suddenly, the flying fish lunges forward, biting him right in the groin. Then, it unleashes a brutal barrage of tail slaps to his face. Screaming in agony, he collapses flat onto the dirt, completely breathless from the blinding pain of that low blow. But as he wakes up shivering, his eyes snap open. Oh, it was just a nightmare? Thank goodness for that. Turns out, Xiao Bai is sleeping peacefully right on top of him. Seeing her, Cao Xiaoliang leaps up and yells, "Why are you in here again?" Xiao Bai just rubs her sleepy eyes, and Cao Xiaoliang keeps yelling, reminding her that her bed is downstairs. He angrily threatens that if she causes another nightmare, he is confiscating every single one of her precious snacks. Hearing a loud racket outside, he sighs exhaustedly, wondering who on earth is making all this noise so early in the morning. Peeking outside through the vehicle's awning, he spots the rest of the survivors frantically preparing for some kind of big trip. Confused, he throws on his jacket and steps outside with Xiao Bai to greet the group with a casual good morning. The girls happily return the greeting, asking their favorite chef Gao if he managed to get a good night's rest. Noticing his exhausted expression, Gu Yue worriedly points out his dark under-eye circles, asking if something kept him up all night. Cao Xiaoliang mentally groans, realizing that fighting off a flying groin-biting fish in your nightmares will definitely ruin your face. But you and I both know, free gear in this world is never actually free. Gu Yue explains that Yin Hong claims her father hid a massive stash of supplies right at the base of Wanda Mountain. It is packed with daily necessities, food, and weapons, so they are gearing up to go retrieve everything. Yin Hong timidly adds that during the apocalypse, these supplies are far more valuable than life itself. Gu Cheng looks at her with absolute adoration, praising her incredible kindness for wanting to share everything with the group. Stepping down from the vehicle with a deeply apologetic look, Yin Hong explains that her father stockpiled goods everywhere when the disaster first began, but sadly, never got to use them. She claims that because her blunder nearly cost the base its vital food supply yesterday, she wants to offer this cash to fully make up for her mistake. Right on cue, her two loyal lapdogs, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei, instantly jump in to defend her. They argue that she shouldn't blame herself, since it obviously wasn't her fault at all. Yeah, it was an accident. Smoked meat is incredibly rare around here anyway, so nobody else would have recognized it either. Gu Yue's female companions whisper in pure disgust, mocking how quickly those guys swoon over her crocodile tears and manipulative act. Cao Xiaoliang raises an eyebrow, noting that Wanda Mountain was a major tourist resort before the world fell apart. With so many convenience stores at the base, other survivors have definitely picked that place clean by now. If actual supplies were sitting there, they would have been looted ages ago. Hearing this, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei furiously snap back. They demand to know if he is calling her a liar. While Gu Cheng angrily joins the defensive pile-on, they demand to know what she ever did to deserve this, accusing him of bullying a defenseless girl and questioning if he is even a real man. Remaining completely unfazed, Cao Xiaoliang sarcastically notes that since their voices are so loud, they must have recovered quite nicely. He mockingly offers to stretch their muscles for them, making Gu Cheng ball his fists, ready to throw down right there. Before a real fight breaks out, Yin Hong quickly plays peacemaker, telling Chef Gao that if he still doubts her intentions, he is welcome to join them. Cao Xiaoliang considers the offer, turning to Gu Yue to quietly ask if she actually trusts this girl. Gu Yue sighs and shares her concerns, pointing out that their current supply of smoked meat won't last them much longer. On top of that, several people in the camp are already showing severe signs of sodium deficiency. Without real salt and seasoning, the adults might cope, but trust me, you and I know the kids won't survive. Will he go? Let's dive in. Lie or not, if there is hope, she will try. Making Cao Xiaoliang rub his temples at this idiot. Looking seriously at Gu Yue, Cao Xiaoliang says he will tag along with her since it is not dinner time yet. Realizing the bait was taken, Yin Hong happily fawns, saying there are too many things to carry in one single trip. Since Chef Cao is a true expert, having him along is perfect for selecting all the best ingredients they need. She laughs and chats happily on the outside, but internally, she sneers at how easily this idiot fell for her trap. Hearing this, the two girls accompanying Gu Yue firmly insist on tagging along with her on this journey. With tonight being a full moon, the zombies will be hyperactive, so having extra numbers will keep everyone much safer. Deeply touched by their genuine care, Gu Yue happily declines, promising to return before dark and warning them to lock the doors tight. Hearing her strict orders, they groan in disappointment, but seeing Gu Yue heading out, Cao Xiaoliang puts a hand on her shoulder and slyly tells them to stay. Feeling relieved, the girls cheer that they can finally rest easy now that the great Chef Cao is on guard duty. Gu Yue shyly waves them off, teasingly reminding him of the time he literally bowed down to beg for her mercy. Now, pay attention here. Xiaoliang calmly replies that looking up back then would have revealed some very inappropriate things. The two girls widen their eyes in shock, eagerly asking what exactly he was not supposed to see. Ignoring her completely red face, Xiaoliang calmly tries to answer, but a panicked Gu Yue immediately grabs his mouth to silence him. This only makes the girls even more excited, teasing that the two must be hiding some highly classified, juicy secrets. Choked and lifted off his feet by Gu Yue, Xiaoliang begs her to stop shaking him before he dies. Watching their playful banter, Yin Hong sneers from the sidelines, wondering exactly how long their happiness is going to last. Soon, their two cars roll along the cliffside, while far below them, hordes of mindless zombies devour human flesh. Looking down, Xiaoliang remembers that zombie behavior is cyclical, becoming extremely aggressive and feral whenever a full moon arrives. Tonight is the 15th, so the area is crawling with them. Oddly enough, Xiaobai seems completely unaffected by it. Suddenly, Xiaobai points out the window, spotting something ahead. Startled, Xiaoliang slams on the brakes to stop the car. From the back, Gu Yue calls out in confusion, asking what is wrong and why they stopped so suddenly. You and I both know what is next, as Xiaoliang steps out, pointing at a eroded road that blocks their cars. Seeing everyone confused about the path, Yin Hong points toward the dense woods, claiming their destination is just a short 30-minute walk. Gu Yue orders everyone to grab their weapons, reminding them to stay dead silent so they do not attract nearby zombies. They cautiously venture deep into the dark forest, until a tiny bee suddenly decides to land right on Yin Hong's cheek. True to her spoiled princess personality, she screams in absolute terror, fearing the loud noise will alert the undead. Gu Yue furiously whispers, asking if she is trying to get them killed. Gu Yue quickly slaps the insect away, but the dramatic princess keeps screaming as the bee flies off into the trees. She turns to Xiaoliang, muttering that it was just a tiny bee and there was absolutely nothing to fear. While the other three cowards turn pale, Gu Cheng decides to act like a hero and wraps his arms around Yin Hong. Clinging tightly to Gu Cheng, Yin Hong whimpers, pretending to be deeply traumatized by the terrifying insect. Holding her close, Gu Cheng defends her, asking his sister not to be harsh since all girls get scared, making Gu Yu annoyed. Emiyamun, acting completely brainless, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei chime in, claiming Gu Yue is way too aggressive to be a normal woman. Trying to comfort Yin Hong, Gu Cheng gossips that his sister literally grew up looking like a boy with a buzz cut and shorts. Once, she walked into a girl's restroom and scared everyone inside to tears. As Gu Yue blushes in absolute embarrassment, someone suddenly blasts a cloud of insect repellent right in their faces. Coughing hard, they demand to know what it is, and Xiaoliang calmly tells them it is just bug spray. Since these woods are crawling with mosquitoes, he brought a bottle, immediately pointing it mischievously at the two brothers. This stuff is incredibly effective at repelling bugs, and apparently, it is great for curing garbage mouths too. And that is where we leave them, as the guys run away from the terrible smell, while Gu Yue happily giggles at the chaos. Suddenly, Xiaoliang senses that something is off, looking around frantically to ask where Xiao Bai has run off to. Just then, Xiao Bai drops from a tree holding a massive beehive. Let's dive into this wild scene where Gu Yue freezes in shock. The group screams in terror, and Xiao Bai happily holds a massive beehive. Xiao Bai giggles, her eyes shining like stars as drool drips from her mouth. Seeing her expression, the other four panic, wondering what on earth she plans to do. No way she actually wants to eat that raw, right? Ignoring everyone, Xiao Bai opens her mouth wide, making their faces turn pale as they scream. Quick, stop her right now! Cao Xiaoliang yells out in absolute panic. Xiao Bai, do not put that in your mouth. Xiao Bai takes a huge bite, prompting everyone to scream in horror. Soon after, they find themselves standing before a mysterious, dark tunnel. Gu Yue looks around skeptically and asks, "Is this the place?" Yin Hong nods confidently and replies, "No doubt about it. This tunnel collapsed halfway through construction and has been abandoned for years. My father always said the most dangerous places are actually the safest. Nobody would ever dare to enter a place like this, let alone expect supplies inside." Yin Hong rubs her swollen, painful cheek as she explains, "Man, this hurts." Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei, their eyes bloodshot from bee stings, glare at Xiao Bai, whose mouth is still covered in sweet honey. It is all her fault, and if they were not too weak to fight her, they would have shredded her by now. Gu Yue raises her weapon and orders them to move in. Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang raises his hand to stop them, saying, "Hold on a second." Annoyed that Cao Xiaoliang is interrupting their plans, Gu Cheng snaps, "What are you trying to do now?" Sighing at their amateur moves, Cao Xiaoliang calmly explains that entering a pitch-black, unknown tunnel like this without checking first is just way too risky. He tosses a firecracker inside to test the waters. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes out, prompting him to warn everyone to stay back, because something is coming. Everyone tenses up instantly, but instead of monsters, a massive swarm of beautiful butterflies suddenly flutters out. Seeing them, Xiao Bai screams in absolute terror and immediately dives headfirst into the nearby bushes. Cao Xiaoliang is completely baffled by her reaction. They are just butterflies, so what is there to fear? He walks over and tries to pull her out, urging her to come out, but Xiao Bai stubbornly resists, clinging tightly to a tree trunk while whimpering. Seeing their strongest fighter reduced to a shivering mess, Yin Hong smugly thinks that even though this crazy girl is insanely strong, leaving her behind makes the remaining two way easier. Seizing the moment, she quickly steps in to stop him. Xiao Bai is terrified, probably traumatized by those bees from earlier. We should not force her to go inside with us. Gu Yue looks up at the sky, realizing they are running out of daylight. She turns to the group and warns that they must move, or the zombies will become hyperactive at night. Meanwhile, Xiaobai continues to shiver and cry in fear behind them. Left with no choice, Cao Xiaoliang sighs and tells her to stay put and wait for them. Xiaobai curls up into a ball, whimpering and trembling on the ground. Guiding the way with his flashlight, Cao Xiaoliang steps inside, silently marveling at just how deep this abandoned tunnel actually goes. Gu Yue turns around and asks impatiently how much further to the hidden supplies. Yin Hong quickly reassures her that they are almost there. Now, pay attention to this part, because Cao Xiaoliang suddenly spots someone in the shadows and screams a warning. He shouts that someone is in there. Gu Cheng immediately aims his gun forward, nervously asking if it is a human or a zombie. From the flickering shadows, He Jian and his gang step out, laughing at the coincidence of meeting them here. Gu Yue raises her weapon, completely stunned to see them, and demands to know how He Jian and his men found this place. But out of nowhere, Gu Cheng's lackey sneaks up behind Gu Yue and brutally strikes her head with his gun. She gasps as he snatches her weapon and pins her down. Gu Yue screams at Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei, asking what they are doing. Before Cao Xiaoliang can even spin around to help, a harsh voice commands him not to move. With a gun pressed to her temple, Gu Yue curses them for this cheap shot. Seeing her rival captured, Yin Hong crosses her arms and mockingly addresses Cao Xiaoliang. I know what you are thinking, but even with your superpowers, Gu Yue is an ordinary human, so do not do anything stupid. Gu Yue looks on in pure shock as she realizes her beloved brother is pointing a gun at her. Gu Cheng watches coldly. Cao Xiaoliang glares at Yin Hong, warning them to release Gu Yue right now. But suddenly, a massive cage drops from above and traps him inside before he can react. Gu Cheng smirks and sneers, or else what? Hero, this cage is rigged with heavy explosives, and a single click of this button will blow you to pieces. Even if bullets cannot kill you, I doubt you can survive this explosion. He Jian walks over to Gu Cheng and eagerly asks if this was the guy who rammed him with a car. Who knew you would fall into my hands so quickly? Great job. You really are the perfect partner I chose to work with. Hearing this, Gu Cheng still acts like a lovesick fool, thanking Yin Hong for coming up with such a brilliant plan. Inside the cage, Cao Xiaoliang fumes with silent rage, thinking, this damn system is completely useless right now, because its stealth mode cannot carry items. Otherwise, he would have instantly broken out, transformed, and beaten Gu Cheng to a bloody pulp right then and there. But dreams remain dreams, and you and I will have to wait to see how he escapes this trap. Trust me, this is wild. Gu Yue screams in pure disbelief. Gu Cheng, are you out of your mind? How could you listen to this absolute bastard? Gu Cheng snaps back, screaming, I'm not crazy. I've just had enough of your control. Stunned, Gu Yue stammers. What did you say? Gu Cheng's eyes turn bloodshot as his bottled-up rage finally explodes. Back at the orphanage, you always fought the other kids just to keep us from getting bullied. You gave me the food you stole, but they all called you boss while mocking me as useless baggage. Even in this apocalypse, everyone at the base only listens to you, ignoring me entirely. Do you have any idea how much I hate you? I'm the one with the superpower, the one who deserves all the respect and admiration here. But as long as you're around, I'll always be in your shadow. Gu Yue's eyes well up as she stammers. Gu Cheng, how could you say that? We had no parents. You've always been my entire world. All I ever wanted was to protect you from getting hurt. I never knew you hated me this much. Watching this mess unfold, Cao Xiaoliang sighs in disgust. What an ungrateful brat, leeching off your sister all this time just to play the victim. Furious at being mocked, Gu Cheng snaps. Shut the hell up. You disgust me, you filthy cook. How dare you talk back to me? Cao Xiaoliang rolls his eyes, muttering about how crazy he is. Gu Cheng sneers. You went out searching for other awakened ones, instead of waiting for me. Watch closely here. Yin Hong smirks as everything falls perfectly into her trap. Gu Cheng heartlessly aims his gun straight at his sister, spitting out, you don't deserve to be my sister. Watching this sibling drama while his own thugs keep the girl completely pinned down, He Jian laughs, not recognizing your raw power was her biggest mistake, kid. But don't worry, I've got your back. Once we head back, taking over that steel factory will be a breeze, making you the real boss. With my men and our heavy weapons backing us, plus an awakened user like you, this alliance will be unstoppable. We'll build the strongest base in this entire apocalypse. Gu Cheng beams with excitement. Thank you, Brother Jian. Gu Yue gasps in utter panic. Wait, what? You're bringing them to our steel factory? Gu Yue screams in fury. Do you have any idea what kind of monster He Jian is? Inviting them in is like letting wolves into our home. You'll get everyone killed. Angry that his captive is still talking back, He-Jian delivers a brutal slap to her face, growling, "Shut up. I still haven't settled my last score with you. How does it feel to be betrayed by your own brother?" You and I can see the pain in her eyes as he sneers, telling her to know her place. Even while pinned down, Gu Yue glares furiously at Yin Hong. He-Jian leans in, squeezing her jaw tight. "But making a strong woman like you beg on her knees? Now that's going to feel amazing." Yin Hong quickly steps in to stop him, offering a sly proposal. "Wait, since you're Gu Cheng's sister, I'll give you a single chance. I know there's a locked password box hidden somewhere inside that steel factory. Hand it over, and I'll make sure He-Jian lets you and everyone in the factory go unharmed. How about it?" Gu Yue asks, highly suspicious of this password box. She suddenly recalls, "Wait, I remember now. We actually did find a password box when we first arrived at the factory. But a technician warned me it was booby-trapped to blow up after 3 failed attempts. So, this whole time, this was her real goal." Gu Yue spits out angrily. "Do you seriously think I'd ever trust you?" Infuriated that his captive sister is still talking down to Yin Hong, Gu Cheng barks, "Stop wasting your breath on her. Once we seize the steel factory, absolutely everything inside belongs to us anyway. Finding that password box is only a matter of time." Annoyed, Yin Hong thinks to herself, "What an idiot. I've already searched that factory. If it were there, why would I have baited her out?" Gu Yue yells out to her, "Yin Hong, even though you betrayed me, as one woman to another, I have some advice for you. In this cruel world, women who only survive by clinging to men always end up discarded and miserable. Do you honestly think a guy who betrays his own flesh and blood can ever be trusted?" Gu Cheng quickly fires back, "My feelings for Yin Hong are completely real. You can't tear us apart." Ignoring Gu Yue's warnings, Yin Hong leans close to her ear and whispers maliciously, "I'm not some weak girl who depends on others. To me, men are nothing but disposable tools. You're the one who's truly pathetic. You act so tough and unbreakable on the outside, but you're incredibly soft-hearted. You sacrificed everything for your brother and this base, yet you missed their greed. The moment they're unhappy, they instantly turn on you like an enemy." Shifting her gaze over to Cao Xiaoliang, she smirks, "By the way, you actually love him, don't you?" Seeing Gu Yue's pale face, Yin Hong knows she's right, laughing softly. "Trust me, we need to see where this goes. All right. Stick with me because this petty villain is bragging that one snap of her fingers will bring him to his knees." Stealing everything her rival loves, Gu Yue screams back in pure anger, refusing to believe that everyone is greedy enough to throw away their conscience for simple profit. Yin Hong just scoffs and struts over to Cao Xiaoliang, proposing a bet where Gu Yue must hand over the code box if she loses. Seeing her approach Cao Xiaoliang, Gu Cheng nervously asks what she is planning to do. Cao Xiaoliang looks at her, totally panicked, turning on her fake charm. Yin Hong flatters Cao Xiaoliang, claiming his famous salted meat was absolutely unforgettable and asking for another taste, leaving him scratching his head in disbelief. He admits he thought she hated it, but she proudly scoffs, asking how that could ever be possible. She offers to let him stay as the base chef, as long as he abandons Gu Yue and joins her side. Then, she triggers her special ability, unleashing a pink sound wave that leaves Cao Xiaoliang completely dazed and confused. Yin Hong smirks, thinking that even powerful ability users will expose their weakest sides when they are backed into a corner. She plans to invade his mind the second his guard drops. But pay attention here, because our main character has massive protagonist armor and won't fall for a cheap trick that easily. He snaps out of it, yelling at her to stop lying, shocking Yin Hong, while Gu Yue celebrates in relief. Angry, Cao Xiaoliang grabs the iron bar and calls her out, revealing he knows she was the one who left him that 1-star review. He even found the physical review slip right outside her front door. Yin Hong is furious, realizing her mind control failed completely on this goofy-looking guy, who possesses an unbelievably strong, unshakable will. Seeing his goddess humiliated, Gu Cheng roars in anger, declaring that they absolutely cannot let this guy walk away alive. He yells that Cao Xiaoliang must die today, especially since they still have no idea what his actual superpower even is. Fearing his cunning nature, Gu Cheng realizes keeping him alive is too risky, angrily thinking that this has to be a joke. There can only be one powerful ability user in this base, and it is him. Seizing the moment when Gu Cheng is distracted, Gu Yue slips past Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan, lunges forward, and strikes him hard enough to send the remote control flying. Witnessing this, Yin Hong screams out a warning, telling them not to let her grab that remote. Both of them rush toward the controller, and realizing she might lose the race, Gu Yue plants an elbow in Gu Cheng's face and kicks him away. She pins Gu Cheng down, pressing a sharp knife directly against his neck. With the tables turned, Gu Yue yells out a warning for everyone to drop their weapons, or she will end him. Let's pause for a second, because Cao Xiaoliang is just chilling, snapping his fingers and praising her move, glad he can sit back and let her carry him to an easy victory. Knowing his sister is too soft-hearted, Gu Cheng remains incredibly arrogant. He begs, claiming she cannot kill her own brother, but Gu Yue instantly cuts all family ties. Calling him an ungrateful traitor, she disowns him, prompting a panicked Gu Cheng to scream for He Jian and Yin Hong to save him. Yin Hong bites her finger in frustration, annoyed by how utterly useless and pathetic he is, only capable of ruining plans. Treating him as completely disposable, she calmly asks Gu Yue if she really thinks a hostage situation is going to scare her. She cold-heartedly tells her to go ahead and kill him, since he is not her brother. Gu Cheng falls into despair, crying out to He Jian, while Gu Yue is stunned by their sheer cruelty. Suddenly, a massive web shoots in from the cave entrance, tightly wrapping one of He Jian's subordinates and dragging her into the shadows. Cao Xiaoliang is left speechless, while everyone else panics, trying to comprehend what on earth just happened. Loud, terrifying noises echo from the cave entrance, making He Jian's remaining men whisper in fear, wondering if a massive zombie is approaching them. Showing no fear, He Jian locks and loads his gun, commanding his squad to shoot whatever it is and turn it into Swiss cheese. His men fire blindly into the darkness, but as the gunshots fade into absolute silence, they wonder if they actually killed the beast. Out of nowhere, sharp, deadly blades begin slicing through them in a chaotic frenzy. Catching a glimpse of the monstrous creature, He Jian screams in absolute terror that it is a mutant spider. His terrified subordinates stare in shock, unable to believe that a mutated spider could ever grow to such a colossal size. Staring at the monster, Cao Xiaoliang shouts in panic that this is no ordinary mutant beast, but a terrifying apex predator, recalling a similar encounter from his previous life. Unlike typical mutated creatures, this apex predator does not just hunt humans, but also devours zombies and other mutants, absorbing their raw power to grow stronger. Just like raising a venomous goo insect. In his past lives, this monster had never showed up this early, leaving him wondering why it arrived ahead of schedule. Could this be a butterfly effect from his system? You and I will find out next time, as the victims scream in agony while being eaten. Stick with me, you are about to see this terrified crew run for their lives. Noticing Gu Yue is distracted by the giant spider, Gu Cheng brutally pushes her forward to die. Sent flying right into the monster's sharp claws, she lets out a terrified scream of pure horror. Right at that moment, Cao Xiaoliang instantly activates his special card skill, grabs the metal bars of the cage, and unleashes his absolute, godlike super strength. He leaps in to shield Gu Yue, forcing the giant spider to redirect its deadly webs toward He Jian's fleeing group. They scream desperately for help, but He Jian abandons his own men and sprints toward the exit visible just ahead. But the spider quickly blocks their only escape route with thick webs. Trapped in fear, they scream in absolute terror as the giant monster catches up to them. What do we do now? We are completely trapped here. Is there any other way out? Pointing to a nearby drain pipe, Yin Hong suggests it leads outside, but someone must stay to distract the beast. Hearing this, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei panic instantly. Distracting that giant spider is basically a guaranteed death sentence. No one wants to do that. They quickly turn to Yin Hong, begging for mercy. They plead, reminding her of how well they always treated her, but she responds with a sinister smile, asking if they did not promise to lay down their lives for her. Now, pay attention, because here is where her twisted hypnosis mind control forces them toward the deadly spider. Muttering that they will do anything for her, they are instantly dragged away and slaughtered by the monster. With its mouth dripping with fresh blood, the spider turns to the others, forcing He Jian to scream for everyone to run. Suddenly, Gu Cheng notices some leftover construction explosives abandoned in the corner of this collapsing tunnel. He sneers ruthlessly, telling Gu Yue that since she was unkind to him, both she and her useless friend can rot down here and die with these monsters. Lighting the fuse, he quickly dives into the drainage pipe as a massive explosion rocks the entire underground tunnel. Outside, little Xiaobai sits trembling all over. Hearing the massive blast, she jumps up in sheer panic, feeling incredibly sad as she remembers leaving her friends behind. But quickly shaking off her fear, she remembers how much Gu Yue cared for her and helped her. With a fierce battle cry, she bravely charges right back into the burning danger zone. Inside, raging flames are everywhere. Cao Xiaoliang wakes up with a bruised face, his head buzzing, wondering what the hell just happened. Was it an explosion? He tries to stand up and clear his head, but his body refuses to move. That is because he is completely trapped in a massive, incredibly sticky spider web. But you and I both know our main character is built different. Saying a simple web cannot stop him. He quickly breaks free and lands gracefully on his feet, a flawless escape. Looking up, he is shocked to see the ceiling covered in countless thick spider webs. Staring at the webbed corpses hanging above, he realizes these are indeed He Jian's missing subordinates who were captured earlier. The sight of those tightly wrapped bodies dangling in the dark sends chills down his spine. The mutated monster was clearly saving them as food reserves. Luckily, these dense spiderwebs actually absorbed most of the blast's destructive force. Turning around, he spots Gu Yue lying unconscious. He rushes to her side, desperately trying to wake her up. As the fire continues to burn, he realizes with panic that the oxygen in this enclosed space is rapidly running out. If they stay here any longer, they will suffocate. They must find an escape route right now. Sensing the danger, he grabs a sword and slashes at the thick webs, but they are impossible to cut. The material is too tough. But glancing over at the iron cage, a brilliant idea suddenly sparks in his mind. Cao Xiaoliang tosses the explosives straight onto the thick webs and detonates them with his remote, blowing the barricade to pieces as he cheers in triumph. Suddenly, a strange burning object drops from above, leaving him completely baffled. What was that noise? Inside the melting cocoons, horrifying mutated silhouettes begin to shift, slowly dropping down to surround our two heroes. Are these victims still alive? Suddenly, they lunged forward like rabid demons. He screams in shock, realizing they have been infected by a virus and turned into mindless zombies. As the horde rushes them, he uses his secret martial arts techniques to quickly knock them down one by one. But even with their limbs completely twisted and deformed, they keep crawling after him. They have mutated into monsters, shedding their human shape to charge forward like absolute madmen. Zombies do not have a nervous system, making his knockout techniques totally useless. Looking up, he notices the ceiling cracking. After surviving 2 massive blasts, this entire underground tunnel is on the verge of collapsing. And trust me, with so many monsters surrounding them, you and I are both wishing Xiao Bai would show up. Stopping in his tracks, he decides to eliminate the monster horde first, before finding an escape. Gently setting Gu Yue down, he activates his spatial storage skill to summon his ultimate weapon. You and I are about to watch Cao Xiaoliang splash gasoline everywhere. Take that. The zombies slip on the gas, creating a massive domino effect as they all crash down. Then, Cao Xiaoliang leaps to the ceiling and delivers a heavy kick. His powerful kick shatters the ceiling, sending massive boulders crashing down onto the helpless zombies. I even built graves for you guys, what a nice guy I am. Suddenly, massive cracks spread from the hole, sending Cao Xiaoliang into a complete panic. Oh no, seriously? Is this place really about to collapse on me already? Suddenly, a shadow drops from the hole, crashing right on top of Cao Xiaoliang. Xiao Bai quickly shakes off the thick dust. He jumps up in a rage, yelling at whoever dared to sneak attack him. But then he gasps in shock. Xiao Bai, as sunset fades, Cao Xiaoliang and the other two are already driving off. But the ominous moon has finally begun to rise. Once that full moon is high in the sky, the danger out here in the wild spikes to a whole new level. We need to find shelter fast, Cao Xiaoliang thinks, wondering if Gu Cheng and his group have made it back to the steel mill. Turning to Gu Yue, he notices her face is completely flushed red. But when he touches her forehead, he panics because she is burning up. But wait, watch closely now. Cao Xiaoliang slams on the brakes, knowing a sudden fever means a transformation is coming. Could Gu Yue actually be infected just like all the others? He carefully rolls her over and gasps at a zombie bite mark, though it does not look like a fresh wound at all. Meanwhile, back at the watchtower, Gu Yue's 2 sisters look out anxiously, wondering why on earth her group has not returned yet now that night has fallen. Did something terrible happen? Shut your jinx mouth. With Chef Cao and his crew around, they will be fine even against zombies. But right then, one of the girls spots Gu Cheng's incoming vehicle. Look there, what did I tell you? See, they are finally back. As the vehicle stops at the gate, Gu Cheng waves his hand, but the girls grow anxious. Why are there only 2 cars? And where are Chef Cao and Miss Bai? Gu Cheng panics and quickly lies, claiming they were attacked by mutated beasts along the way. Cao Xiaoliang and Bai Feifei crashed off a cliff, and my sister is badly hurt. Hurry up and open the gate. Terrified to hear that Gu Yue is hurt, they rush forward to unlock the entrance immediately. But then they remember her strict order not to open the gate unless they see her. Gu Cheng, how is she doing? Can we please see her first? Hearing this, Both Gu Cheng and Yin Hong completely freeze in panic. You saw that coming, right? Gu Cheng immediately snaps, asking if they do not trust him, while Yin Hong tries to help. Gu Yue is bleeding out and unconscious. Any more delay is going to cost her her life. Becoming highly suspicious, the girls draw their weapons as a warning. If she is really in there, why can we not see her? This is too fishy. One sister runs to call for backup. Seeing the girls refuse to comply, He Jian steps up, slamming the car roof and shouting angrily, "You will not open it? Fine. I will do it myself." The girls gasp in terror, recognizing him. It is He Jian. Sound the alarm. But seeing their refusal, He Jian aims his heavy cannon directly at them. Before they can even touch the alarm button, a massive blast blows them away in an instant. He Jian's hidden lackeys have already placed a series of explosive charges at the main gate, completely blowing the massive doors off their hinges. The steel mill is finally ours. Looking at the absolute destruction before him, Gu Cheng stands completely dazed, earning a harsh, mocking sneer from He Jian. "You do not seem very happy about this." Seeing his hesitation, Yin Hong quickly jumps in with a sweet smile. Gu Cheng just did not expect things to go this smoothly. He is just overwhelmed with joy right now. Gu Cheng quickly plays along. "Yes, exactly. That is exactly what it is." He Jian leans back, telling him to go claim his prize. Gu Cheng complies, revving the engine and driving straight into the compound. Right. But in the shadows, a massive horde of zombies gathers, drawn by the blast, waiting to feed. He Jian's thugs storm inside, rounding up the helpless survivors who scream out in terror to be released. Looking over the captured crowd, He Jian turns to his men to confirm if they got everyone. His subordinate happily reports that, according to the roster, not a single soul is missing, but the survivors refuse to submit. "Gu Cheng, you traitor, you sold us out, and Gu Yue will make you pay when she gets back." He Jian just laughs mockingly. "Oh, really? Do you honestly think Gu Yue is ever coming back?" The crowd gasps, horrified by his words. Did Gu Cheng seriously conspire with monsters to betray his own sister? You and I both know he is not even human. He Jian's thugs kick the speaking villager to the ground, telling him to shut up, while Gu Cheng joins in to warn them. "You and I are jumping right in as Gu Yue is dead, and this new guy claims he is the boss now. Ha! Do not say I have no mercy. Just get on your knees and call me boss, and I will let you all stay inside this steel mill instead of throwing you out." Hearing this, the crowd starts whispering among themselves, until an old lady with a cane slowly steps forward toward Gu Cheng. Seeing this, he smiles. He thinks she is about to submit, grinning widely as he tells her that since she is the oldest, she can set a perfect example for everyone else. Terrified she might submit, her family screams out in fear, but the old lady suddenly spits right into Gu Cheng's face, making him roar in absolute fury at her daring move. But she acts completely unfazed, calmly joking that he should not mind it, since old folks like her tend to spit a lot. She has lived a long life, and instead of begging a coward for survival, she would rather feed her old, useless body to the zombies outside. As she turns away, Gu Cheng stands stunned, while the rest of the survivors gain courage and begin shouting insults at him. He is far scarier than any zombie out there, and staying with him means they could end up dead at any moment. Determined to leave, they refuse to stay, causing Gu Cheng to panic and scream as he watches the crowd walk away. Now watch closely as he screams that they are all fools who will not survive a single day out there. Despite his warnings, they keep walking, forcing a desperate Gu Cheng to shout that he is the one with superpowers, not Gu Yue. "Whatever she did, I can do too, so stay here, and I will protect all of you." Completely losing his cool, he furiously roars that nobody is allowed to leave, demanding that they obey him because he is the absolute leader now. Yin Hong watches them prepare to leave, making no effort to stop their departure. "You can leave, but you cannot take any supplies from this base." She then looks at old Mo with a sinister smile, demanding he hand over the warehouse keys he was trusted to keep. Hearing this, old Mo stutters nervously, asking if he can stay. If he hands over the keys to her, the survivors are shocked, yelling at old Lu for being a spineless coward after everything Gu Yue did for him. Panicked, old Lu tries to explain that he was just a simple keykeeper with absolutely no real power or authority. Besides, it is a full moon tonight and zombies are everywhere, so going outside is basically a death sentence. He then turns back to Yin Hong politely, claiming that nobody knows this steel mill or its supplies better than he does. He willingly offers the keys, begging only for a safe place to hide inside. "You and I both saw that coming, right?" He reaches into his pocket, his eyes turning fierce, as he suddenly charges at Yin Hong to kill her and avenge Gu Yue. But before he can strike, Yin Hong ruthlessly slashes him multiple times, sending him crashing to the floor. Seeing him badly wounded, the crowd cries out in deep worry for Uncle Lu. Staring at his deep wounds, old Lu gasps in terror. Realizing she is a complete monster, Yin Hong uses her long, sharp claws to pick up the keys, mocking him for thinking he could outsmart her. Holding the keys in her hand, Yin Hong retracts her deadly claws with a smirk, leaving Gu Cheng completely terrified by her power. Gu Cheng stutters her name, but she just twirls the keys and sweetly calls them her personal defense weapon. She plays innocent, claiming a weak girl needs protection in this harsh world. When suddenly, He Jian grabs Gu Cheng by the shoulder from behind, giving him quite a scare. He Jian mockingly points out that even though Gu Cheng wanted to show mercy, these people do not seem grateful at all. He adds that keeping disobedient people around is completely useless. Right before his armed thugs suddenly open fire, sending the terrified crowd running for their lives. As people scream and drop in a bloodbath, Gu Cheng panics and rushes forward to try and stop the slaughter. He screams for them to stop, arguing that if they kill everyone, there will be nobody left to rebuild. Gu Cheng insists that a strong base needs workers, but He Jian quickly cuts him off, asking who says they lack people. He points to his armed thugs, coldly asking if Gu Cheng would rather join the fleeing crowd instead of staying with them. Terrified, Gu Cheng quickly stammers a denial, which satisfies He Jian enough to demand that he get down on his knees and call him boss. Gu Cheng stands frozen in shock, while the surviving citizens flee desperately through the ruins, heading straight toward an old train station. They urge the old lady to keep moving, hoping the train will be their escape. Someone begs the bleeding old Lu not to die, reminding him of his promise to go fishing together after this nightmare. Suddenly, one of He Jian's thugs grabs a girl by her hair, causing the survivors to scream out her name, Xiao Li. Fearing the others will get caught trying to save her, Xiao Li screams for them to keep running, right before she is thrown brutally toward the thugs. The thugs leer at her, noting that their boss gave them permission to do whatever they want with any survivors they catch. As the drooling thugs close in, Xiao Li screams in terror, and you and I are left hoping someone saves her. Gu Cheng sneers, and trust me, you and I are going to hate this guy. Last time, those two girls escaped, and I have been holding back for way too long. Today, we finally get to have some fun. With so many of us here, I wonder how many of my brothers you can actually handle. Hearing his words, Xiao Li backs away in terror, pleading, no, please, no. She tries to bolt, but fails. As she screams to let her go, someone suddenly delivers a heavy blow to Chu Cheng, knocking him out cold. Hearing him drop, the rest of the gang turns to see the villagers finally fighting back. Screw this. I will risk my life against you bastards. I will beat you all to death. Let me teach you animals some respect. Seeing her neighbors rushing to her rescue, Xiao Li bursts into tears. The angry crowd swarms the thugs, snatching away their weapons. To hell with this. I am done running away. Gu Yue worked so hard to help us build this steel factory. Even if it kills me, I am going to protect this place for her. Exactly. At worst, we all die together. Let's tear these scoundrels apart. Furious, the thugs scream that the villagers have lost their minds, ordering everyone to shoot. But suddenly, a zombie lunges out and bites one of their necks. Panic erupts as they realize it is a zombie. Wait, it is a whole horde. He Jian's men lose their minds, getting grabbed or firing blindly in pure terror. One brave villager shouts for everyone to run, while he stays behind to hold them off. And he actually stands his ground to block the monsters. Now, pay attention, because this is where Xiaobai and Chef Cao burst in to save the day. Damn it. Why are there so many of these things? The villagers cry out in relief at their savior's arrival, shouting, Chef Cao. Meanwhile, He Jian reveals his true colors, snapping, what are you waiting for? Run. My patience is wearing thin. Hearing this, Gu Cheng panics, stammering that this was not the deal. He was the one who let them in, and he is the awakened one. He Jian swiftly kicks Gu Cheng hard in the leg, sending him crashing to his knees in agony. Then he sneers arrogantly, asking what the difference is between an unawakened brat and a piece of useless trash. Always bragging about your power, but hiding behind women. That's how Kid was right. You are just a parasite, leeching off your sister. Yet you actually think you are someone special. He grinds his foot into Gu Cheng's head, mocking that he is not a fool like Gu Yue. If you want to follow me, learn who your master is. Pinned under his boot, Gu Cheng grinds his teeth, wondering how things ended up like this. If he still has to crawl before others, then what was the point of betraying Gu Yue and selling out the entire base? Damn it. He Jian's underlings scatter in sheer panic as the monsters close in, screaming that the zombies have arrived. Hearing the commotion, He Jian spins around in shock, and honestly, you and I would be terrified too. His men desperately explain that they did block it, but who knew those flimsy wooden boards would fail so easily? He Jian roars in fury, calling them fools because zombies during a full moon are way stronger than normal. Wooden boards won't hold them. Go grab the explosives right now. His terrified men scramble away, shouting in agreement, but before they can move, they are instantly stabbed to death, and He Jian gets struck too, looking down in complete shock. His heart has been completely pierced. Collapsing in agony, He Jian looks up to see Yin Hong, screaming, "Why did you do this?" Yin Hong retracts her razor-sharp claws with a smirk, reminding him that they all agreed there can only be one leader. She mocks that she is just helping him find his place, while He Jian curses her through the agonizing pain. Calling her a treacherous snake, Gu Cheng delusionally rushes to her side, praising her for doing an amazing job. Annoyed by this parasite, Yin Hong sighs at his stupidity, while Gu Cheng kicks the dying He Jian, yelling, "You ungrateful dog! You dared lecture me? Now look who is calling the shots." He then grabs Yin Hong, trying to pull her away. "It is way too dangerous here right now, so we need to hide first. Once this zombie horde retreats, we can rebuild our forces and claim this entire steel factory for ourselves." Suddenly, Yin Hong grabs Gu Cheng's wrist, snapping it instantly before tossing him aside, like trash. "Did you honestly think I actually liked you? You and him are just useless tools to help me achieve my ultimate goals. I just never expected you idiots to be so pathetic. You had the base, yet you still ruined it. Now, I will just handle the rest myself." Yin Hong mockingly pats his pale, terrified face, telling him to at least show some final value by holding off the oncoming zombie horde for her. Staring at the horrific scene, Gu Cheng screams at the top of his lungs, "Why? Why does everyone abandon me? Tell me, what on earth does Gu Yue have that I do not? Why does everyone look down on me?" Seeing the monsters close in, He Jian begs desperately, "Gu Cheng, you have to save me. I have tons of explosives hidden outside. Just get me out of here alive, and I will let you be the boss. All of it is yours." With that, Gu Cheng finally has a target to vent his rage on. "And trust me, you and I are about to see a very dark turn." He Jian quickly assures him, "No, absolutely not. As long as I can survive this, from now on, you are my only father. I will follow you blindly." Gu Cheng smiles slyly. "Oh, really? Now watch closely, guys, because things are about to take a dark turn. Then let me give you a chance right now." Gu Cheng grabs He Jian by the throat and lifts him up, making him gasp. "You little brat, how dare you?" Gu Cheng asks darkly. "Didn't you just call me your only father? You did not keep up the act for very long, did you?" His grip tightens even more. "Where are those explosives you mentioned?" He Jian struggles wildly, shouting, "I will never tell you, unless you get me out of here first." Gu Cheng squeezes harder. Suddenly, a strange power erupts from his hand. "It is burning hot. Let me go. It is on fire. Release me." Gu Cheng stares at his hand in pure amazement and excitement. "This is fire magic. I have finally awakened. I am finally an awakened being." He Jian panics, thrashing around. I will tell you everything. Just please, let me go." Seeing his new powers, Gu Cheng gets incredibly arrogant. "But guess what? It seems like I do not even need you anymore. Go to hell." With a single burst, Gu Cheng incinerates He Jian before charging forward to burn the nearby zombies. Feeling this terrifying power within him, he smirks. "So this is the true strength of an awakened? Haha, He Jian is dead. From this exact moment on, I am your brand new leader, so show some respect." After finishing off He Jian, Gu Cheng immediately flies over toward the former leader's lackeys, who are busy packing up the factory's supplies. The thugs are chatting excitedly, never expecting to find so many supplies here. "We struck gold this time. Move faster, clear everything out while the zombies are still distracted over there. That selfish bastard." He Jian kept all the good stuff for himself, leaving us with absolutely nothing. Following him was a death sentence anyway. But wait, did you hear that? With these supplies and these explosives, we can finally start our own gang from scratch. Suddenly, a charred body falls straight out of the sky. What on earth is that? They gasp in horror, realizing it is their former leader. Standing menacingly on the roof, Gu Cheng yells, "He Jian is dead. From now on, I am your new boss. Anyone who dares to disobey me will end up just like him." The terrified minions freeze. Meanwhile, over at Cao Xiaoliang's side, he is frantically trying to rescue the survivors, yelling for everyone to get in the truck. People instantly scramble aboard. Help me. Seeing the massive horde of zombies closing in fast, Cao Xiaoliang panics, thinking, I am totally doomed. No matter how many times I fight back, it is over. Desperate survivors cram into the truck, shouting at each other. Who just touched my butt? I told you to go on a diet. Stop crushing me with your massive backside. Can anyone climb onto the roof? We cannot squeeze anyone else inside. Where is my walking stick? Show some respect to the elderly, will you? Cao Xiaoliang is currently getting squished to death. Stop pushing. If you push any more, I am going to fall out. Finding himself trapped right in the middle of the zombie horde, he runs for his life. This is pure bad luck. How did I even survive? Suddenly, the system chimes. Congratulations, host. Hidden quest completed. You sacrificed yourself to save others, unlocking a brand new weapon. Do you wish to use it? Cao Xiaoliang looks at the notification like a drowning man finding a lifeline. No way. This actually worked? Use it. Activated immediately. Annoyed, Gu Yue turns around to face her brother and demands, who is she? Shivering behind Gu Cheng, the mysterious girl mutters, Ah Cheng. Gu Cheng immediately steps in front to protect the girl, saying, Sister, Hong Hong is easily scared, so please do not terrify her like that. Gu Yue is completely baffled. Did I even do anything to her? How could she possibly be so terrified of me? Seeing her brother's foolishness, Gu Yue sighs. So she is the reason you guys returned so early. Stick with me to find out what happens next. Gu Cheng turns back to look at Yin Hong and explains, her name is Yin Hong. We stumbled upon her while looking for supplies. Exactly. She was hiding all alone in a completely pillaged supermarket, surrounded by a massive horde of deadly zombies outside. All right. You and I are jumping back in as Gu Cheng looks at Yin Hong sobbing, explaining they rescued her from starvation. She was so pitiful, so I had to bring her back. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang is completely caught off guard. Starving for days? He practically jumps for joy, thinking of the classic saying that to a starving person, even the simplest food tastes like heaven. An easy 5-star rating with 0 effort. This is exactly my favorite kind of customer. Hearing this, Gu Yue snaps in pure anger. Do you not know the base rules? How could you just bring some random stranger here? But watch how Gu Cheng refuses to back down, insisting she is absolutely not some random stranger. Gu Cheng quickly explains her background. Her father is the richest man in the city, and her mother is a famous, world-class pianist. She is a real-life high-society princess, and Gu Cheng passionately defends her to Gu Yue. Sister, I know you are traumatized by what He Jian did, but Yin Hong is nothing like him. She is the kindest girl I have ever met. I cannot just watch her die. Gu Yue clicks her tongue in pure annoyance. The 2 guards who let her in speak up, offended. Trust me. You and I are going to see some serious drama unfold next. All right. You and I are diving right back into this madness where everyone was fooled by a master actor named He Jian. Besides, just because He Jian is bad, does that make her a saint? Innocence and kindness are not written on anyone's face. Gu Cheng's men stood up in annoyance to fire right back. Stop judging a good person with your petty minds. She is just a rich lady who lost everything in this harsh apocalypse. Have you guys got no pity left? The other 2 girls snapped right back. Does having money automatically make you a saint? Ever heard of the heartless rich? Honestly, you guys are just blinded by her pretty face and completely ignoring Sister Yue's warnings. Hearing all this, Cao Xiaoliang was completely lost, thinking, what on earth is happening here? Why on earth are they fighting? But then he smiled, realizing that the harder they argue, the hungrier they get, which means his cooking mission is almost complete. Now watch this. Instead of stopping them, Cao Xiaoliang and Xiaobai happily cheer them on. Keep going, do not stop. Keep going, do not stop. Annoyed by the noise, Gu Cheng snapped, what is the racket? Then he spotted them and asked, who are these 2? How come I have never seen them? Sister Yue rubbed her temples helplessly, explaining that they were the new chefs she just hired. Hearing this triggered Gu Cheng, and he roared, you would not let me shelter Yin Hong, yet you bring random strangers home? Sister, how can you have such a massive double standard? He angrily spun around and pointed at Cao Xiaoliang, shouting that they did not even look like real chefs, and were definitely scammers just like He Jian. Without waiting, Gu Cheng snapped to his lackeys, kick them out of here right now. His men quickly surrounded them, barking, did you hear that? Get the hell out of here. Furious at their threats, Xiaobai rushed in like a flash, dropping them to the floor with a brutal punch and kick. Ah, my arm. My arm is broken. Seeing Xiaobai jump to his defense, Cao Xiaoliang smiled. Xiao Bai, let go of them. We cannot treat our customers so rudely. Then they whispered, next time, kick their legs instead. If their arms are broken, how are they supposed to eat? Cao Xiaoliang politely stepped toward the injured men, saying, I am so sorry. My staff has a bit of a temper. You and I both know he is just trying to secure a good review, even offering a free side dish for their troubles. Clutching their shoulders, the soldiers barked. What? You beat us up and expect a good review? Are you out of your mind? While Yin Hong smirked from behind, an oblivious Gu Cheng pulled out a gun to threaten them. You still dare to fight back? You two are definitely up to no good. Sensing danger, Gu Yue lunged forward, screaming at him to stop, but a loud gunshot rang out, hitting Cao Xiaoliang dead on. Everyone in the room stared in absolute shock. Cao Xiaoliang collapsed onto the floor. Seeing him dead, Xiao Bai went completely berserk, roaring as she charged forward and kicked the gun clean out of Gu Cheng's hand. Utterly stunned by her insane speed, Gu Cheng panicked and screamed. What the hell is this? A rain of brutal punches smashed into his face, forcing him back as he begged, Stop, please stop hitting me. Xiao Bai roared, lunging forward to sink her teeth deep into his arm, making him scream in pure agony. Unable to break free, Gu Cheng desperately yelled to the two girls, Are you blind? Do something. I'm getting destroyed here. Shoot her. But remembering his arrogant attitude from earlier, the girls just stood there and completely ignored his pleas. Sensing things were turning ugly, Yin Hong rushed over to the two injured soldiers to beg for help. Please, go save him. But the two guys backed away in sheer terror, shaking their heads and refusing to move. No way. That girl is an absolute monster. Both of our arms are already broken. Yin Hong scoffed in disgust, muttering, absolutely useless. Meanwhile, with eyes burning red, Xiao Bai was still savagely biting his arm. Feeling his life flashing before him, Gu Cheng reached out to his sister for salvation. Sister, help me. This crazy chick is going to bite me to death. But Sister Yue completely ignored his pathetic pleas and walked right past him, leaving him screaming in utter panic. Wait, sister, please do not leave me. Gu Yue walked over to Cao Xiaoliang's body, gently closing his eyes as she wept. I am so sorry. I should have never brought you here and got you killed. But right then, Cao Xiaoliang's eyes snapped open as he sat straight up, sending a terrified shriek through Gu Yu. He casually stood up and stretched his shoulders, leaving everyone in the room frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. Seeing him alive, Xiao Bai happily leaps into his waiting arms, and trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. Don't worry, silly girl. Did you really think your boss would die that easily? With that, Cao Xiaoliang glares at Gu Cheng with razor-sharp eyes. And trust me, you'll love watching him stutter in pure panic. No, this is impossible. How are you still alive? Ignoring Gu Cheng's confusion, an angry Cao Xiaoliang grabs him by the collar, raises his fist, and yells, You absolute bastard, shooting at me without saying a single word. He then lands a heavy punch right on Gu Cheng's face. If my reflexes weren't lightning fast, you would have ruined this handsome face of mine. Just a minute ago, right when Gu Cheng fired that shot, Cao Xiaoliang had immediately summoned his system. Damn it. Lao activates his skill card, and a giant flash of light wraps around him, giving him insane speed. And in that split second between life and death, Cao Xiaoliang miraculously dodged the bullet. Is this what extreme speed feels like? Now pay attention here, because everything around him completely slows down. He can clearly predict the next move of every single person, like an Olympic champion racing against the elderly. Showing off feels absolutely amazing. Seeing Cao Xiaoliang flexing his new power, the system coldly explains, Show off skill card successfully used. Time elapsed, 3.38 seconds. Time remaining, 2 minutes. And hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang groans inwardly. Counting down to the decimals? What a cheapskate system. Seeing Cao Xiaoliang suddenly back on his feet, Gu Yue asks suspiciously, Are you really okay? Cao Xiaoliang crosses his arms and sighs, Physically, I'm totally fine. But mentally, I've suffered some major emotional damage here. I haven't even been paid yet, and I'm already taking bullets. Honestly, you and I would be rethinking this job too. Watching this unfold, Gu Cheng roars in anger. Sister, you can't let them stay. Can't you see what is happening? These two have major issues. I clearly shot him point blank just now, so how does he not have a single scratch? And look at that woman. She acts completely weird. Her face is pale like a corpse. She won't talk, and she even bites. They are definitely not normal people. Hearing this, Gu Yue turns to Cao Xiaoliang with a suspicious look. Could it be? Cao Xiaoliang panics, thinking, Oh no, we are busted. Behind them, the two girls gasp and finish her sentence. Are you too? Cao Xiaoliang sweats, fearing they found out Xiao Bai is a zombie. But suddenly, they all yell. Ability users. Cao Xiaoliang was bracing to hear zombies, but their actual words leave him completely blank. Wait, what? The blue-haired girl steps closer to Cao Xiaoliang with a sly grin. You're definitely an ability user, right? Otherwise, how on earth could you take a bullet and not have a single scratch? The other girl excitedly turns to Gu Yue. This is amazing, Sister Yue. Our base finally has an ability user too. Gu Yue is equally thrilled, patting his shoulder. I didn't expect this. You really hid your power well. Cao Xiaoliang lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, I thought we were doomed. Glad they overthink things so much. Seeing him quiet, the two girls eagerly crowd around him. So, what's your power? Is it fire or water? Since you can dodge bullets, is it metal control? Cao Xiaoliang sweats nervously, completely unable to answer. Seeing his hesitation, Gu Yue steps in to save him from the pressure. No worries if you want to keep it secret. We have plenty of time to find out. Standing in the back, Yin Hong quietly analyzes the scene. Seeing everyone hype up a complete stranger, Gu Cheng snaps. An ability user? No way. Isn't he just a cook? Have you ever seen an ability user working as a chef? Cao Xiaoliang flips his hair proudly. Being chosen is my destiny, but I just love cooking. Is that a crime? Gu Cheng is utterly speechless. This guy. Gu Cheng's two lackeys whisper to each other in disbelief. I told you. There's no way a normal girl could fight like that scary chick. Wait, with Gu Cheng included, doesn't that mean our base now has 3 ability users? Cao Xiaoliang's jaw drops. Wait, you're an ability user too? He quickly rushes over, circling Gu Cheng to mock him. What kind of useless power is that? You got absolutely wrecked by Xiao Bai. Annoyed by his teasing, Gu Cheng snaps. Mind your own business. Hearing this, Gu Yue steps in to explain. Gu Cheng is an ability seed, meaning he hasn't fully awakened yet. Cao Xiaoliang looks puzzled. Huh? Seeing his confusion, Gu Yue crosses her arms and continues to explain. Before these users awaken, they show symptoms like high fevers, strange hallucinations, and unique marks appearing on their bodies. People like that are called ability seeds. Feeling his reputation slip away, Gu Cheng turns to Yin Hong to reassure her. Hong, don't worry. My fevers are getting more frequent, so my awakening is definitely close. He then glares at Cao Xiaoliang mockingly. Let's see how cocky he'll be when he can't even name his power. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how this unfolds. All right, you and I are about to see Yin Hong play the pick-me girl, saying, Gu Cheng, you are always the best. Hearing him brag, Xiao Bai got so angry she tried to charge at Gu Cheng, making him panic and block her. Stay back. Seeing another fight about to break out, Gu Yue quickly stepped in to stop them. All right, that is enough. Let's end this here today. Gu Yue then turned to Yin Hong and warned her. You can stay, but our base is fair. No matter who you are, you have to work if you want to eat. Also, warehouse supplies are public property and cannot be taken without permission. Anyone who breaks our rules must pack up and leave immediately. Understood? Yin Hong nervously clutched Gu Cheng's sleeve and softly replied, I understand. Furious, Gu Cheng angrily yelled back, Sister, I was the one who wanted to take the food. This has nothing to do with Hong, so stop targeting her. Tired of her brother yelling and refusing to listen, Gu Yue gave him a freezing glare that made Gu Cheng shiver and shut his mouth immediately. Gu Yue cheerfully called out, Old Lu, check the warehouse for ingredients and pick some fresh vegetables from the field. Let's have an extra meal to welcome our new member. Old Lu responded gloomily. All right, I'll do that. Gu Yue patted Cao Xiaoliang on the shoulder and smiled. Do a good job. I brought you here, so don't embarrass me. Cao Xiaoliang thought indifferently. Is this supposed to be a welcome party? She's just forcing me to cook for them. Sensing the tension, Gu Cheng finally realized something and stepped up to his sister, suggesting, Sister, I was being childish earlier and caused trouble for old Lu. How about I prepare the food? Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, people gathered and gossiped. I heard we have a new chef at the base, and he's an awakened ability user. Aren't ability users usually super arrogant and high status? They are treated like gods wherever they go. Why would he cook? He must be really down to earth and a good person. Ever since our last chef died, I've been sick of eating dry biscuits. We finally get to eat real meals again. Everyone expects god-tier food, but you and I need to watch closely here, because the ingredients waiting for Cao Xiaoliang are completely ruined and expired. Wilted yellow leaves, rotten eggs, and sprouted potatoes. Staring at the trash, Cao Xiaoliang sighed. You want me to make an 8-course feast with this? Shocked by the rotten food, Gu Yue turned and demanded. What's going on here? Hearing her, Gu Cheng shrugged indifferently. There's nothing we can do. The rain flooded our crop fields last week, leaving only rice and flour. I worked really hard just to find those few eggs. His 2 lackeys quickly agreed, adding, plus, the kitchen is completely out of seasoning. Sister Yue went out to find salt, but she returned empty-handed. Gu Cheng did not believe that with such garbage ingredients, Cao Xiaoliang could pull off a feast, so he smugly said, but simpler ingredients really test a chef's true culinary skills. I am sure you can easily turn this trash into a culinary masterpiece that will make everyone drool, right? Cao Xiaoliang gave a helpless thumbs up and replied, well, I really appreciate your absolute trust in me. Then, to himself, Cao Xiaoliang thought, no wonder this punk suddenly changed his attitude. He's trying to set me up and embarrass me. Are you kidding? I have a chef system. I can get any ingredients I want. So did you think you could trap me? Suddenly, his system popped up with a warning. The system space can only be used inside the food truck. Items cannot be taken outside. Cao Xiaoliang went pale, asking, there's a rule like that? Meanwhile, behind his back, Gu Cheng's gang was whispering, and you know they are up to no good. Don't worry, Boss Cheng. I hid all the good ingredients. Let's see what kind of trash meal he can make with those rotten scraps. Thanks to my hype, the crowd outside is super excited for this feast. If he fails to serve anything edible, not only is he ruined, but Sister Yue will also completely lose her face. Thrilled with how efficient his lackeys were, Gu Cheng turned to them and praised. Excellent job, boys. Suddenly, Yin Hong spoke up timidly from behind. Cheng, Gu Yue is still your biological sister. Aren't we taking this a bit too far? The 2 henchmen immediately jumped in to defend their boss. They just attacked you earlier. Why are you still worrying about her? Hong Hong, you are way too kind. Gu Cheng turned around with a sinister smile to explain. Those 2 are trouble. Only by kicking them out will our base finally be safe. This base only needs 1 ability user, and I will not let anyone threaten my supreme position here. Outside, the starving crowd complained. Why is the food not ready yet? How much longer? My stomach is sticking to my back. Suddenly, 2 of Sister Yue's men burst through the kitchen door, yelling, Sister Yue, what's happening in here? The crowd outside is getting really impatient. Cao Xiaoliang scratched his head in frustration. The eggs were rotten, the veggies were spoiled, and nothing was usable except for the plain rice. He turned to Gu Yue, saying they can only make porridge. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing Gu Cheng smirk, thinking, oh, porridge? All right. Stick with me here, as he quickly swings open the dining hall door, shouting, everyone calm down. The chef said today he is only cooking plain white porridge. Hearing this, everyone is shocked and annoyed. What? Didn't you say 8 dishes and 3 soups, plus meat? Why is it plain porridge? If we knew it was just porridge, we would rather eat instant noodles. Seeing everyone curse and shout, Gu Cheng's 2 henchmen immediately join in on the anger. He is an ability user, whom Sister Gu Yue worked so hard to bring back. So, of course, he hoards the good stuff. Having plain porridge is already lucky. Stop demanding more or he might get angry and leave for another base. The crowd explodes in anger, shouting, I told you so. Why would an ability user become a chef? Turns out he just wants to eat alone. Everyone is equal at this base. So, why does he get special privileges and steal our food supplies? We cannot keep someone like him. He should just get out. Hearing everyone mock Cao Xiaoliang, Xiaobai grows furious. She grits her teeth in anger, while Cao Xiaoliang calmly thinks to himself that this punk is really good at drawing aggro. Now, watch closely here. Gu Cheng smugly thinks that since he caused chaos on day 1, he can never stay here. Seeing things get out of hand, Gu Yue quickly shouts to explain. Everyone, listen to me. Today's issue is entirely my fault. I ran into trouble on the road and could not bring back the ingredients, which is why Chef Cao could not cook a proper feast. I promise you all that I will find enough food supplies very soon, and next time we won't disappoint you. Hearing this, the crowd softens up and comforts her. Gu Yue, how could we ever blame you for this? Finding supplies is already tough enough. Just coming back safe and sound is the most important thing. If we did not have Sister Gu Yue, our base would not have survived to this day. Anyone who complains is ungrateful, especially when compared to those who are barely surviving outside in the wasteland. Being able to eat plain porridge every single day is already a massive blessing. So what right do we have to complain? Gu Yue happily smiles at this. Thank you for understanding. Seeing Gu Yue shift the mood instantly with just a few words, Yin Hong sneers. Once Sister Gu Yue speaks, everyone's attitude flips instantly. It seems she holds a very high position in all your hearts. Gu Cheng feels extremely annoyed, thinking she actually took the blame for that chef. Yin Hong slyly glares at Gu Cheng with a wicked smile. One of the people looks inside and speaks up, saying, "You are Chef Cao, right? This old lady's teeth are not strong anymore, so eating plain porridge is my absolute favorite." The others quickly agree. Earlier, we did not understand and said some really harsh things. Please do not take it to heart. I actually have some pickled vegetables to share with everyone. Cao Xiaoliang rubs his chin and thinks, this woman is so young, yet so deeply loved. She will definitely become a powerful figure in the future. Suddenly, his face turns pale. But you and I both know that with this base's size and her leadership, it should have flourished. But why, in my past 9 lives, did I have absolutely no memory of this person? One of Gu Yue's subordinates suddenly shouts. Today's situation is absolutely not Chef Cao's fault. And it is definitely not Sister Gu Yue's fault either. If someone had not completely ruined all our stored pork, we would not be stuck eating plain porridge. Hearing this, everyone is outraged. Wait, what did you say? Are you talking about that wild boar? We worked so hard to catch that. Who on earth did such a thing? Hearing this, the other female subordinate points directly at Yin Hong, saying, well, you will have to ask this young lady over here. She complained the pork was too dirty, refused to eat it, and just threw it away. Yin Hong glares at her, highly annoyed, outraged. Everyone starts shouting and cursing. Aren't you the girl Gu Cheng brought back here? Why did you dare to waste our precious food like that? Seeing Yin Hong getting attacked, Gu Cheng quickly steps up to defend her. Hong Hong did not mean to do it. She grew up eating only delicacies and has never seen these things. It is normal that she cannot get used to it. The two henchmen immediately back him up. Exactly. You women should not be so incredibly petty. Gu Yue's subordinate gets furious and snaps back at them. Fine. We are petty and you are generous. By law, wasting food means getting your own rations cut. Since you are so generous, we will just subtract it from your food rations. Hearing this, the two men stammer. Seeing the situation turn against her, Yin Hong sheds fake tears and puts on an act. I am sorry. I did not mean to waste food. I just wanted to protect everyone. Confused, Gu Yue asks, what do you mean by that? Then, the group brings out a massive piece of meat. Everyone gasps. It is the wild boar meat. Gu Yue turns to Gu Cheng and asks angrily, Gu Cheng, didn't you say that this meat had already been thrown away? Gu Cheng is completely confused by this, quickly whispering to Yin Hong, Hong Hong, what is the meaning of this? And that's where we leave it. Trust me. It turns out the real greedy hoarder is someone else. All right? You and I are about to watch a fake noble lady get exposed for stealing behind everyone's back. Talk about having no shame. Seeing how harsh everyone is being, Gu Cheng immediately steps up to shield her. Stop talking nonsense. Weren't you all whining about this meat earlier? Now that we found it and gave it back, shouldn't you be happy? Suddenly, Yin Hong screams in panic. No, wait. This meat is infected with a deadly virus. In shock, the crowd asks, what? A virus? Do you mean the zombie virus? Hearing this, Yin Hong covers her nose and starts sobbing. This meat is dark black and has a bizarre smell. I know this stench too well. It is the rot of zombies. Covering her mouth, Yin Hong points at the pile. The color of this meat has turned completely black, and it smells incredibly strange. I know this scent anywhere. It is the terrible stench of a zombie. She quickly adds that she was only worried someone might eat it by mistake, so she told Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei to burn it. The crowd begins whispering. Looking at this color, it is definitely not fresh meat, but that still does not prove it has the zombie virus. Could it just be rotten because of bad storage? Watch closely, as Old Mo quickly steps in to defend himself from their accusations. It has nothing to do with me. It looked like this when the chef gave it to me. Yin Hong, still panicking, claims that if it were just spoiled, it would be covered in mold, but the surface of this meat is smooth and dry, with absolutely no signs of rotting. The crowd grows suspicious, noticing the skin looks shriveled, just like the flesh of a zombie. Could that wild boar be a mutant? Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei immediately agree. Thank goodness, Yin Hong noticed in time. If we actually cooked this today, our entire base would have been infected. The crowd eagerly agrees, saying she is their savior, and praising her for saving them from such a terrifying danger. Yin Hong blushes and softly replies that there is no need to thank her. as long as everyone is safe. Seeing everyone take their side, Gu Cheng turns to Gu Yue. Fine. The truth is clear now, sister. I think you owe Yin Hong and everyone an apology. Gu Yue snaps back furiously. An apology? Are you saying I brought the virus here by being careless? Gu Cheng scoffs. Is it not true? Talk about raising a viper. Now he is completely turning against his own sister. I get that you love being praised and worshipped, but you cannot risk everyone's lives just to show off your skills. Gu Yue's two friends step up in anger, asking Gu Cheng how he could say such things. Sister Yue would never do that. You and I both know she is completely innocent here. Gu Cheng, you are my brother. You know exactly what kind of person I am. Do you honestly believe I would do this? Gu Cheng hesitates, feeling conflicted, but Yin Hong quickly steps in to reassure him, saying Gu Yue did not do it on purpose. Finding food is hard, so mistakes are bound to happen. Hearing this, Gu Cheng looks at her gently. Yin Hong, you are far too kind, which is why people always walk all over you. Gu Yue's friends are furious, muttering that she is basically framing Sister Yue by pretending to be nice. The crowd begins whispering among themselves, making the girl standing next to Gu Yue extremely worried. This is bad. Everyone seems to be falling for their lies. They breathe a sigh of relief, glad that they caught it early. They suggest destroying the meat before the virus spreads. Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang walks over, bends down, and starts smelling the meat, shocking everyone who yells, "What are you doing?" Then, to their absolute horror, Cao Xiaoliang excitedly picks up a raw chunk of meat. Put it down. It is infected. But he just stuffs the meat into his mouth and starts chewing. That is the taste. Everyone gasps in terror, but Cao Xiaoliang calmly asks, "Is this not perfectly good food?" Excitedly, Cao Xiaoliang calls out, "Xiao Bai, grab that meat and bring it over here." Xiao Bai immediately obeys, carrying the meat container straight to the kitchen where a large wok sits over a roaring fire. Cao Xiaoliang beams, saying it is lucky he started steaming the rice earlier. The timing is absolute perfection. With a flash of his knife, he swiftly slices the meat and prepares an absolutely mouth-watering bowl of meat over rice. Gu Cheng and his group yell in fury. How can you cook this when you know it is infected? Are you trying to kill us? He is clearly a villain trying to wipe us out. The crowd peeks in, murmuring with extreme anxiety. Chef Cao, is this a joke? Trust me, you and I definitely do not want to turn into zombies. All right, you and I are about to watch our chef Cao Xiaoliang explain that mutant meat can actually be eaten. Just prep it right, remove the bad parts, and you get an absolute masterpiece. Besides, this slab of pork did not even come from a mutated pig. Everyone is completely stunned. It is not? Gu Yue asks in shock. Are you absolutely sure about that? Cao Xiaoliang confidently nods. Absolutely. Hearing this, Yin Hong snaps in annoyance. Chef Cao, even if you want to protect Sister Gu Yue, you cannot gamble with everyone else's lives like this. Seeing this, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei also lose their minds and start throwing blame. Do not believe a word he says. If it is not mutant pork, then why has it turned black and started to smell? It is clearly infected with the virus. But Cao Xiaoliang just calmly sighs. You really have zero knowledge. This is actually traditional wind-cured meat. Everyone is completely dumbfounded. Wind-cured meat? Cao Xiaoliang continues explaining. If I am not mistaken, your previous chef was a man, right? Gu Yue gasps in surprise. How could you possibly know that? Gu Yue's younger sister chimes in. That is right. He was the chef. He had a distinct southern accent, she continues, leaving everyone stunned. He told me he was from Guishan, working here as a laborer. Cao Xiaoliang picks up the slab of pork, gently explaining. This type of wind-cured meat is a famous local specialty from southern Guishan. Now, pay attention here. He explains that because of the humid southern air, preserving food there is incredibly difficult. To preserve the pork, locals slice the large chunks, season them with salt, soy sauce, and sugar, then hang them in a cool, ventilated place to dry out. Images of the hanging, cured meat slowly flash on screen as he speaks. Once the outer layer turns black, this method seals in the moisture and keeps it fresh, preventing decay even after several months. Cao Xiaoliang holds the meat out, reassuring them that any unpleasant smell is just because the outer protective layer naturally formed during the curing process. It might smell bad raw, but once heated, a magical transformation happens, releasing its incredibly rich and unique flavor. An excited Cao Xiaoliang gets to cooking, explaining that since the meat is already seasoned, preparing it is incredibly simple. A steaming bowl of rice topped with golden, glistening meat appears. You just use the steam from the hot rice to cook it. letting the savory pork fat melt into every grain. Toss in some green onions at the end. And just like that, a beautiful cast iron clay pot rice is ready. One look at the dish has everyone standing there, jaws dropped and drooling. You and I both know nobody can resist that delicious smell. Seeing everyone completely ignore his warnings, Gu Cheng totally panics. Do not listen to him. What if that dead chef was from the south? He is dead anyway, so who can prove this is actually cured meat? Hearing this, Yin Hong puts on a fake, pitiful act. Sister Gu Yue, we already forgave you. Why must you let Chef Cao spin these lies? You are only making things worse. Cao Xiaoliang holds up the plate of rice, making even Xiao Bai drool. Is it cured meat, or is it infected with a virus? Before Yin Hong can react, Cao Xiaoliang shoves a big spoonful of rice right into her mouth. One bite will tell you. Seeing his beloved crush treated this way, Gu Cheng panics and screams her name. Hong Hong. Yin Hong's entire body shivers as her mouth is stuffed with rice. Everyone gasps at the sight. With her mouth completely full, Yin Hong's eyes tear up as she begins to chew. She tries to spit, but Cao Xiaoliang waves his hand, laughing. Customers are not allowed to waste food. Seeing Yin Hong about to spit, Xiao Bai rushes over like the wind and firmly squeezes her cheeks shut. But as the savory meat juices mix in her mouth, Yin Hong is shocked. The meat is incredibly firm and chewy, revealing every delicious fiber. The coarse salt crystals rub intensely against her sensitive palate, blending a slight sting with an absolutely magical sense of pleasure. The fluffy, tender rice, soaked in rich meat juices, flows smoothly like a delicious, continuous stream of flavor. An explosion of textures collides in her mouth. The flavor is so overwhelmingly wild that she literally hallucinates riding a massive wild boar running rampant, giving her a thrilling, euphoric rush like she is sprinting straight through a primeval forest. It is just too wild. After swallowing, you and I can see she collapses to her knees, completely exhausted. Seeing his beloved crush collapse on the floor, Gu Cheng frantically asks, Hong Hong, are you all right? Cheng Nan and Bei also rush over to ask, is it that bad? Please, you have to stay conscious. Blushing furiously, Yin Hong realizes the truth. This damn pork is insanely delicious. Cao Xiaoliang chuckles softly at her priceless expression. The crowd begins whispering among themselves. Her face actually looks much healthier than before, and aside from her flushed cheeks, she seems completely fine and unharmed. She is definitely not turning into a zombie. An elderly woman from the crowd steps forward to speak to Gu Yue. Yue, I was so foolish earlier, almost believing this meat was infected. Please, do not hold a grudge against this old woman. Gu Yue gently replies, do not worry, Grandma. We are just glad this misunderstanding is finally resolved. Trust me. You and I can see this crowd immediately agreeing that only Ming Yue is trustworthy. My brother got hurt catching the pig, so if there was a virus, it would have shown by now. Xiaoliang turns to the crowd and asks, since there is no issue, can everyone eat now? Then, he heads right back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Of course, and if you like it, do not forget to give me a 5-star rating. Everyone grabs their plate, still feeling a bit hesitant before finally taking a spoonful. Suddenly, someone screams, this is delicious. One bite, and the rich flavor explodes. It is a total feast. Soon, a wave of people cry out in excitement, praising the soft, fragrant rice mixed with savory gravy. It is so good. Every single bite is pure satisfaction. Humans really need meat. Meanwhile, Gu Yu's short-haired friend scoffs in disdain. This rich lady does not even know what cured meat is. Is her wealthy father just a fraud? The crowd quickly joins in, mocking her for acting smart when she knows nothing. How can someone so young be so reckless? If not for our great chef Xiaoliang, Sister Gu Yue would have been falsely accused. Gu Yue's close friend reminds them. Now, pay attention. The crowd turns on Gu Cheng's group, shouting that they are the ones who must apologize. Yin Hong looks up to see Gu Yue and Xiaoliang standing proudly before the crowd, leaving her feeling so humiliated and defeated that she bursts into tears and runs. You people are going too far. Yin Hong covers her face, crying as she runs off. Seeing her flee, Gu Cheng anxiously calls out after her, Yin Hong. Then, he turns and points his finger directly at Xiaoliang, yelling, you absolute bastard. You definitely tampered with that meat, didn't you? Hearing this, Xiaoliang waves his hands dismissively, saying, I only cook the food. I do not carry the blame. Gu Cheng roars in absolute fury. Cut the crap. I want a one-on-one duel with you. No outside help, especially from her. Hearing this, Xiao Bai growls in complete confusion. Xiaoliang looks at Xiao Bai, thinking that Gu Cheng only wants a solo duel because he is terrified of Xiao Bai. and wants to bully the weak. What an absolute coward. Right on cue, the system notification sounds in his mind. You and I both know system rewards are the best. He unlocks a rare ingredient and a new culinary massage skill, wondering how he got so lucky. But then, Xiaoliang rubs his chin in confusion, wondering what on earth a culinary massage is. Suddenly, Chengnan and Chengbei grab Xiaoliang's arms from behind, shouting mockingly, "What kind of special ability user are you supposed to be? You are just putting on a show. Did you really think you could hide behind a woman forever? Without her help, let us see what you can actually do." Go Cheng, hit him. Witnessing their underhanded tactics, Xiaoliang yells out in pure disbelief, "Damn it, we agreed no outside help. This kid has absolutely no honor." Gu Cheng rages as he charges forward like a madman. "Why would I need honor to deal with a fraud like you?" He aims his knife straight at Xiaoliang, screaming, "You idiot, just die." Seeing this, Giyu yells out to stop him. Gu Cheng, freeze. Her two friends also cry out a warning. "Chef Xiaoliang, watch out." Xiaobai gets ready to pounce, but Xiaoliang suddenly looks back and orders, "Xiaobai, stay back." Hearing the command, Xiaobai freezes and halts instantly. "Since you came looking for a fight, do not blame me for showing no mercy," Xiaoliang declares, as he proudly leaps into the air. "It is the perfect time to test my new skill." Xiaoliang breaks free from the two henchmen mid-air, while kicking the knife right out of Gu Cheng's hand. Descending from above, Xiaoliang unleashes his culinary massage, punching Gu Cheng's vital points to paralyze him before sending him flying with a brutal kick of his own. Gu Cheng still tries to act tough, screaming, "Damn you, how dare you?" But his body suddenly trembles and he collapses. How is this possible? He cannot move. His arms and legs are completely locked up. Realizing he is in deep trouble, Gu Cheng lies on the ground crying out in pain. "Sister, please save me." Unable to watch, Gu Yue rushes to his side, shouting, "Gu Cheng, what is wrong? Why were you so reckless?" Gu Cheng instantly plays victim to beg for help. "Sister, I cannot feel my body at all. Am I going to die?" Yu replies grimly, "You are not dying. Your muscles are just temporarily paralyzed from receiving such a massive physical shock. You should recover after some time." Watching this unfold, Xiaoliang suddenly realizes what his new power actually does. When preparing meat, chefs often use a mallet to tenderize it first. This completely relaxes the muscle fibers and nerves, making the meat much more tender and flavorful, which is what they call culinary massage. So that is what culinary massage means. Chengnan and Chengbei cry out in sheer terror. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I now know this guy is far scarier than that woman. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action where Cao Xiaoliang spots them trembling and taunts. Next up is you. Hearing that, those two absolutely bolt like their lives depend on it. "We were wrong. Please spare us." Seeing her brother in deep trouble, Gu Yue quickly steps in to defuse the situation. "Today was Gu Cheng's fault, and I apologize on his behalf. Can you please do me a favor and end this here?" Cao Xiaoliang decides not to push it. He does not mind, as long as that guy keeps his distance. Medics rush in with a stretcher to carry Gu Cheng away. Lying there, he fumes silently. "Just you wait, Cao Xiaoliang. I will make sure you pay for this." While everyone else is busy eating, Cao Xiaoliang stands quietly to the side, checking his tablet computer. Good review, good review, good review, another good review. Watching his progress bar shoot up, Cao Xiaoliang's eyes light up with pure joy. Incredible. Just one single meal managed to pull in 30 positive reviews. At this rate, finishing his system quest will be a total breeze. But suddenly, the progress bar freezes, leaving him completely baffled. What on earth is going on? Why did the progress bar suddenly shrink? Now, pay attention, because the system panics seeing Cao Xiaoliang look like he is about to pass out, confidently chiming in, "Host, do not worry. Let me check. I found the issue. Someone gave a 0-star rating. According to system rules, any bad review instantly slashes today's positive ratings in half. If you rack up 3 bad reviews, the system triggers a penalty, wiping your score back to 0. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang screams, "What?" He grits his teeth in frustration, thinking, what a brutal rule. If someone deliberately leaves bad reviews, does that mean I will never finish this quest? He tears his hair out, yelling, "Who the hell is doing this?" Meanwhile, in a small room, Yin Hong sits gritting her teeth, tapping furiously on her screen. Bad review, bad review, bad review, bad review, bad review, take that. She trembles with rage, muttering, "In my whole life, I am the only one who plays men. Nobody dares mess with me like this. Yin Hong shivers as she recalls the incredible taste of that meat, that mind-blowing flavor. Even now, her body goes weak just thinking about it. Furious, she hurls her pen away, shouting, "Absolutely disgusting." Suddenly, from where the pen landed, Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei crawl forward, like two brainwashed dogs toward Yin Hong. "Master, master, master, we love you and want your attention." Seeing them, a wicked idea pops into Yin Hong's head, and she turns around, acting all seductive. "Your master only likes obedient dogs. Work hard for me, and maybe you will get some affection." She blasts them with a hypnotic sound wave from her eyes, pulling Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei even deeper into her spell. You and I both see they are totally brainwashed as she offers her feet for them to lick. Absolutely crazy. Sitting back on her chair like a smug queen, she sneers triumphantly. Men are just brainless beasts, driven by their lower halves, and that Cao Xiaoliang is no exception. Clutching a piece of paper, she says proudly, "How dare you ruin my plans? I will make sure you pay a devastating price." Scene cut. We see Cao Xiaoliang sitting happily by the lake, casting his rod, hoping for a catch. Spotting the massive size of the fish, Cao Xiaoliang yells excitedly, "Wow, what a monster! Should I grill or steam it?" But suddenly, the fish spits out the bait, bares sharp fangs, and flies like a bird to hunt down Cao Xiaoliang. It is a mutant fish. Panicked, he flees, screaming, "This damn apocalypse really does not want to give us a break. Mutating is fine, but why on earth are you defying species logic like this?" He bolts to his vehicle, trying to open the door, only to realize it is locked. Shaking with fear, he pounds on the window. "Xiao Bai, open up." But then a system alert turns his face pale. Warning, host has received 3 bad reviews. Score reset to 0. Host status revoked. Execution penalty active. Cao Xiaoliang descends into absolute panic, facing mortal danger while completely locked outside. The host has received 3 negative reviews. Points wiped. Host status revoked. Preparing for absolute erasure. Standing outside, he points at a glowing light in the sky and yells, "Hey, this makes absolutely no sense." Suddenly, the fish lunges forward, biting him right in the groin. Then, it unleashes a barrage of tail slaps to his face. Screaming in agony, Cao Xiaoliang collapses to the cold ground, turning pale. It hurts so bad he can barely breathe, but as he passes out and wakes up, his eyes snap open in shock. Was that just a dream? Thank goodness. Right now, Xiao Bai is sleeping peacefully right on top of him, snoring softly. Seeing her, Cao Xiaoliang sits up, totally annoyed. "Xiao Bai, why are you in my bed again?" She rubs her sleepy eyes as he continues to shout at her. "How many times do I have to tell you? Your bed is downstairs. If you cause me to have another nightmare like that, I will confiscate all of your snacks." Hearing a commotion outside, he groans. Who is it now? Can a guy not get some sleep around here? Opening the vehicle awning, he looks outside to see everyone busy prepping. Stick around to find out what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see Cao Xiaoliang and Xiao Bai walk right into a trap. "Good morning." The 2 girls happily greet them back, asking if Chef Cao slept well last night after everything. Noticing the dark circles under Cao Xiaoliang's eyes, Gu Yue asks him with worry if he slept poorly last night. Hearing this, his face turns pale, thinking that a night full of nightmares would easily ruin anyone's sleep. Seeing everyone packing up, Cao Xiaoliang asks if they are heading out, prompting Gu Yue to explain their plan. Yin Hong claims her father stockpiled massive amounts of supplies under Wanda Mountain, including food, weapons, and daily essentials. "We are driving out to retrieve them," Yin Hong says shyly, knowing these resources are worth more than life itself. Gu Cheng looks proudly at Yin Hong and praises her, calling her incredibly kind for sharing everything with the group. Acting deeply apologetic, Yin Hong steps down from the vehicle, explaining that her father hid numerous stashes of supplies everywhere when the apocalypse began, but unfortunately, they never got a chance to use them. "Since my mistake yesterday almost cost our base its vital food supply, I want to use these hidden stockpiles to fully compensate and make up for my error." Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei jump in like loyal dogs to defend her, asking why she is being so hard on herself. It clearly was not her fault, they argue, as smoked northern meat is rare, and nobody else would have recognized it anyway. 2 girls from Gu Yue's team scoff, whispering that they are already crying crocodile tears without any actual pain. Some habits never change. Cao Xiaoliang, however, is skeptical, noting that Wanda Mountain used to be a very popular tourist resort. Now, pay attention here. He knows survivors must have completely scavenged those nearby convenience stores dozens of times already. If any supplies actually existed, they would be long gone. But Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei immediately bark back in anger. What do you mean by that? Do you not trust her? Gu Cheng chimed in, looking extremely irritated alongside them. What did she ever do to deserve your attitude? Why are you bullying a defenseless girl like this anyway? Are you even a man? Cao Xiaoliang does not get angry, replying with a cool, mocking tone instead. Wow, such loud voices. Seems like you guys recovered well. Should I help stretch your muscles out a bit more? Gu Cheng is ready to throw hands, but seeing the rising tension, Yin Hong quickly steps in to defuse the situation. Chef Sao, I know you misunderstand me. If you do not feel safe, you are welcome to come along with us. I know what you're thinking. Why would Gu Yue believe this? Cao Xiaoliang asks her directly, but she shares her desperate reasoning. That smoked meat will not last, and survivors at our base are already starting to suffer from a lack of sodium. Without finding basic seasonings, the adults might survive, but the elderly and young children will definitely suffer the most. So, whether she is lying or not, I must try if there is hope. He rubs his temples, thinking she is naive. Cao Xiaoliang looks at Gu Yue and says seriously that since it is not dinner time yet, he will tag along. Seeing him take the bait, Yin Hong plays along nicely, saying there are too many things to retrieve in one trip. Since Chef Cao is an expert, he can help select the most essential ingredients we need right now. While smiling warmly on the outside, she secretly mocks him, thinking he is just another gullible fool walking into her trap. The two girls step forward, firmly telling Gu Yue that they want to join the expedition as well. Tonight is a full moon, when zombies are most active, so extra backup will keep everyone much safer. Feeling touched by their care, Gu Yue tells them to stay behind and promises to return before nightfall. Remember to lock the doors and let nobody in until we return. The two girls whine in disappointment. Seeing her worry, Cao Xiaoliang puts an arm around Gu Yue's shoulder and tells the girls to look after Grandma and the base while he keeps Gu Yue safe. The girls instantly feel relieved, cheering that they can sleep easy with the great Chef Cao on guard duty. Gu Yue blushes deeply, waving her hands to dismiss their playful comments. Do not forget who was just bowing down to me and begging for mercy earlier. Cao Xiaoliang shrugs, saying he had no choice because looking up back then would have revealed things he should not see. The girl's eyes widen with massive curiosity, asking what exactly he was not supposed to see, while Cao Xiaoliang remains perfectly calm despite Gu Yue's bright red face. Well, it was, but Gu Yue panics, pinching his mouth shut to silence him, which only makes the onlookers even more excited to know. We are so curious. You two definitely have a dirty little secret, right? Choked and lifted up by Gu Yu, Cao Xiaoliang gasps, begging her to stop shaking him before he actually dies. But trust me, you and I can see Yin Hong watching them with a wicked smile, wondering how long this happiness will last. All right, let's jump right into Gu Yue's group, speeding along the mountainside, while zombies devour flesh below. Looking down, Cao Xiaoliang notes that zombie activity is cyclical, becoming extremely aggressive whenever there is a full moon. Today is the 15th, and there are indeed tons of zombies around. Strangely, Xiao Bai seems completely unaffected by it. Suddenly, Xiao Bai points outside. Having apparently spotted something, Cao Xiaoliang panics and slams on the brakes. Seeing this, Gu Yue calls out from behind, asking what happened and why they suddenly stopped. Cao Xiaoliang gets out, looks at the massive crack in front of them, and says, "The road is washed out by rain. We must stop here." As they struggle to find a path, Yin Hong points toward the forest, saying, "Our destination is nearby, and walking through will take only half an hour." Hearing this, Gu Yue turns and orders everyone to grab their weapons, warning them to stay quiet to avoid attracting zombies. The group cautiously heads into the forest, when suddenly, a tiny bee lands right on Yin Hong's cheek. True to her spoiled princess attitude, she screams at the top of her lungs. Realizing the scream could attract the undead, Gu Yue snaps in a low, furious voice, "What are you doing? Trying to bring them here?" Annoyed, Gu Yue slaps the bee away, but that drama queen just keeps screaming even after the bee is sent flying. She turns to Cao Xiaoliang and asks, "It is just a single bee. What is there to be so afraid of?" The three wimpy guys stand there pale-faced, looking completely useless. So Gu Cheng steps up to hug and comfort Yin Hong. Yin Hong clings to Gu Cheng, playing the victim, and whimpers, "Sorry, I was just so scared." Holding her close, Gu Cheng defends her to his sister, saying, "Do not blame Hong Hong. Any girl would be terrified." Irritated by her brother's ridiculous logic, Gu Yue fires back, "I am also a woman. Why am I not afraid?" Now, watch this hilarious part. because Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei foolishly claim she is tougher than any man, so of course she is not scared. Seeing Yin Hong's distress, Gu Cheng consoles her, saying, "You guys do not know this, but since childhood, my sister looked like a boy with a buzz cut and shorts. Everyone thought she was a boy. And once when she entered the restroom, the girls inside literally cried out of fear." Gu Yue blushes deeply with embarrassment, but suddenly, someone starts spraying bug repellent all over their faces. Coughing, they ask what that awful smell is, and Cao Xiaoliang honestly replies that it is just insect repellent. "There are too many mosquitoes on the mountain, so I brought a bottle." Smiling mischievously, Cao Xiaoliang aims it right at the other two. Spraying this works wonders. It does not just repel bugs, it also cures smelly mouths. Let's pause here, because their reaction to this spray is absolutely hilarious. They immediately run away screaming about how terrible it smells. Watching this, Gu Yue chuckles happily. But suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang senses something is off, as if someone is missing. He looks around anxiously and asks, "Where is Xiao Bai?" Suddenly, Xiao Bai drops down from a tree holding a massive beehive, leaving Gu Yue completely shocked as everyone panics and screams. "That is a beehive." Clinging to the buzzing hive, Xiao Bai giggles happily. Her eyes sparkle like stars, and she is practically drooling looking at it. Staring at her excited face, the other four panic in absolute horror, wondering what on earth she is planning. Surely, she does not want to eat that? Ignoring everything, Xiao Bai opens her mouth wide, turning everyone pale as they shriek. "Stop her quickly!" Cao Xiaoliang yells for her to stop, but Xiao Bai takes a massive bite, making everyone scream in horror. Screaming, they finally stand before a suspicious-looking tunnel. Gu Yue asks, "Is this the place you were talking about?" Yin Hong nods confidently. "Yes, this tunnel collapsed halfway through construction and has been completely abandoned for many years now. My dad says the most dangerous places are the safest. Nobody dares enter spots like this, and no one would ever suspect supplies are hidden inside." Saying this, Yin Hong rubs her swollen cheek in pain, groaning. Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei glare with teary, swollen eyes at Xiao Bai, whose mouth is still completely covered in sweet honey. If they weren't so weak, they would have beaten her up. Gu Yue, holding her gun, orders them to move inside. Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang stops them. "Wait a minute." Annoyed by his constant interruption, Gu Cheng snaps, "What do you want now?" Seeing their complete amateur behavior, Cao Xiaoliang calmly explains, "It is pitch black inside, and blindly walking into the unknown is way too risky." He throws a firecracker inside to test the dark environment. Suddenly, a loud rustling echoes from within, and he quickly warns, "Watch out, something is coming out." Everyone goes on high alert, when suddenly, a huge swarm of butterflies flutters out of the darkness. Terrified, Xiao Bai flees and hides deep in the bushes, leaving Cao Xiaoliang thoroughly confused, asking himself, "They are just harmless butterflies. Why on earth is she so scared? So let us leave them here," as he tries to pull her out. "All right, you and I are about to watch a total powerhouse act like an absolute baby." Even though Xiao Bai is gripping the tree in pure terror, Yin Hong secretly gloats, realizing that while this girl is clearly crazy, she definitely knows how to throw a punch. If she can just ditch her, dealing with the remaining two will be a total piece of cake. Seeing this chance, she immediately speaks up to stop them. Since Xiao Bai is terrified from the bee attack, they shouldn't force her inside. Meanwhile, Gu Yue looks up at the sky, checking the time, and realizing things are getting urgent. It is getting late, so Gu Yue quickly warns them that they cannot delay any longer. Otherwise, the zombies will become way more aggressive once night falls. Xiao Bai continues to shake with fear, whimpering in the background. Hearing this, Cao Xiaoliang realizes he has no other choice and lets out a heavy sigh. "Fine, just stay right here and do not wander off." Xiao Bai curls up, trembling and sobbing as she watches them prepare to leave her behind. Cao Xiaoliang turns on his flashlight and slowly steps inside, silently noting to himself that this place is surprisingly deep and dark. Gu Yue turns around, asking with irritation how much longer until they reach the hidden supplies. Yin Hong smoothly replies that it is just a little further ahead. Suddenly, Cao Xiaoliang spots something. "Pay close attention here." He instantly shouts a warning that someone is hiding up ahead. As Cao Xiaoliang repeats his warning, Gu Cheng quickly aims his gun forward, nervously wondering aloud if they are dealing with a survivor or a zombie. He Jian and his gang step out of the shadows, laughing mockingly at how coincidental their little reunion is. Greeting the beautiful Gu Yu, he smirks. Gu Yue tightly grips her weapon, demanding to know what business He Jian has being in this place. Suddenly, Gu Cheng's lackey strikes Gu Yue on the head with his gun from behind, instantly grabbing her weapon and pinning her down before she can react. Cao Xiaoliang spins around in shock, demanding to know what Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei think they are doing. One of them points a gun at Gu Yue's head, telling her not to move. Gu Yue can only curse her own carelessness. Watching her target get easily subdued, Yin Hong crosses her arms with a smug, highly amused grin. He reminds Cao Xiaoliang that while he might be an awakened user, Gu Yue is still just an ordinary human. If he wants to keep her safe, he had better not try anything stupid. Gu Yue is devastated seeing her own brother pointing a gun at her. As Cao Xiaoliang curses Yin Hong and demands her release, a massive steel cage suddenly drops from the ceiling, trapping him inside before he can finish his threat. Gu Cheng gloats, asking what he will do. This cage is rigged with explosives, ready to detonate with a single button press. If bullets cannot take him down, he is sure those heavy explosives will do the job. He Jian turns to praise Gu Cheng, reminding Cao Xiaoliang of the time he rammed a car into him, mocking how quickly he fell into their trap. He calls Gu Cheng a perfect partner, while the young man merely looks at Yin Hong with adoring eyes, thanking her. He praises Hong Hong for her brilliant plan. Now, I know what you are thinking. Why does Cao Xiaoliang look so annoyed? His system's stealth function cannot be carried over to others. Otherwise, he would have broken out with a single click right now. He imagines beating Gu Cheng into a pulp, but dreams are just dreams. In reality, he can only curse his miserable luck. Unable to believe her eyes, Gu Yue screams at Gu Cheng, asking if he has lost his mind by cooperating with this bastard. Gu Cheng snaps right back, yelling that he is not crazy, but has simply had enough of her constant control. Gu Yue is stunned as Gu Cheng, his eyes red with fury, finally lets out his hidden resentment. Back at the orphanage, she always fought other kids to protect him, sharing her stolen food. But everyone only respected her as the boss, while mocking him as a useless nobody. Even after the apocalypse started, everyone at the base only listened to her, completely ignoring his existence. He confesses his deep hatred, arguing that as an awakened user, he should be the one receiving respect and admiration. But as long as she is around, he will always remain trapped in her shadow. Tears in her eyes, Gu Yue stammers, asking how he could do this. Growing up as orphans, she always treated him as her most precious family, trying to protect him from getting hurt, never imagining he harbored such hatred. Watching this pathetic drama play out, Cao Xiaoliang remarks that he is a total ungrateful wolf, relying on his sister to survive only to blame her in the end. Enraged by the mockery, Gu Cheng screams at him to shut up, expressing disgust for a mere smelly chef who dares to stand against him. Cao Xiaoliang scoffs, muttering that this kid clearly has some major mental issues. Gu Cheng darkly complains that she preferred hiring outside ability users over waiting for his own powers to wake up, while Yin Hong smiles mockingly. Gu Cheng ruthlessly aims his gun at her, coldly spitting that she never deserved to be his sister. Seeing this betrayal, He Jian laughs, claiming it is her loss for ignoring his talents. And trust me, you and I are about to see this backfire majorly. Alright, let's dive into this post-apocalyptic mess where a foolish brother is about to betray his own family. With my crew and weapons joining forces with an evolved mutant like you, our power is off the charts. This alliance will definitely help us build the ultimate fortress in this brutal wasteland. Ethan eagerly thanks Hector, but Claire gasps in absolute panic, demanding to know what they mean. Are you really bringing them to our steel mill? Do you have any idea what a monster Hector is? Inviting them in is like welcoming wolves into our home. You are going to get us all killed. Furious that his captive is still talking back, Hector slaps her hard across the face. Shut your mouth. I still haven't settled our score from last time. How does it feel to be betrayed by your own brother? Women should learn to stay in their place. Thinking you can look down on men is pure foolishness. Even though she is captured, Claire glares at Rose with absolute hatred. But Hector forcefully grabs her face and sneers. But breaking a proud woman like you and making you beg beneath me? That will be incredibly satisfying. Hearing this, Rose steps in to stop him, offering a much more sinister proposal instead. Hold on. Since you are Ethan's older sister, I am willing to give you a chance. I know you have a hidden lockbox inside that steel mill. Just hand over the passcode, and I will convince Hector to spare you and leave everyone at your base unharmed. Now, pay attention here. This is where the tension explodes. She realizes what Rose wants, a special lockbox they found earlier. But there is a catch. 3 failed attempts to open it will trigger a massive explosion. Sensing the extreme danger, Claire had actually thrown it far away. So that was her real goal all along. Claire sneers, asking if she looks stupid enough to trust her. Seeing his sister still acting tough, despite being completely captured, Ethan furiously barks, telling them to stop wasting time. Once they seize the steel mill, finding that hidden box is only a matter of time, Rose secretly rolls her eyes, thinking what an idiot he is. If she had found it at the mill, why would she lure Claire here? Claire then shouts out a warning to Rose, suggesting that woman to woman, she should listen to some solid advice. In this cruel world, women who only rely on men end up discarded and miserable. Can you really trust a pathetic guy who sold out his own flesh and blood? Ethan immediately snaps back, claiming his love is real, and no one can drive a wedge between them. You and I both saw that coming, didn't we? Rose just whispers maliciously into her ear, telling her that men are mere tools to her, and that Claire is the one who is truly pathetic. You pretend to be tough, but you are incredibly soft-hearted. You sacrificed everything for your selfish brother, yet his sheer greed turned him against you instantly. She then glances over at Leo, whispering that Claire is secretly in love with him. Seeing Claire freeze up, Rose knows she hit a nerve, and sneers, asking if she wants to make a bet. With just a simple wave of my finger, even that chef will instantly fall to his knees. Everything you care about will belong to me. Claire screams in pure rage, refusing to believe her. Not everyone throws away their conscience for power. Rose arrogantly turns around and heads straight toward Leo. Is that so? Let's bet then. If you lose, give me the box. Ethan watches Rose approach Leo, asking nervously what she is doing. What are you planning, Rose? Meanwhile, Leo looks at her coming with absolute alarm. Rose puts on a fake sweet smile, praising Chef Leo's famous cured meat, and saying how much she deeply misses his incredible cooking. Leo scratches his head, saying he honestly thought she hated his cooking. Rose smugly replies that if he leaves Claire and joins her side, she will let him keep his cozy job as their personal chef. Suddenly, she unleashes her psychic ability, releasing a strange pink aura that completely dazes the poor chef. Rose smirks, thinking that even powerful mutants show their weakest vulnerabilities when pushed into a corner. Once your mental shield cracks, my psychic power will invade your mind and turn you into my loyal puppet. But Leo has major protagonist energy, so you and I know he won't fall for her cheap tricks that easily. Rose gasps in absolute shock, while Claire celebrates. Leo suddenly grabs the metal bars in pure rage, yelling at her that he is not a total fool. You are the one who left me that 1-star review last week. I found your review slip right in front of your doorstep. Rose grinds her teeth in anger, shocked that he easily broke her mind control. He looks incredibly stupid, yet his mental strength is like solid steel. Seeing his beloved goddess humiliated, Ethan roars in pure rage, screaming that Leo must die right now. Get ready, because today you and I are watching Gu Cheng demand his rival's absolute destruction. We still have no idea what his actual ability is. With a mind that calculating, letting him live would be an absolute nightmare for our future. He fumes inwardly, thinking, is this a joke? There can only be one awakened power user in this base, and that is me. Spotting Gu Cheng letting his guard down, Gu Yue quickly slips away from Cheng Bei and Cheng Nan, charging straight at Gu Cheng and hitting him so hard the remote goes flying from his hand. Seeing this, Yin Hong snaps a warning to not let her grab the remote, and both of them immediately scramble desperately toward the controller. Realizing she might not reach it in time, Gu Yue slams her elbow into Gu Cheng's face, then kicks him away. Pinning Gu Cheng down, she swiftly pulls out a knife and presses the cold blade right against his neck. With the tables turned, Gu Yue screams for everyone to drop their weapons or watch him die, prompting Cao Xiaoliang to snap his fingers in pure admiration of her quick move. Beautifully done. That bloodline suppression really came through. Looks like I can just lie back and coast to an easy victory this time. Knowing his sister has a soft heart, Gu Cheng remains arrogant, crying out that she cannot kill her own flesh and blood. But Gu Yue completely cuts him off, declaring that from this day forward, she is no longer a sister to this ungrateful snake. Panicking, Gu Cheng screams for help, begging He Jian and Yin Hong to save his pathetic life. Yin Hong bites her finger in pure frustration, looking at his useless display and thinking he is nothing but a total, brainless waste of space. But watch closely here. He Jian calmly sneers, asking if she honestly believes holding this pathetic guy hostage can threaten him. He is your brother, not mine, so go ahead and slit his throat, leaving Gu Cheng in a state of absolute, crushing despair. Gu Yue is stunned by He Jian's cold words, calling him a despicable coward. Suddenly, something resembling a thick spider web shoots from the cave entrance, tightly wrapping He Jian's henchwoman and dragging her up into the shadows, leaving Cao Xiaoliang completely speechless. What was that? Everyone freezes in absolute confusion, frantically wondering what on earth just happened. As deafening noises echo from the cave entrance, He Jian's panicked men nervously mutter, wondering if some kind of massive zombie is lurking in the dark. Sensing a massive threat, He Jian fearlessly locks and loads, yelling that he will turn whatever it is into Swiss cheese. He orders them to fire, and his men unleash a chaotic storm of bullets, but nothing is there, leaving them completely bewildered. Silence. Did they kill it? Suddenly, sharp claws slash through the men in a bloody frenzy, and as the beast emerges, He Jian shrieks that it is a mutated spider. His henchmen stare in absolute horror, wondering how a mutated spider could grow to such a colossal size. Spotting the creature, Cao Xiaoliang screams a warning that this is no ordinary mutated beast, but a ruthless apex predator. And honestly, Cao Xiaoliang is shivering as he remembers facing a monster just like this before. Unlike ordinary mutated monsters out there, these apex predators do not just devour humans, they hunt zombies and consume other mutated beasts, absorbing their raw essence to grow insanely powerful. Just like raising a deadly curse, in his past lives, this predator never showed up this early. So why has it arrived ahead of schedule now? Could this be a butterfly effect from his connection to the system, as the spider's victims scream in agony for someone to save them? Seeing the monster closing in, He Jian's terrified squad retreats immediately, screaming at everyone to run. Noticing Gu Yue is briefly distracted by the massive spider, Gu Cheng seizes his chance, shoving her forward while yelling for her to die. Pushed straight into the path of the monster's sharp legs, Gu Yue screams in terror. Right at this critical moment, Cao Xiaoliang activates his legendary flex card, grabs the iron bars of his cage, and unleashes his insane super strength. He leaps forward with lightning speed to shield Gu Yue, while the giant spider shifts its focus to hunt down He Jian's fleeing squad. It is Spider Silk, trapping them as they scream frantically for someone to save them. Abandoning his men, He Jian bolts toward the cave exit, but the clever spider quickly uses its webbing to block the only way out, prompting him to curse in frustration. Seeing the terrifying creature right on their heels, they shriek in pure panic, wondering what they can possibly do to survive. We are completely trapped here. Is there any other escape route we can take? Yin Hong points to a nearby drainage pipe, yelling that it leads outside. But someone must distract the spider, sending Cheng Nan and Cheng Bei into a total panic. Distract the spider? That is a literal suicide mission. Who on earth would volunteer for that? They turn to Yin Hong, pleading softly that since they have always treated her so well, she would never send them to their deaths. She gives them a sinister smile, replying that of course she would not. But did they not promise to sacrifice their lives for her? So you and I watch in horror as she uses her hypnosis to send them brainlessly toward the spider. Whispering that they will do anything for her, they walk straight into the beast's clutches and get brutally ripped apart. Get ready, because you and I are jumping right into a brutal battle where a blood-dripping spider is about to strike. Suddenly, Gu Cheng realizes something leftover dynamite from the tunnel's construction. Showing his ruthless side, he sneers. Gu Yue, you brought this on yourself, so don't blame me. You two useless burdens can go ahead and rot down here with these monsters. He ignites the fuse, darts into the drainage pipe, and a massive explosion rocks the entire tunnel with a deafening roar. Outside, Xiao Bai shivers in fear, jumping around in panic at the massive blast. Remembering what just happened, a wave of sadness washes over her. She cries out, but quickly shakes her head, recalling how much they had cared for and helped her. Determined, Xiao Yue screams and charges straight into the fiery chaos. Inside, amidst raging flames, a bruised and battered Cao Xiaoliang is left reeling. Ugh, my head is spinning. What the hell just happened? Was that an explosion? He forces himself up, shaking his head to clear the fog, but suddenly realizes he can't move. Cao Xiaoliang finds himself stuck to a massive web. It's incredibly sticky, but our main man isn't one to give up so easily. Just a web? Please. Slipping out like a ghost shedding its skin, he effortlessly breaks free and lands softly on the ground. Cao Xiaoliang looks around in utter disbelief at the massive webs hanging above. Now look closely here. Cao Xiaoliang spots cocooned bodies hanging from the ceiling. He instantly realizes these must be He Jian's captured men, and honestly, this creepy sight is absolutely chilling. The mutant beast likely kept them as a food reserve. Ironically, these thick webs actually cushioned the impact and saved him from the worst of the blast. Turning around to find Gu Yue unconscious, Cao Xiaoliang rushes over in panic. Gu Yue, wake up. Are you okay? As the flames start dying down, a wave of dread washes over him. With the fire burning hot, the oxygen levels are rapidly dropping. If they stay, they'll suffocate in minutes. Realizing they need to escape fast, Cao Xiaoliang grabs his sword and desperately hacks at the tough webbing, but his blade barely makes a scratch. It's too tough, I can't cut it. But spotting a nearby iron cage gives him an idea. He throws some ammo at the web, pulls out his remote, and triggers a controlled blast that shreds the thick obstacle. Seeing his plan work perfectly, Cao Xiaoliang cheers. Yes, it worked. Suddenly, a burning object drops from above, catching him completely off guard. Wait, what was that sound? Inside those horrifying cocoons, mutated figures begin to emerge, dropping down to the ground and slowly surrounding our two helpless survivors. Are they actually still alive? I know what you're thinking, but hope is lost. They've been infected by the cocoon virus and turned into mindless zombies. As the horde rushes in, Cao Xiaoliang unleashes his secret martial arts style, knocking them back one by one. All clear, but even with broken, twisted bodies, the creatures keep crawling forward. Damn it, they've mutated into actual monsters that just won't stay dead. Contorting their limbs, they launch themselves forward with terrifying, frenzied speed. These zombies don't feel pain, making his normal combat moves totally useless. Glancing up at the ceiling, he suddenly notices something vital. After two massive explosions, this structurally damaged tunnel is about to collapse, and there are still so many threats behind them. Damn it, if only Xiao Bai was here right now. Suddenly, he pauses and glares back at the approaching zombie horde. First, I've got to clear these monsters out, then find us an exit. Gently setting Gu Yue down, he activates his spatial storage skill to retrieve an item. Grabbing a fuel canister, he splashes it toward the horde. Take this. Slipping on the slick fuel, the zombies slide into each other like falling dominoes. Seizing the moment, Cao Xiaoliang leaps high toward the ceiling. Take my kick. His powerful strike shatters the weak ceiling, sending massive boulders crashing down onto the zombies. I even built you guys a nice grave. Man, I'm way too nice. Suddenly, water begins pouring through the newly made gap, triggering absolute panic. Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. Is this whole place collapsing already? Out of nowhere, a figure plummets straight through the ceiling, landing right on top of him. It's Xiao Bai, coughing and shaking off the dust. Cao Xiaoliang jumps up, yelling furiously. Who dared to ambush me from behind? But when he looks closer, he gasps. Xiao Bai? Soon, as the sun begins to set, the three of them are safely riding in a vehicle. The moon is rising. Once the full moon rises, the wilderness becomes infinitely more dangerous than during the day. They must find shelter before it's too late. Cao Xiaoliang scratches his head in worry. Did Gu Cheng and his group make it back to the tower factory? Glancing over at Gu Yu, he notices her face is flushed red and burning hot. Reaching out to touch her, he panics. She's scorching. Realizing things are bad, Cao Xiaoliang slams on the brakes. A high fever means she's mutating. Could she be infected? Trust me, you and I need to watch the next episode to find out. Let's dive in. When Cao Xiaoliang flips her over, he is shocked to find a zombie bite mark, but it doesn't look fresh. Cao Xiaoliang suddenly realizes something. Meanwhile, in another scene, Gu Yue's two companions on the watchtower are deeply worried. It is already dark, so why hasn't her group returned yet? Could something have happened to them? Shut your jinx of a mouth. With Chef Cao Da and the others there, they should be safe even against zombies. But suddenly, one of the girls spots Gu Cheng's car approaching. See, what did I just tell you? Aren't they already back now? Cao Xiaoliang's car stops at the gate. Gu Cheng pokes his head out and waves. Seeing only them, the two girls get worried. Why are there only two cars? Where are Chef Cao Da and Miss Bai? Hearing this, Gu Cheng panics and explains. On our way, we ran into mutated creatures. Cao Xiaoliang and Bai Feifei went off the cliff, car and all. My sister is also badly hurt. Hurry up and open the gate to let us in. Terrified by the news, the two girls rush to open the gate. What? Sister Gu Yue is injured? I will open it right now. But then, they suddenly stop. Wait a minute, Sister Gu Yue said we shouldn't open the gate unless we actually see her. Brother Gu Cheng, how is Sister Gu Yue doing now? Let us at least see her first. Hearing this, Gu Cheng and Yin Hong panic, and Gu Cheng quickly snaps back defensively. What do you two mean by that? Don't you trust me? Yin Hong also pokes her head out to back him up. Sister Gu Yue lost too much blood and passed out. Any more delay will put her life in danger. Hearing this, the two girls grow suspicious and pull their guns as warning. If Sister Gu Yue is really inside the car, then why won't Brother Gu Cheng let us see her? This is way too suspicious. Guard the post. I'll go call for help. Seeing them fail, He Jian pops out, slams the car roof, and barks, "What's taking so long? You won't open the gate? Fine, I'll do it myself." Recognizing their enemy, The two girls panic. It's He Jian. Quick, sound the alarm. Seeing they have no intention of opening up, He Jian aims a heavy cannon right at them. Take this. Fire. Before she can even press the alarm button, the cannon blast blows them completely away. He Jian's other henchmen, who were lying in wait, had planted explosives all over the main gate, blowing the doors wide open. It's blown open. The steel mill is ours. Now, pay attention here, as Gu Cheng stares blankly at the destruction before him. He Jian mockingly sneers. What are you standing there for? You don't look very happy. Seeing Gu Cheng hesitate, Yin Hong quickly sweet talks. How could that be? My Cheng just didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. He is just overjoyed right now. Isn't that right? Gu Cheng quickly plays along, fake smiling. Yes. Yes. That is exactly it. Leaning back in his seat, He Jian smugly reminds him. Then go ahead and claim your hard-earned victory. Gu Cheng complies, hits the gas, and drives straight inside. In the distance, hearing the massive explosion, hordes of zombies gather, eagerly waiting for their next meal. He Jian's thugs storm inside and round up the terrified residents. Who on earth are you people? Let me go. Seeing everyone gathered, He Jian turns to his lackey and asks, Is everyone accounted for? The henchman replies, According to the list, not a single person is missing. Hearing this, the captured villagers try to resist. Gu Cheng, you traitor. How could you sell us out? Just wait until Sister Gu Yue gets back. She won't let you off. He Jian sneers mockingly. Oh, really? You actually think Gu Yue is ever coming back? The crowd gasps in panic. What does he mean by that? Did something happen to Sister Gu Yue? How dare you collude with outsiders to harm your own sister? Are you even human? He Jian's thugs instantly kick the outspoken villager to the ground. Shut up. Stay down and behave yourself. Gu Cheng chimes in, declaring, Gu Yue is dead. From today on, there is only one boss in this steel mill, and that's me. Look, I'm not completely heartless. If you all just kneel down and call me boss, I'll let you stay. None of you will be kicked out. I know what you're thinking. Is anyone actually kneeling? Suddenly, an old woman with a cane steps toward Gu Cheng. Thinking she is about to submit, Gu Cheng smiles with pure arrogance and satisfaction. Not bad. You are the oldest here. Go ahead and set a good example for them. Seeing her prepare to submit, a young couple cries out in fear, but instead, she spits right in Gu Cheng's face, making him fly into a furious rage. You damn old hag, how dare you? But she acts completely casual, calmly saying, Don't mind me. Old folks just spit a lot. I have lived long enough. Rather than surviving like a coward next to scum like you, I'd rather feed my old bones to the zombies. As the old lady turns away, Gu Cheng stands completely dazed. Inspired, the villagers join in to yell at him. Exactly. Scum like him is worse than zombies. If we stay here, who knows when he'll get us killed? I don't believe there is no other place out there to survive. Let's go. Watching everyone walk away, Gu Cheng screams in a panic. Are you fools crazy? A bunch of old, sick, and weak people like you won't survive a single day out there, but they still leave. Trust me. You'll want to see what happens next. Wait. You and I both know Gu Yue is just normal, while I have real powers. Anything she did, I can do too. Stay here, I'll protect everyone. Losing his mind, he roars no one leaves. Absolutely nobody is allowed to walk out of here. I am the boss here now, so you all answer to me. Seeing them prepare to leave, Yin Hong does absolutely nothing to stop them. You are free to leave, but you cannot take a single piece of base supplies with you. Glaring maliciously at old Lu, she sneers. I know Gu Yue always leaves you in charge of this place. Hand over those keys right now. Old Lu stammers in fear. If I hand over the keys, can I please stay? The surrounding crowd looks on in absolute shock, shouting, Old Lu, what are you saying? You spineless coward. What a waste of Gu Yue's trust. Hearing their anger, old Lu panics and tries to justify his actions. Trust? I was just a key-keeping servant with zero power to make any real decisions here. Besides, it is a full moon tonight, and the outside is crawling with zombies. I refuse to go out there just to die. Turning politely to Yin Hong, he pleads, I have managed this steel mill supplies from day one. Nobody knows this warehouse better than me. I will give you the keys. I only want shelter. But as he reaches into his pocket, his eyes turn murderous, charging straight at Yin Hong. Watch this. He screams, you witch. I always knew you were evil. I will kill you and avenge Gu Yue. But the moment he leaps forward, Yin Hong brutally slashes him down. Seeing him collapse in a pool of blood, the crowd panics. Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu. Gripping his bleeding wounds, the old man stares up at her in pure horror, gasping, "You are a monster." Yin Hong uses her razor-sharp claws to snatch the key, sneering, "You sly old fool. Did you really think I would let my guard down?" Clutching the key, she retracts her deadly claws with a smug grin, leaving Gu Cheng completely frozen in sheer terror at the sight. "Hong Hong, what are you?" Yin Hong merely twirls the key in her hand, replying with a fake, sweet smile, "Oh, this? Just a weapon." In a brutal apocalypse like this, shouldn't a fragile girl like me have a little something to defend herself with? Suddenly, He Jian grabs Gu Cheng's shoulder from behind, causing him to flinch in shock. He Jian chuckles darkly. "You tried giving them a way out, but they do not seem grateful at all. Disobedient pests are utterly useless to keep around. Do you agree?" Without warning, his thugs open fire in rapid bursts, sending the terrified crowd running for their lives. "They are killing us. Run." Seeing the horrific bloodbath unfold, Gu Cheng frantically rushes forward, screaming, "Stop! Please, stop this now. If we slaughter everyone, there will be nobody left. We cannot build a powerful, thriving base without a workforce." He Jian cuts him off before he ruins the plan, who says, "We have nobody? Do my brothers not count as people? Or do you want to die with them?" You and I can see Gu Cheng panicking as he stammers, "No, that is not it." Satisfied, He Jian grins, "Good. In that case, do what you just promised. Get on your knees and call me boss." Gu Cheng stands frozen in absolute disbelief, while the desperate crowd scatters in every direction, hunting for a way out. The train station is right ahead. Once we get on, we can escape. Hang on a little longer. I am fine. Old Liu, you promised we would go fishing when this nightmare ends. Do not die on me. Suddenly, one of He Jian's thugs brutally grabs a girl by her hair. Hearing her screams, the crowd cries out, "Xiao Li, Xiao Li." Terrified that they will get caught trying to save her, she screams, "Forget about me. Just run." But he violently hurls her toward the thugs. One of them grins, "Well, this girl actually has a pretty nice body. The boss said we can do whatever we want with you, so we are not going to hold back." Sensing their sick intentions, Xiao Li backs away in pure terror. "What do you want?" The drooling thugs grin like wild beasts. "Do what? Have some fun with you, obviously. Since those two girls escaped last time, we have been starving. Today, we finally eat. I wonder if a fragile thing like you can handle all of my brothers at once." Xiao Li recoils in sheer horror, sobbing, "No, please, stop." She scrambles to her feet to flee, but they grab her. "Let me go." Suddenly, a heavy blow cracks against the thug's skull, knocking him out cold. The others spin around to find the desperate villagers fighting back with everything. "Bastards, I will fight you with my life. You absolute scum, I am going to beat you to death. You animals, let me teach you a lesson." Seeing her neighbors risk their lives to rescue her, Xiao Li bursts into tears. The villagers swarm the remaining thugs, beating them down and snatching their firearms. "Damn it, I am done running. Gu Yue poured her blood and sweat into building this steel mill for us. Even if we die, we must protect this place in her honor." "Exactly. We take them down with us. Move, everyone." The thugs are absolutely furious, screaming these people have gone completely insane. "Fire! Shoot them now." Suddenly, a zombie lunges from the shadows, sinking its teeth into a thug's neck. The crowd panics in horror. Is it a zombie? No, it is a massive horde. And that's where we leave it. While He Jian's thugs scream and fire blindly into the mob, one brave villager yells, "Everyone run. I'll stay and hold them off." "All right, you and I are jumping right into a massive zombie showdown." Just as he steps up, Xiaobai bursts in, kicking zombies away, followed by Cao Xiaoliang entering like a god, looking totally bored. "Damn it. Why are there so many of them?" The crowd spots their savior and cheers happily. Great Chef Cao is here. He Jian reveals his true, selfish colors and barks, "What are you waiting for? Run. My patience is thin." Gu Cheng panics hearing this. "This is not what you promised me. I guided you in here, and I am the one with the ability seed." He Jian quickly kicks Gu Cheng's leg, bringing him to his knees in pain, before sneering down at him. "What is the difference between an unawakened ability seed and a useless trash? Always bragging about it, yet you keep hiding behind a woman's back." That kid Sal was right. You really are just a parasite living off your sister. Yet, you think you are someone important. He then stomps on Gu Cheng's head, mocking him. "I am not stupid like Gu Yue. If you want to follow me, learn who your boss is." Crushed under his boot, Gu Cheng grinds his teeth. How could this be happening to me if I still have to grovel to others? What was the point of selling out Gu Yue and betraying the base? Damn it. Meanwhile, He Jian's lackeys are running around in a panic as zombies approach, screaming, "Zombies are coming. Now, don't blink here, because things are about to get chaotic," as Hejian turns around, shouting, "Where did they all come from?" The lackeys desperately stammer, "We did. Who knew that wooden board would be so weak?" Hejian roars in absolute fury. "Idiots! Full moon zombies are way stronger than normal. How could a wooden board ever hold them back? Go get the explosives now." The terrified goons run off crying yes, but they are suddenly stabbed to death. Then, Hejian gets stabbed as well, staring down at his chest in complete shock. "My heart is pierced." Hejian collapses in agony, and seeing Yin Hong standing there, he screams in absolute rage. "Yin Hong, why would you do this?" Hearing his cry, she retracts her long sharp claws and speaks, "Oh, didn't you say it yourself? There can only be one boss. I am simply helping you realize where you truly belong." Hejian curses in pain, "You backstabbing witch." Seeing this, Gu Cheng rushes forward with a delusional smile. "Good job, Hong Hong." Seeing this useless parasite again, Yin Hong sighs in annoyance. "Here comes the idiot again." Gu Cheng rushes over and violently kicks Hejian, shouting, "You ungrateful dog. How dare you try to lecture me? Let's see who is the boss now." He grabs Yin Hong's hand and says, "It is too dangerous here. We need to hide first. Once the zombie tide backs off, we can gather forces and claim this entire steel mill for ourselves." Suddenly, Yin Hong grabs Gu Cheng's hand, snaps his wrist, and throws him aside. "Did you really think I liked you? You and I both knew she was bad news. But she literally tells him he was just a tool. I just did not expect you guys to be this completely useless, failing even after capturing the entire base. Now, I will just have to handle the rest myself." Yin Hong pats Gu Cheng's pale, terrified face and continues speaking coldly. "As for you, why don't you show some final value by holding off those zombies?" Gu Cheng looks at the approaching horde and roars in absolute despair. "Why? Why is everyone leaving me? What makes me worse than Gu Yue? Why does everyone look down on me?" As the terrifying zombies swarm closer, Hejian desperately cries out to Gu Cheng for help. "Gu Cheng, save me. I have tons of explosives hidden outside. If you get me out of here, I will make you the undisputed boss. I will give all those explosives to you." Hearing this, Gu Cheng finally finds a target to release his pent-up rage. "You are not lying to me again, are you?" "No, absolutely not." Hejian desperately nods to reassure him. "As long as I can survive this, you are my only true boss, and I will obey your every single command like a loyal dog." Gu Cheng smiles slyly. "Is that so? Then I will give you a chance now." He suddenly grabs Hejian's throat, lifting him up as the man gasps. "You brat, how dare you?" Gu Cheng asks darkly. "Did you not just say I was your only boss? You dropped the act so quickly." He tightens his grip harder. "Where exactly are those explosives you mentioned? I won't tell you unless you get me out of here." As Gu Cheng squeezes harder, a sudden power erupts from his hands. "It is burning hot. It is on fire. Let me go." Gu Cheng stares at his glowing hands in absolute awe. "A fire ability. I have awakened. I have finally awakened." Hejian struggles in sheer panic. "I will tell you everything. Please just let me go." Now that he possesses real power, Gu Cheng grows incredibly arrogant. "But how about now? It seems I do not even need your help anymore." "Go to hell." Gu Cheng incinerates Hejian instantly, before unleashing his flames onto the incoming zombies. Feeling this incredible power, he smirks with pride. "Is this the true power you and I expected? Let's dive into this chaotic showdown." Hejian is dead. "From now on, you serve me. I am your new boss." After taking care of Hejian, Gu Cheng immediately flies over to the goons who are currently packing up the factory's supplies. They're celebrating their massive jackpot, absolutely thrilled by this mountain of loot. They urge each other to pack faster and grab everything before the surrounding zombies head their way. "That bastard. Hejian always kept the best stuff for himself, while we got nothing. Honestly, following him around was just a ticking time bomb anyway. With all these supplies and this pile of explosives, we can easily start over from scratch." Suddenly, a charred, burning corpse drops right out of the sky. "What on earth is that?" They gasp in horror as they recognize their boss. Gu Cheng looks down menacingly from the rooftop, declaring, "Hejian is dead. From now on, I am your new boss. Disobey me, and this is exactly how you will end up." But pay attention here over at Cao Xiaoliang's side. He is desperately trying to rescue the terrified survivors, shouting for everyone to hurry up and climb into the escape vehicle before it is too late. "Help us." Seeing the massive wave of zombies closing in, Cao Xiaoliang panics, knowing his powers will not be enough to save them if they get surrounded here. Survivors cram onto the vehicle, screaming and cursing. Hey, who just grabbed my butt? I told you to go on a diet. Stop crushing me with your massive backside. Can someone climb onto the roof? We are completely packed inside. Where is my walking cane? Don't you people have any respect for your elders? Poor Cao Xiaoliang is getting completely flattened in the chaos. Stop pushing, or I am going to get shoved right out. Suddenly, finding himself abandoned right in the middle of the horde, he runs for his life, cursing his absolute worst luck. Suddenly, his system chimes. Congratulations, host. Hidden quest completed. Sacrificing yourself to save others has unlocked a brand new weapon. Do you wish to equip it? Talk about perfect timing. Cao Xiaoliang feels a surge of hope. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next as he activates it. Yeah, his alarm to fail, and while rushing to class at 8 a.m., a car hit him, and he looks up only to realize his whole world has changed. He is now stuck in a brutal, danger-filled apocalyptic wasteland. Right in front of him, total chaos. A group is desperately fighting a massive octopus monster, its giant tentacles whipping around like the hands of death itself. A blonde guy leaps high into the air, his glowing sword slicing clean through one of those writhing tentacles. Everyone thinks they have won, but right where the limb was cut, a new tentacle sprouts back lightning fast. Someone in the crowd screams in sheer panic. This is bad. The monster can regenerate. What do we do? Xiaoliang watches this horrifying scene from a distance, his heart feeling as heavy as a massive stone. At first, he thought he was the ultimate chosen one, blessed with main character armor, to conquer this wild world and pull off legendary miracles. But pay attention here, he quickly realized survival is never that simple. He flashes back to his painful, failed attempts. In his first life, he tried leading survivors away from a zombie horde, only to get bitten and die. He woke up right back at the beginning, only to starve to death from a food shortage. His third run, he disguised himself as an infected to scavenge for food, but the military shot him right in the head. By the fourth life, he finally awakened superpowers and built a safe base, only for his trusted best friend to betray him and leave him to rot. Then came his fifth and sixth attempts. Every single death dragged him right back to day one. Now, on his ninth try, his hope has completely evaporated, leaving him utterly defeated. Yet fate wouldn't let him rest, forcing him to draft as a frontline soldier in this brutal, endless war. Back in the present, things are critical, as the giant octopus whips its monstrous limbs like demonic snakes, ready to crush anyone in its path. The fighters are completely exhausted, unable to hold on. Anyone who can run scrambles to escape. But what about their friend Xiaoya? What about all their precious food supplies? The people back at the sanctuary are starving and waiting for these rations. But there is no time. If they do not run, everyone dies here. Now, you and I can see Xiaoya trapped in a giant tentacle. She screams in absolute terror. Please, do not leave me behind. The beast lifts her high, preparing to swallow her whole. Xiaoya lets out a final, desperate shriek. Watching this unfold, Xiaoliang snaps. He adopts a reckless, nothing-to-lose attitude, because when your life is already broken, what is one more crack? If he can never escape this godforsaken world, then this time, right before he dies, he wants to do something actually meaningful. Unleashing a wild roar, the fleeing survivors look back, completely stunned. What on earth is that kid doing? Is he throwing his life away? Has he lost his mind? That is straight-up suicide. But Xiaoliang does not care about their useless chatter. Lifting his sword with burning determination in his eyes, he slices the massive tentacle clean in half. Xiaoya crashes to the ground, freed. Shaking, she tearfully says, "Thank you for saving me. You are so brave." But Xiaoyang has absolutely no time to waste on her. He coldly tells her to scram, immediately dashing off and leaving the bewildered girl sitting in the dirt. His real target is the grocery store behind a massive monster. Bursting inside, he is stunned by the eerie silence. Valuable supplies are still stacked perfectly on the shelves, looking like a literal gold